here in this archive. The archive, as some of you might know, is part of the Central European University, which the government, without wasting much time, expelled from Hungary. But the archive will stay. Somebody should stay, especially in the midst of raging cultural war. And one of the main front lines of this cultural war, not only in Hungary, but in most of the countries similar to ours, is history. So a historical archive, which is an archive of, an important archive of post-Second World War history, the Cold War, and one of the largest human rights archives in the world, should stay. And although we have been intimidated by the government, I think we don't have to worry too much, because the government is not really interested in historical documents. It is able to produce its own documents to justify its historical claims. So they are not interested in a real archive. Allow me to read you just a few sentences, because you don't have much time to waste either. So just a few sentences from the Hollywood Reporter, published about a month ago, on the 6th of November. The title is James Dean Reborn in CGI for Vietnam War Action Drama. This is an exclusive report. The cultural icon who died in 1955 will return to the screen via CGI using actual footage and photos for the film Finding Jack. James Dean, who died in 1955 in a car crash at the age of 24, is making an unexpected return to the big screen. The cultural icon, known for Rebel Without a Cause and East of Eden, has been posthumously cast in the Vietnam-era action drama Finding Jack. Directed by Anton Ernst, the project comes from the filmmaker's own recently launched production house, Magic City Films, which obtained the rights to use Dean's image from his family. Adapted from the novel, Finding Jack is based on the existence and abandonment of more than 10,000 military dogs at the end of the Vietnam War. Dean will play a character called Rogan, considered a secondary lead role. We searched high and low for the perfect character to portray the role of Rogan, which has some extreme complex character arcs, and after months of research, we decided on James Dean, said the director. We feel very honored that his family supports us, and will take every precaution to ensure that his legacy as one of the most epic film stars to date is kept firmly intact. The family views this as his fourth movie, a movie he never got to make. We do not intend to let his fans down. While Finding Jack will be live action, the Hollywood Reporter understands that Dean's performance will be constructed via full-body CGI using actual footage and photos. Another actor will voice him, unquote. Now, you can draw two lessons from this article. Lesson one is that perhaps you can go home. You don't have much to do here. You don't need preserve films or moving images or images in general, because James Dean can be resurrected. Budapest at the end of the 20th century can be reconstructed by using computer-generated images, so there is nothing to be preserved. The other possible lesson from this article is the opposite. It seems that they still need footage and images, at least by now, to reconstruct, resurrect James Dean for the movie. So we still need footage and image, so we have a lot to do. Now, we can choose two strategies. One strategy is the more the best. The quicker we try to preserve and digitize the more documents we can in the best available quality, it's the better. In this way, we are able to save for posterity important documents. The other possible avenue is the less is the better. The more we can try to disaccession, to get rid of, to shred all those images which we consider to be less important, more time we will have to preserve those documents which seem to be really important, which have historical value. Now the problem is, how can we decide what are those documents which will have historical value in the future? How can we foresee what will be important in times to come? Now, there is a definition about historical documents which says that, if I find it, which says that historical documents, and this is a definition, are original documents that contain important historical information about a person, place, or event, and can thus serve as primary source. Significant historical documents can be deeds, laws, accounts of battles, often given by the victors or persons sharing their viewpoint, or the exploits of the powerful. Though these documents are of historical interest, they do not detail the daily lives of ordinary people or the way society functioned. Anthropologists, historians, and archaeologists generally are more interested in documents that describe the day-to-day lives of ordinary people, indicating what they ate, their interaction with other members of their households and social groups, and their states of mind. It is this information that allows them to try to understand and describe the way society was functioning at any particular time in history. Now, as you can see, these are two contradictory considerations. First, the exploits of the powerful, the deeds, the laws, the names of people of fame, and the other one is the ephemeral, the Alltagsgeschichte, the day-to-day activities of ordinary people. Now, how can we decide? How can we solve this conundrum? Now, fortunately, the National Archive of the United States came up with a solution. According to a document by the National Archive, the way to decide historical value is the following. Historical documents are those that are most likely to be stolen, those that would be marketable to manuscript collectors and dealers, particularly items with names, images, and signatures of notable individuals or a relationship to a notable event, example, war, disaster, or celebration. Illegal attempts may be made to sell such documents over the internet or through private auctions or catalog sales. So probably the best way to determine whether a document has historical value is to try someone to steal the document, and if he or she is able to sell the document on the black market, then it proves that this is a document of historical value. Now, this is a complicated way to go for us. The conclusion is most probably that, especially in the case of archives like us, which are not constrained by government guidelines and documents, it's up to us to try to decide what might have historical value in the future. In this sense, the archivist has real freedom. In this sense, it is the archivist who makes history, because it's up to the archivist to decide what will be retained, what will become accessible for future generations to learn about the past. So you are here with a real social, historical responsibility and with the freedom and the importance of the archivist, and I'm really glad that a group of such important people are here. with us today. Thank you very much for being with us.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Professor Rev, for these thoughtful opening remarks. Hi, welcome to Budapest, to No Time to Wait S04. Yes, very much looking forward to these next couple of days. For those who came to the Code Day yesterday, I hope you already had a really good start into the conference. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank the Open Society Archives for having us in this beautiful space full of light. And particularly thank you to Zsuzsa for making this all possible. But of course, thanks to all the sponsors. Without them, we couldn't do this, but also without all the volunteers. So thank you to anybody who signed up to print the programs, prepare the programs, do the live stream, welcome us all here. So thank you, volunteers, and to all the contributors for your time to create a really great program. So yeah, as I said, it wouldn't be possible without you, and I'm just gonna reiterate Joanna White's sentiment that I do think that the no time to wait effect is in full swing, and I think that's great. So a couple of things. If you have not signed up for dinner, please do so. The dinner's tonight at 6 at Kolovesh. It's not far from the official No Time to Wait S04 bar. Also, we had to split you into groups for lunch. You get the same amount of food and the same amount of time to eat. It's just for organizational purposes we had to split you. For those who are interested, while they're waiting for their food slot, to tour the archives, we can accommodate 15 people today and 15 tomorrow. So if you're interested, see me or Zsuzsa during the break, which is at noon. And then I would like to remind everybody that we have a code of conduct. If you're interested in reading it again, let us know. We have printed copies. Please adhere to it. We will enforce it. And then finally, there's a live stream. Hello, live stream. Good to have you with us. So please also contribute from home, which leads me to say that we have collaborative notes. So if you're taking notes, please share. And yeah, that's it. So thank you so much and have a great day and tomorrow as well. Good to see you all. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, I'm Blakely McDowell. I'm going to be the stage coordinator for this morning, which means I'm just going to be calling up speakers and fielding questions. So for our first speaker, please welcome the illustrious Dave Rice. Give Dave a word.
Good morning. Good morning, Julia. Hi. So I'm going to talk about audiovisual preservation, and I'm going to talk about best practices and kind of the role of innovation in our field. And I don't have any slides, and I'm just going to read off my phone my prepared remarks. As the notifications of my tweet references come in at the top. All right, so during my first full-time archival gig, I worked with a large audio collection, and adherence to the best practices of my community, I would digitize audio tapes to broadcast WAV files. As I was a new archivist and working as the only archivist in my organization, there was a sense of relief when I could defer my decisions to these best practices. Having best practices in our community can be trusted, they can develop consensus, but in a way they can also kind of have expiration dates. So when I was discussing the audio workflow of an IT coworker, I heard about FLAC. FLAC is a free lossless audio codec that stores audio very efficiently and integrates a lot of fixity information, like a lot of internal checksums, and a lot of preservation features. So when I heard about this, and I was discussing it with him, my coworker was kind of confused at my justification of the broadcast wave format, and he made a sincere effort to demonstrate all the features about FLAC and try to compel me. And honestly, my ability to defend my decision was a bit limited. I wasn't exactly sure what to say in this practice. And I should say that I don't mean to imply broadcast wave format is not an ideal choice. It's one of my two favorite recommendations for audio preservation formats. But as I struggled to defend my choice, I realized that I was accepting a recommendation as a best practice blindly. We went on to debate preservation objectives and the advantages and disadvantages of one format over another. Broadcast wave was certainly a best practice in digital audio archiving, but by the end of the conversation, I was questioning why I was defending it in this way. I reviewed the listservs of the archival communities, and there was little or no mention of FLAC. And in a context like that, when I asked, it was almost like no one has ever heard of FLAC before. There was a reaction of disruption, as if, as a community, we've already decided, so why are you asking about this? As an archivist, I also had to decide how to store lots of data. And at the time, the best practice appeared not to use LTO tapes or hard drives, but to use gold CDs. So I got hundreds of gold CDs. I thought I was like gonna save everything for hundreds of years this way. And right now, all that data is like all transferred onto LTO tapes. Like the community buzzed at the time of stories of hard drive failures and the sustainability of gold CDs, and claims that they would resist decomposition for hundreds of years. I considered this, but with consensus of my best colleagues, decided to avoid that best practice and just get an LTO drive, even though the community of those archivists using them was very limited at the point. This made me realize that there can be a danger in holding onto a best practice too tightly in a spirit of permanence, while such practices actually should have expiration dates. A best practice is only a best practice for now. We should invest more in sustaining archival collections than we spend in sustaining our practices. It won't matter if a gold CD lasts hundreds of years if I'm gonna decide to rip them all to LTO tape a couple years later anyway. I realized that working to make better practices is far more meaningful to work than implementing best practices. As practitioners, we should balance the utilization of a best practice with an investment of time and momentum in generating better ones. Archivists struggle to sustain media and metadata into the future. However, the practices and systems we use to do this aren't worthy of the same struggle. If a best practice is stale, outdated, or exhibits a potential to be improved upon, then let's do it. Let's replace it and get something better. There's no time to wait for the chance to be a consumer of a miracle solution or product. We need to be constantly nitpicking, justifying, contributing, and sharing our solutions. Often archivists work on new technological challenges and must quickly adopt the tools of related communities, such as adopting tools made by the broadcast community or made for video editors or for creative work. But as we know from trying to update our operating system, thanks macOS Catalina, we know the pain of trying to maintain these tools once the related community has moved on. I acknowledge that archivists have to grab onto what works to get the job done, but we can be more strongly empowered by creating, contributing, and supporting tools ourselves. Just as we need to open our videotape players and projectors to understand them and to tinker and to fix, and just as long as we need to run our hands along a film print on a bench or open a video cassette to do repairs, we have a similar need of our digital equivalents. Whether it's analog or digital, we need to nurture our own hackers. Bringing innovation into one's work can produce meaningful personal accomplishments, but it's still more meaningful if such innovations can be a solution shared with others. However, even more impactful innovations may be those that can act as a building block or a foothold for others to learn upon or build from. For innovation within a community, being a contributor or a supporter can have a bigger impact than trying to be a lone pioneer. When archivists require services from a vendor, a coworker, or a specialist, we may demand a deployment of meticulous and precise, reliable best practices. But while we want the results of the best practice, we need to give space for our experimentation. We need to give space for innovation so that we can improve upon those practices, even if it makes the ongoing work a bit inconsistent just because it's improving or evolving. Back in 2012 and 2013, a number of us worked to contribute ideas, testing, documentation, and code to version 3 of the FFV1 lossless video codec. This was at a time that JPEG 2000 was frequently referred to as the best practice for archival video compression. Sometimes it felt like our efforts at the time weren't fully welcome, as if contributing to another practice only derails the best one. We'd hear things like, I asked around and no one has ever heard of FFV1. Audiovisual preservation is a community where we lament about the digital dark age in one room, and we discuss the opportunities of digital preservation in the next one. I'm grateful for the good work of our field's instigators and contrarians, for those who foster innovation through supportive skill sharing rather than a demonstration of exclusive expertise and knowledge. The field of audiovisual preservation, though, contains its share of discouragement to innovation. Trying to improve upon our existing opportunities can be met with resistance by those who consider that further research and innovation are not needed in an area that has already seen a pioneer or found a conceptual best practice, or by those who consider innovation as only credible if it comes from a so-called expert. Additionally, organizing our communities under uncooperative terms such as analog versus digital, or open versus proprietary, or JPEG 2000 versus FFV1 only limits our opportunities to work stronger together. Best practices can get better, gatekeepers can be surpassed, and we together can innovate for ourselves. In the film Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory, Wonka is demonstrating the innovation of a lickable, fruity wallpaper, and Veronica Salt ridicules him to claim that nobody has ever heard of a snozzberry before. Willy Wonka changes his tone and he quotes author O'Shaughnessy to assert, "We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of the dreams." To the extent we can put ourselves into action as innovators, archivists, activists, and active collaborators, please make music and please dream dreams. All right, thanks for coming to No Time to Wait. Nice to speak with you.
All right, up next, Peter Bubestinger. Please welcome him.
Good morning. Time for questions at the end. I'm aiming at 20 presentation, 5s for Q&A. Hope I'll make it. Picking up at where Dave kind of like led us into, just yesterday I had a fellow archivist go like, MKA file, and he like, okay, how can I rewrap this? I'm like, cool, a Matroska audio file. I know they're technically a Matroska file, but why do you have it? Where does it come from? And he like, well, we were thinking about which audio preservation format, and I know it's broadcast wave and wave, but if Matroska as a container fulfills all archival needs, including like conformance checking and everything, why not use this as a wrapper for audio? I mean, wouldn't this be legally good for preservation for audio as well? And I'm like, thanks a lot for this input, Christoph, because honestly, I was kind of mentally checked off the WAV file broadcast extension header for audio. But since yesterday, I'm thinking about reconsidering MKA as archival format for audio. That's just something that, a coin that came into my machine yesterday. So I just share it with you so you can also tinker about this. Pros and cons of WAV versus Matroska as a container. And I hope, I got this mouse. Where am I? There we are. And this should go seamlessly into this presentation. What I'm going to talk about is insights of FFV1 as a video codec and Matroska as a container for audiovisual preservation. It's going to be a bit techy, but I myself can't dive into the math parts as deeply as I would love to, because I know some math, but I'm not a mathematician. So I'll be fine. There we go. Starting with FFV1 as a video codec. I'm just setting here a timer, so I'm not going to overdo stuff. It's plain simple. Those are the parameters that you can choose when you create an FFV1 file. So the cool thing is, it's a lossless codec, so whatever you do wrong, you can't do it wrong. In terms of like, people ask me, oh, if I use this parameter or this, is there a wrong choice? Well, basically, I think the only thing that can happen is that you don't create the smallest file, or that it doesn't have error CRCs in there. But that's about it. We'll get into the details. But if you do it like with a lossy codec and you choose a certain parameter set, that's it. You've made the decision and it's irreversible. Not to be scared, but it's like, it's I'm way more stressed when I have to choose encoding parameters for lossy formats than for lossless formats, because I can always redo this. So what are these parameters for? Starting with the most complicated ones that involve the math of compression. So one's called coder. Well, straightforward. One's a Golem-Rice coder, the other one's a range coder. And if you look it up on Wikipedia, so the blue ones are links, and you'll get a link to the slides. It's actually coding, not coder, because it's a mathematical way of compressing data that's completely reversible. So fancy speak for those are algorithms. I'll grab some water. Is this water? It is. The cool thing is I will not explain how these algorithms work. I studied it at university, I was amazed, I never really got my head deeply into them so far that I can actually say, okay, I can explain you how it works. But it's really cool to read it up. These algorithms are from the 70s. And that's what I found really cool about FFmpeg, is everyone was focusing on wavelet compression of JPEG 2000, and it's fancy and new and mathematically even more mind-blowing, dealing in the frequency space, but I'm derailing here. Basically, it's a clever way of applying old algorithms to audiovisual data. And what's important for you is you can choose between 0, 1, and 2. The first ones are the ones that are actively used. The last one is one that kind of could be used for some different results of compression ratio, but unless you're really tuning for one file, one material, my personal experience is choose either one and you're fine, because for the vast majority of material, you can't really fine-tune. So for 8 bits per component, it's going to be Golem-Rice or range. And for larger than 8 bits per component, you don't have to choose anyway, because it's going to be range coder anyways. What Michael Niedermeyer told me is that the range coder should be able to adapt to changes in the content a bit faster and maybe possible to reduce smaller files, but he said this is more like a gut feeling, and there's been no extensive benchmarking on this. The second option is context. It's how much context, like how far in time between frames and fields does the algorithm look and try to make estimations about what's going to happen, because compression in a lossless way works of like trying to find patterns, trying to find stuff that where a change is minimal to the next, so it can just store the change. It's something like that. So a large context has to consider more, might be slower to adapt, might compress better. Long story short, it depends on the material. You could fine-tune, but there's no one golden rule. I haven't found that like it's always 0 that produces smaller files, always 1. It really depends on the material. So the first 2 things, layman's terms, you can just basically let go which ones you choose, unless you're fine-tuning for one material and want to squeeze like it to the smallest kind of space that you can get. In brackets, I mentioned which one's the default setting if you don't set it explicitly, but I'll get back to that. The more interesting one that we've introduced in FFmpeg after version 1 is slices. Before I read this, I'm going to jump here. This is what slices are. So your frame gets chopped up into parts. These parts can then be in parallel fed to encoding threads in the CPU, which enables the encoder to run in parallel. So when I picked up FFmpeg in 2009, it was like it could only do a full frame or field, and there was no parallel processing. So we're always stuck with the performance that one CPU core gives you, and you couldn't scale beyond this. So then I was engaged in like, okay, let's make a multi-threaded version of FFmpeg, and Michael Niedermeyer introduced these slices to be able to spread these slices across the CPU cores. That's why it's only since FFmpeg version greater or equal 2 that slices exist, and that's these versions of FF1 can do multi-threading. So if you're into performance, then you will need slices, you will want slices, and you'll do multi-threading. Each slice has a small header, so it's got like, each one of these slices has like, okay, that one's this slice, has some information with it. The more slices you choose, you get slightly bigger files. Like, oh my god, dude, size. But it's like, no, chill. The video content itself is like way larger than the slice header overhead will be. But if you use more slices, you get larger files. I have to tell you. That's just an example for 9 slices. You can choose not any, but different number of slices, depending on how many slices you want to chop your image up into. And I'm like, why would I want to do this? It's getting bigger. I don't have, like, why is he telling me this? Because there's another thing that we've added, which is called slice CRC. It's hash code or checksums, same but different. It's error detection code per slice. So having more slices means in the header, you have CRC code for each slice that says, oh, this slice decodes nicely, or this slice has some bitstream error. You might want to do something else with it because something's wrong. More slices now means more robust files. Because if something breaks in a part of a slice, you only have to deal with that part of an image. The smaller the slices, the smaller the impacted area. Now, CRCs are actually not for repairing errors. The first thing, what they're here for is to tell you if it's okay or not. In previous versions of FFmpeg before version 3, there was no slice CRC, so the decoder had to do like, I'm decoding. Oh my god, I crashed because the bitstream was broken and I didn't know that there was a problem in it, so it just tried to decode possibly broken data, which could do anything to the decoder, depending on the decoder. So what happens now is the decoder can say, coming in, CRC, okay, decoding, no, that's not okay. Now the decoder can decide, because the decoder knows that field's not okay. I can now decide. It really depends on the decoder. There's no, every time you decode a field with a broken slice CRC, this happens. No, you can say, well, show it to the archivist as it is, like, that's the data, but I know it's broken, it's kind of, Or you can say, well, you want to do error concealment? I give you the slice from the previous field. This is typical error concealment, as for example, as in the DV codec, because parts of the image very often resemble the ones from the previous frame. So you can make the stuff look nicer if you want to. There's even a possibility of doing brute force attempt of restoring the data until the CRC matches again. But depending on the size of the slice and number of the data, I'm not saying that you can fix errors, but you theoretically could, depending on computing power. But it's for your safety, and as an archivist, I will want this to know if my stuff inside is still good. What else? I said FFmpeg versions. So there's version 0. Sure, we programmers always count with 0. Let's not waste a number. Then it's just that was the first version of FF1. It could do stuff, single threading, and so on. Version 1, which is the current default, by the way, if you don't explicitly choose another one, it has information for like scan type. And number 3, which is the one that's recommended, has all bells and whistles that we currently have, like multi-threading and slice CRCs. What about the scan type? I'm mentioning this because you have a video codec and you have a container. And sometimes you can store technical metadata inside the container, and sometimes you can't. So I've been using FF1 and AVI has no field for storing scan type or stuff like this. So you can store it inside the video bitstream. That's a topic for a nice discussion, like what's better? Store that in the container or the codec or both? And what if they don't agree? But that's something else. Let's stick with the properties here. Now you know that FF1 can store the field order. Just an example from the specs, that's how it can store it, like, I don't know, top field first, bottom field first, or progressive, or reserved for future use. Wrapping up the stuff about FFV1. The default values is, the default version is version number 1, not version number 3. So you have to explicitly say, please make an FFV1.3 file. Coder, as I said, if you have 8 bits per component, default is column Rice coder. And if you have more than 8 bits per component, which is probably the default if you do analog ingest, you're going to have range coder anyways. Context is small, as I said, works. Tweak with it if you're into it. Let me know if you have any benchmarking results. Slices are 4, so your image is chopped up into 4 pieces. My personal favorite is 24 slices. I kind of found it nice that the number of slices divides well by the CPU cores that I have, but that's just for encoding performance or decoding performance. If you have the file and then you decode it in a different CPU in the future that has, I don't know, so that's just a performance thing. It doesn't really, it's not that important how many slices you choose for preservation, except with slice CRCs, because then your file's more robust. Getting to the Matroska container. Thanks, Steve, for helping me out there. So I'm only mentioning some of the parameters because it's a very powerful container and we will not even fit this in a 3-day talk what Matroska can do. It's fancy and it's cool. So I've picked those ones in case of you who are familiar with a media conch, the conformance checking tool. There's a policy that says, is Matroska well described? And I said, okay, these fields are reasonable. Let's take a look at what they are. So the first one is segment unique identifier. It's a randomly generated unique identifier that basically is just like a number in your file that's like, you can use this number to really identify this file from another file. And by default, each file has one segment identifier. The other thing is a seek head. I would think of it like an index where a player can go like, okay, what's in your file? And he gets an information, what's in the file and where to find it. It's actually optional, but it speeds up the seeking process to like know which streams, what stuff's in there, and so on. Like an index, you can just browse through the books, read it, but you would have to read through the whole file to know what's in there. Matroska also contains fixity, like the slice CRC in FFV1's bitstream for the slices. Out of video stream, Matroska has CRC in its structure, so it knows if its technical structure and metadata is intact or not. Same principle, so it has these elements like metadata elements, structure elements, and so on, and it can go like, okay, you want to decode me? This one's okay, CRC is fine. This one's okay, CRC is fine. Oh, you're going there? Well, CRC is not fine, now you have to decide what you do with it. But it's always good if a decoder knows if it's getting valid data or invalid data. You also want to have this for preservation, and by default it's on. It also stores the scan type in 2 fields. So one is, it says, is it interlaced or not? Like, I don't know, it's interlaced or it's progressive. And then there's a second one that says, okay, so progressive, progressive, or you have a top field first, or, well, it's interlaced, but I don't know, or you have a bottom field first, and then the other 2, bottom field first swapped and top field first swapped, the way I understood it from reading it, I'm not 100% sure to admit it. It's like, the data is stored in this way, but please present it in this way. He's nodding, I'm right. Now, I'm doing some crossover here for practical reasons. So you've got the Matroska container, the values in white, that's how they're in. There's a really nice tool called Matroska Prop Edit, or basically MKV Toolnix from Moritz Bunkus, and it's a very elaborate tool suite, cross-platform and everything, that you can use to fine-tune, tweak, and analyze Matroska files. I basically find it, like here, down there, I have Matroska Toolnix in the credits afterwards. So it's like, if you do an MKFA prop edit -L, it lists all kind of properties of Matroska that is able to, that it knows about. And so the white terms are the terms of MKV prop edit. And this is the color information about the video data stored inside. So you have the color range, if it's full range or broadcast range. You've got primaries, transfer characteristics, and matrix coefficients for giving you your files the metadata, how to treat the color right. And below there with the minus, those are the syntax parameters for if you make a file with FFmpeg and you want to provide this information. That's not Matroska specific. It's basically you tell FFmpeg this is the color information, and it'll do its best and its job to translate this to whatever container you're actually using. So this will set the fields with color information to make the media conj policy happy if the Matroska file is well defined. I took the actual values here, like this. Oops. These ones are for PAL, and I just took them from the code of VRecord, because there are people who are better at explaining color stuff in video files than I am. More things in Matroska. That one's like, yeah, everyone can do this tagging. Yeah, it's descriptive metadata, but it's not to be taken for granted. Not all containers have an elaborate suite of tags that you can use. So you can tell the file, this audio track is English, this audio track is German, this audio track is Hungarian, or this video track is this, or this video track is that. And you can really do this in a very nice and not a hacked way. So it's really designed for this. Another one that shall be used with caution. With great power comes great responsibility. You can put files, any kind of file, in a Matroska container. I'm quite emotional about this. So a lot of archivists go like, I want to have everything in one file. But I'm like, but it's way difficult to parse it, and you have to make, like, the applications have to support, like, the more stuff you put in your file, the more complex your file is, the harder it is to migrate, read, because you have to deal with everything that's inside. I want to have everything in one file. I'm like, okay, I know, but broadcast does it. I want to have everything in one file. And I'm like, yes, but have you ever dealt with a file that has more? Okay, I hope you know what I'm getting at. It's like as simple as possible and as complicated as necessary is a very good approach for preservation. So you can put files into a Matroska container. It's really cool because that's what it even says on Matroska website. It's really cool. You can actually put the code to decode your stuff into a Matroska file. I could just take the source code of FFmpeg and put it into my video file. It'll be 15 megabytes larger, but that'd be awesome. But then you need programs that actually know that there's an attachment in there and deal with it and so on. So for example, the ones of you who know RAWcooked, it uses this to take all files that are not audiovisual and are also there, like metadata files or XMLs or whatever you put next to your film DPX wave stuff, and just puts it in a Matroska container, like in a zip file. I think you should notice, but again, choose wisely if and how you use this feature. A nice one would be like thumbnails or whatever. So wrapping up with an FFmpeg recipe to give you something to go and play with, that would be a recipe for creating PAL, European kind of file, FFV1 in Matroska. So what is it? We've got FFmpeg, minus input, video file source, codec video FFV1. Please choose version 3, coder 1, which is range coder, context 0, small context, slices 24, that's also Christmas, and please enable CRCs for the slices. Why did I choose coder 1 and context 0, although these are the default values? Because the default values in any application that you use might change over time for these or that reasons. And I prefer for encoding for archival stuff to explicitly say, I'm encoding with these parameters, so you're sure that this is the set that you're encoding with. Color primaries, color information, map 0 says, please take all the streams from the source and map them to the target as good as possible. Then I defined a top field first, so it's interlaced and I want to have the information in there. Copy the audio stream as it is, make a group of pictures of size 1, intraframe only, and PIX format. Plus, it's regardless of codec and container, but it says the color information subsampling and PIX format in FFmpeg. If you cannot use the same identical PIX format in the target as in the source, throw an error. Without this, FFmpeg would nicely, conveniently fall back to the nearest matching PIX format option, but as an archivist, I want to keep the original as it is and be sure about this. There are some references in the slides that I also used for lookup and reference. Some of them are the specifications, some of them are the Wikipedia pages. They're a nice read, especially like now it's winter, it's cold outside, you can read stuff. That's it for this morning. Thank you very much. Questions or comments?
Do we have, we're going to take questions from the outside world first.
This is from the collaborative notes. It says, why doesn't Michael Niedermeyer make V3 the default given its clear benefits?
Why what?
Why isn't?
Why isn't 3 the default in FFV1?
I was asking myself the same question. And I'm probably gonna like speak with the others and go like, if we could just change this to 3, but I tried it with the current version in Git, then it's actually 1. Unless I made a mistake, which also can happen. Anything else?
Any other questions?
Yep.
Yes?
David Pfluger. Did I get that correctly? You can put conflicting information on the field order in Matroska and FFV1
In
and what happens
any
if you
codec and container. If, for example, I have it with H.264, where it's very common, it's in my notes in here that a lot of people produce the file and don't check what kind of metadata was set, if it renders correctly. So sometimes an the codec stream, in that case H.264, it's nothing FFV1 or Matroska specific. Yes, they can disagree. Are you raising your hands? You wanna answer this? Then go for it.
Hold on 1 second.
Because there's not one solution to this. It's a choice, but I'm curious.
Eugen Hoyos from FFmpeg. The problem is even worse because you can tell your codec that it should use interlaced encoding for progressive material. So then the codec will definitely store that it's interlaced because you need that information for decoding. But now what should we store in the container? Should we store the information that the original material was progressive, or should we store the information that we used interlaced encoding to store to actually store the information? And to give it an additional level of complexity, if the original content was broadcast, then it is always marked as interlaced, even if it's a movie, in which case it's most likely not interlaced but progressive material. So I understand the question, but there is no simple answers because of how interlaced works. This was one of the reasons that HEVC did not contain any specification for interlaced encoding, and we were extremely happy about it. But the broadcasting industry found a way to put to use interlaced encoding with HEVC, which makes decoding nearly impossible. Thank you.
Steve?
Hold on, one more question.
Now
Here
you
we
know
go.
why I kind of shipped around this, because we can talk about that very long.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the problem in storing the information in the codec is that if you want to change it, you have to re-encode everything. The idea of storing it in the container is that you can fix something, like maybe not interlacing, but for example, the transfer function or color range. You can change that if you realize that the source materials was lying about what it was actually using. You can fix it in the container, and the whole file will play correctly. If you want to change it in the codec, then you will have to re-encode everything, and with the big storage and everything, it's probably a problem.
That's why I'm a big fan of that the container overrides the codec one, so I can basically fix this because I have this, and with H.264 I'd have a generation loss if I fix it with re-encoding. I think I'm out of time, but the thing is that it's tricky. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. And up next we have Kieran O'Leary, hold on, what'd you say, Kieran? Data and Digital Systems Manager at the Irish Film Archive. Welcome, Kieran.
Thanks, Blake.
One quick thing for all the speakers. The camera is there. You see, the camera's there. So avoid hiding behind this Dell laptop who did not sponsor the conference.
Cool. Okay, so this is just a quick lightning talk. It was about some experiments that we did in the IIIF about looking at a collection of a couple of hundred standard definition ProRes within the MOV container files to FFmpeg and Matroska, and some of the conclusions we kind of came to. So why would you want to normalize lossy video to lossless? I think it's quite uncontroversial to take uncompressed or lossless video and migrate it to a lossless format. Doing it with lossy is maybe a little bit more controversial. Perhaps FFV1 or JPEG 2000 or something like that might already be the designated preservation master format for a whole bunch of your files. Like in the IIIF, for film scans, we migrate our DPX to FFV1 and Matroska via RAWcooked. Our uncompressed YUV tape migrations as well are also migrated to FFV1 and Matroska. So we thought, let's just at least investigate this. Will we use FFV1 or will we just maintain ProRes within MOV? Also, yeah, maybe folks might want to move away from proprietary formats and FFV1 and Matroska for, we spent 4 years talking about how great it is as a preservation file format. And perhaps you might, think you might want to safeguard your collections in some way by doing this. And some of the dangers here are like, just what if some of the significant properties are lost, and even finding out what are the significant properties. How do you validate that the normalization was correct? Because I think anytime you do these kinds of file format migrations, you have to be really, really careful. And I think unless you have a really, really good reason, you might be better off staying away from it. Like, is FrameMD5 validation enough? Like, any test that we did, like the FrameMD5 is matched, and like running it through our Python scripts that we'd use for uncompressed video, they all said like your files have the same decoded checksums as the original. So that was all grand, and it would show up as lossless. So that was all okay. I mean, there's the usual file size increase that comes from taking lossy files and transforming them into lossless. For ProRes, this wasn't like super scientific, but in general, it was like around a 30 to 40% increase in file size. And so yeah, it was Raylene Casey, Gavin Martin, and myself did a bunch of tests on these things. And one of the issues was like a lot of the files that we had were created on Macs. They were either created with like Final Cut Pro, 7, Blackmagic Media Express, or Asia Control Room. And there was pretty much all of these files had clean aperture metadata in there. And this is almost like where we stopped investigating at this point, because what we realized was any of these files that had the clean aperture metadata, they only displayed, the only way you could actually render a file that obeyed a bunch of this metadata here was by playing it back in QuickTime Player. If it was in VLC, this was like your original ProRes file, or in FFplay, MPV, or whatever, it would just ignore these values. And these are essentially just defining crops. There's a whole bunch of numbers going on here, but when they're all kind of smashed together, the 41472 divided by 59, multiplied by the pixel aspect ratio, 59 by 54, you just produce a number called 768. When you divide 768 by 576, that's like what it should actually display as. It's 4 by 3, 1.33. It's all fine. And you can see here, this is in QuickTime Player. The image goes over to the edge, but if you look at it in VLC, and it would be the same, this would be the FFE1 file if it was viewed in VLC as well. You can see those. I picked an absolutely terrible image, I apologize. But you can see there's some, you can't see. Trust me, there's about 8 pixels of black padding on either side here. And if you look at, broadcast requirements, look at the video, or submitting standard definition video to the BBC or something, they're kind of acknowledging that in Rec 601 video, you're only supposed to show like 703 pixels or such. An increased difficulty here is, with these values here, in Rec 601, I think they define the pixel aspect ratio as 59 divided by 54. If the 720 pixels wide are, if there's like a crop down to about, I don't know, it's like rounded up to 703 or so, you will get 4 by 3. But by default, when you're encoding, the crop is pretty much ignored. The 59 divided by 54 is applied to the 720. And it produces 786 pixels wide, which then produces an aspect ratio of 1.36 to 4. Like previously, like Age of Control Room and Blackmagic Media Express would just use a different pixel aspect ratio, 16 by 15, and it would at least show up as 4 by 3, but you would still have those black bars. And like the larger question of whether or not these things should be cropped upon display or not, or whether this even matters, that's probably another lightning talk, but the thing is, the tool that created this file, I think it was intended to display like this in QuickTime Player. And it doesn't survive the normalization, I would say to most containers if you're within the FF, or using open source tools. Okay, so I don't want to just like come up here and complain about these tools or anything like that. I want to talk about like what happened next and like all the mistakes I made, I guess. So I figured from hearing about the work of the Office of Media Tech over the years and just no time to wait and stuff, like, you can just sponsor open source developers to fix things. The IIIF did it a few times, mostly with Jérôme Martinez. We found there was issues with analyzing digital cinema packages within MediaInfo, so we sponsored the improvements, and we also contributed to RAWcooked as well. So I figured Paul B. Mahal is always asking people, what do you want to fix in FFmpeg? And so I said I would get in touch with him, and then he kept asking me over and over again, why haven't you emailed me? I haven't received a mail, and eventually we resolved this off list, and he was super nice about everything. And so what I've done in the meantime is just look through where are these issues actually reported on the appropriate bug trackers. So actually, Carl Eugen, a few years ago, raised this ticket, so there was no need for me to make a new one. So there was cropping defined. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. These values, the clean aperture values, they can be mapped to Matroska. There's like pixel width values, and it's just, the mapping isn't available right now, but it totally can be if some development is sponsored. And even if they are there, they don't display in VLC right now. But again, that can totally be fixed. This was me posting this at the CLAP atom. CLAP is clean aperture. They're ignored by FFmpeg. And then I guess this was probably, yeah, because it's owned by Steve Lhomme. Supports pixel crop values in Matroska. And then I remember Agate, I'm not going to be able to pronounce their surname right, but in No Time to Wait 2 had an amazing talk about players. And I think this was one of the key bits of why they wanted to keep an older version of QuickTime Player around. You could turn off the cropping, which was quite useful. And so I was hoping to maybe try and get this introduced into Matroska. and there's some more. So the outcome of it was that, like, maybe we're not going to migrate to FFU and Matroska for these, like just keep them as they are, and instead maybe focus on trying to improve the open source environments that will decode and display these tools. So I think that any issue that I would have described there, it can be fixed in FFmpeg, it can be fixed in VLC, and we can have a much better environment to actually retain our ProRes files. And it's actually, I've mostly been talking about issues with the MOV container specifically. So, but we want to kind of get all this kind of ironed out first before delving too deep into ProRes. I have very little interest now anymore in normalizing ProRes. Let's just, like with maybe DV, just leave it as is. So yeah, so maybe that's the lesson here. Like when you run into something and it doesn't quite work or something seems wrong, maybe take that extra step to report the issue, figure out what part you can play in fixing it. I'm hoping that we'll be able to find some funding to fix this, but we may not. So if anyone wants to jump ahead of us and pay FFmpeg and VLC developers to do this, fire ahead, it would be great. And you can give a talk maybe at the next No Time to Wait about how you did that. So that's that. Any questions? I probably have no time. Yeah.
There's time for one question.
Cool.
Yes, Peter.
Hey.
Hey, Kieran. Great. Very interesting. The only thing I was asking, how do you deal with that? Actually, there is no legally official legal ProRes decoder except for the black box.
Yeah.
As
But
a preservation format, like when you say, okay, let's keep ProRes as it is.
Yeah.
But you didn't mention that it's a black box, except for the other Kieran's reverse engineered decoder.
Yeah, but I mean, is there particular issues with the open source decoder right now?
No technical issues. It's
Yeah.
perfectly fine. It's just that legally it's in a gray zone.
Yeah, but I mean, I think so far anyway, I think Apple have been pretty hands off. I think there's been I think there might have been some secret discussions with FFmpeg developers, from what I understand, that I'm not sure. I'm going to look for any shakes of the head that I should stop talking now. But I believe that when the decoder was originally released, or maybe the encoder, that maybe some Apple developers got in touch and said, you're doing a few things wrong, and here's how you should fix it. Is maybe I think it's a compromise that we're willing to take anyway.
Okay,
I would rather retain it as is right now. I am, apart from some of the issues described here, I'm pretty happy with the way that we can decode it. And so in future, hopefully, it would be a better situation. Maybe Apple will release an open source decoder. It'll never happen. Okay.
But it'd be cool. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you. And sorry, we have no more time for questions on that one. Up next is Kate Murray from Library of Congress. Please welcome Kate.
Hi, everybody. It'll just take me a second to find my presentation. While I do that, I'll say this is my fourth No Time to Wait. I've been to 3 in person, and last year I participated remotely, which was great, so I'll say hi to everybody on the live stream. And I'm not sure if folks can see me because I'm short. But so I'm thrilled to be here today, and I'm going to be talking about a project about significant properties for digital video. And Kieran and I did not plan this, but Kieran mentioned significant properties. I don't see Kieran in the audience now, but there he is. And so FAGI has been working on a project. So here are the links I'm going to be talking about today. I'm not sure what the internet is here today, so I've got some screenshots. You can find everything at the FAGI website, which is digitizationguidelines.gov, or try those. So first, a couple of things about FAGI. So my standard FAGI joke is that it's a terrible acronym, right, but for good people doing great work. And it stands for the Federal Agencies Digital Guidelines Initiative. This is the US federal agencies. We have two working groups, one for still images, and if anyone is involved with still image digitization, you're likely familiar with the FADGI star ratings. And the other one is, and that group is led by my colleague, Tom Rieger, and the other one is the audiovisual working group, which I lead, and we cover audiovisual materials, right? Audio, video, and motion picture film. Some of you may know us from some of our big projects. We did a couple years ago a comparison of file formats for digital video, or reformatted video, I should say. We recently published an MXF application specification through SMPTE called RDD48, and I will say that that publication is the only SMPTE publication that's ever been published with a Creative Commons license, so it's freely available on the FADGI website. We have done some guidelines for digitizing motion picture film, and we have a new open source tool out called Embark, which embeds metadata into DPX files and does some conformance checking, and we're expanding that to other formats as well. I will say that all of the projects that FADGI does, all of the open source tools, all of our tools are open source, including we have one for still images called OpenDice, which has now been made open source, but all of our software is open source, and all of our publications have a Creative Commons license since December 2016, so you're free to use any of our information. FADGI is 20 US federal agencies. Most of them are in the cultural heritage community, so we have a lot of folks from the US Library of Congress and the National Archives, also Smithsonian. We have got a couple of FADGI members, active FADGI members here in the audience today, but we also have Voice of America and folks like NOAA, which is our weather agency, and NASA, which is the space agency, and they are very interested. NASA especially is very interested in the work that we've done with DPX. And I'll just give a little bit of a shout out. One of the better known FADGI projects is support for BWF meta edit. So, and Dave talked about his love for the broadcast wave file earlier, so I can attest to this. But FADGI developed the guidelines for embedding metadata into the Bex chunk, FADGI related guidelines for embedding metadata, and then we provided the initial support for the development of BWF meta edit. And that first happened through AVP, and Jérôme and Dave both worked on that. But a little bit of the, I guess, no time to wait effect is that 2 years ago in Vienna, I remember a conversation with Dave and Jérôme in the lobby of the Film Institute there, and I said, well, we need to do some work to improve BWF meta edit. Jérôme had been doing that on a volunteer basis, so just 2 short years later, and that is sarcastic, right? We finally got some funding to do we'll be doing some bug fixes and some feature enhancement, and we'll make more announcements about this later, but if you wanted to contribute to that, please do so through this link. So finally, let's talk about what we're here to talk about. So the FADGI group was really inspired by some work that came out of the National Archives of the Netherlands, and they put some documentation out at IPRES in 2018 rather, and again in 2019 about significant properties. And in my mind, significant properties kind of ebbs and flows, right? Sometimes it's quite popular and sometimes it falls out of favor, but I was really impressed by this work that they did. And their definition of significant properties is about information types that preservation practitioners consider significant in most contexts. It doesn't mean it has to stay the same, but just the information type is significant and something you want to pay attention to. And this differs a little bit from the initial report that was put out by JISC in 2008, where they're talking about the features that need to be preserved through those changes. So there's a little bit of a different definition there. So the FADGI group met after the last IPRES in 2018, and I thought, you know, this is some great starter work that the National Archives of the Netherlands has put out, but maybe we can do a bit of a deeper dive. So a bunch of us started to work from last March through July, and we put out a draft form, which you can find at that link, and it's still super drafty, and I'll talk about that in a second, but that's okay. But this is the list of the significant properties that came out from the National Archives of the Netherlands, And just I'll walk you through this spreadsheet a little bit. It's part of as an extract of a much longer spreadsheet that's got all different content types in it, and this is just the bit for video. And so the second column there is mapping to the significant properties from the JISC report. They've got a list of characteristics. That bit with the numbers over there are mapping to other projects that have looked at significant properties, and that includes the Art and Humanities Data Service, Archivematica, the JISC report, and a couple others. And that final column over there is how important are these things. And so we took a look at this and we thought, you know, that's quite helpful, but what is missing from this list, right? Is this list the list that we want? But also, what are the context rather, of these different data points? So, you know, what does this mean when you're talking about image streams, for example? And I'll go to depth a little bit that in a minute. So, the FAGI project says, all right, so what are the technical characteristics that we want to look at, specifically in the GLAM section, not necessarily in broadcast, but in galleries, libraries, archives, and museums? And what ways can those properties be changed? But also, what's the impact of change on those various properties? So there's also a completely selfish tie-in, as I say there, to a project that I did in 2014 from FAGI called Creating and Archiving Born Digital Video. And that has some high-level recommendations in there. But it's about 5 years since that has happened now, and it could certainly use an update. But I do think that there's some good information in there that we can pull from. So, so this FSPDV is arguably a worse acronym than FAGI, but only marginally so. So when these are the data points that we actually came up with, and there's a couple of slides of these, and the ones that are in italics are ones that we haven't really come across in other significant properties projects rather. So we sort of define it by the class of significant properties from the original JISC report. We have two levels of definition. One is an in-depth technical definition, and one is something for a layperson. And our audience for this project is really sort of beginner to mid-level practitioners. We're not talking about engineers here. And then we've got lots of references in there. And for me, one of the most important parts of this is typical values. What do you expect to see in a field that's talking about chroma sampling, for example? And then we'll talk a little about the impact of change. I've got the map to the high-level recommended practices. I'm not sure whether those things are blue, because I don't think they were blue earlier, but it doesn't matter. The blue means nothing. And then how is this data represented in some various open source tools? So if you're looking at, you know, what tags can you expect to see this data in? So these are what we have come up with and that we think is arguably significant. And I should say this is certainly a collaborative project. You know, when I put this abstract in, I thought surely we'll be finished because we had wanted to present this at IPRES 2019. We did not present it at IPRES 2019 because we just haven't gotten a chance to sort of finalize it yet. But these are what we think are significant at this point. The stuff in orange is something that we have seen in other significant properties projects, but we have augmented that description in some way, and we'll see yellow in some additional slides. That's something that we have not typically seen. So one thing that sort of surprised me was that you do see associated metadata in other projects, and to me, I'll put my MXF hat on, and that's something that we saw a lot in RDD 48. There's a lot of discussion about how to describe color, and I would say we have not yet done that perfectly in the FAGI documents, but we're sort of getting there. Chroma sampling, there's a lot of information that you see about the encoding, but much to my surprise, not so much about the wrapper. Time code, if you're into that, captions and subtitles, and there's a couple more that we're thinking of, but we haven't necessarily decided if they should be in there or not. And this is, you probably can't see it, but this is just a screenshot of, imagine this is one long thing there going across. And so this particular one is about image size. And there's lots of different ways that people have described image size. In the significant properties, they had image height and image width. And we decided to combine them so that we could also make some mention of some resolution there. So you see we have our technical definition and then our layperson one. Some of this is the handiest thing, I think, like what is a typical value that you would see there for an NTSC or even a computer screen one, and what's the impact of change on that property if you're looking at it in two different files and they're not agreeing, what's happening there. We also have links to some relevant standards where you might find this information and where did we get our definitions from. The map to the high-level recommended practices, our earlier FADGI project. And these are the fields in which you would find that data in Media Info or or FFprobe or EXIFtool. Some folks like EXIFtool, so we put that in there. So this is an example of the Chroma summary one, and sampling one. And I think back to when I was first starting many years ago, and if you see 422 somewhere, what exactly does that mean? So this is a bit more in-depth technical, so we'll talk about a little bit of the difference between YCBCR or YUV, but then there's also the summary definitions. It says, this is, when you're converting, this is what this means. That's the color channel separation there. Video tracks or channels is described in the National Archives of the Netherlands as, I think it's, is it image streams? So we decided to parse that out a little bit. And in our larger workbook, we have several pages, which I'll go through in a minute, but one of them, it gives an opportunity to provide some more information. So a track, a channel, a stream, they all are kind of used interchangeably, but there is a little bit of a difference there, so we wanted to provide, for those who want a little bit more information, an opportunity to get that. So there's a link to this sort of second page, which talks about some of the differences between those things. So we wanted to, you want to summarize to an extent, but you also want to provide enough information. And we spent almost an entire hour-long session talking about duration. So you'd think duration just means the runtime of the video, right? But alas, it means maybe some more different things there. So for those of people who are just, for what duration means is it is the runtime and it's in ISO 8601, that's fine. But then an engineer got in the room and they provided all of that information that no one wants to read, right? But it does talk about some of the more in-depth information about time code and drop frame and some of this other stuff. So if you want to go deeper, if you need to go deeper, that information is then available. So this is the tabs that we have available now. So the draft is the summary one, and my vision, and I would joke in our meetings that I would die on this hill, right? I want it to be like a one-page poster that you can put up on your wall. I don't know that that's ever going to come to be, but it would be a one-page poster. And then we have a second column, a second page that goes into provide some of that more in-depth information. We have a resources and references list. Where are we getting all of our definitions? What are the standards that you should be looking at? And then the final page is about what we did early on, which was mapping significant properties projects across one another, and it's a little bit incomplete, so I wouldn't go by that necessarily. I think I gave up at a certain point, but it is kind of helpful to see what people think is significant and what FADGI might think is significant. So yeah, we'll detailed key frames and concepts and references and lots of other stuff. Peter contacted me earlier this week, last week, and said that he's interested in the project and that we are, could he comment on it? And the answer is yes, of course. We would love to have comments on it. Comments are always welcome in FADGI land. Just a couple of shout outs to some folks who worked on this project with us. A couple of folks are in the room, including Julia and Blake and potentially some other folks. So just want to acknowledge the good work that everyone here has done. So this is the references from this talk, but the much longer list of references is available on the FADGI spreadsheet. And before I go away, I want to give a shout out to some work that's happening in YASA. So many of you may be aware of YASA TC06, which was guidelines for reformatted video, and that work was led by Carl Fleischauer, and it's published and freely available on the YASA site. And there was always a thought that we would do a complementary one on born digital video, but we decided to make that into a new document. So instead of having TC06 go on forever, that it would now become TC07. And this work is going to be led by the amazing Samaya Langley, and she is looking for help. So the thought here is that it would be a much more sort of an open and collaborative effort, that you could just write about the little bit that you know and don't have to be intimidated by trying to provide an enormous amount of information. And if you're interested in learning how to participate, Lars Gaustad has some handouts. So Lars, can you wave to folks in the back? There's Lars. He's the head of our technical committee in YASA. Oh, sorry. Alessandra has the handouts there. Oh, that's from Lars. Anyway, someone has handouts. So if you're interested, please contact them or give Samaya a shout on Twitter, or that's the email, borndigitalvideo@gmail.com. And I think that's it. Did I talk really fast?
You did, but that was fine.
Oh,
There's plenty of time for questions, which I know everyone has lots of questions. Julia, yes. Well, not you, but...
From Brett. If file format or container is a significant property, and significant properties are supposed to stay unaltered forever, then this implicitly means that no transcoding or rewrapping should ever be done. Where's the bug in my reasoning?
So we are using the term significant property in a little bit of a different way. I don't believe that a significant property has to remain unchanged forever. I think a significant property is a technical characteristic that you should be aware of. And if there is change, what is the impact of that change? So Peter had a similar question to me earlier this week. And I think Fadji's interpretation of that is used in a bit of a different way. So I don't know if Brecht needs to reply. He certainly can.
Yes?
I have a remark. Among your significant properties, there was audio bit depth, if I read that correctly. Yeah, no, here, no. Once again, yeah,
oh,
here,
yeah,
audio
sorry.
bit depth. For most audio files and for everything in broadcast, this property does not exist.
We could have a mistake there.
And the issue is here that most people believe that such a property exists. I know that because we regularly get such bug reports. The bit depth is presented by FFmpeg is wrong. But the problem is there is no right or wrong bit depth because of the technical base how audio is encoded.
Well, I was going to look up to see what we said, but I would say let's chat later and see what we have in our sheet.
Yes.
But again, the comments are super welcome, and if we have a mistake, we'll happily fix it. But also, we'll have to see what our context is rather.
When I read it, I thought to myself that audio sampling rate, on contrary, is an important property, and then I realized that Opus, which is a new audio codec that is considered the best
I'm sorry, what was that codec? I didn't hear it.
OPUS.
Oh, OPUS, okay.
So it is considered of quality-wise being the best codec, and it does not strongly support the concept of sampling rates. So I'm just stating this because I agree that these are significant properties, but some of these do not always exist.
I think that's okay. If they don't exist in whatever the codec is, then they don't exist. Nothing is required in this way. If they exist in the file, then we're interested in knowing about them.
Yes, we have another question here.
Hi, Kate. I think this is really fantastic work, and I look forward to contributing in some way. My question is this going to align in any way with the capability that Premise, the preservation metadata implementation strategies, has for documenting these significant properties? Because they have a whole set of elements about where you can manually define the significant properties that you want to preserve over time.
Premise makes me tired. I think all of these things interact, right? And we didn't necessarily look at Premise when we started this work, but I assume that there's some mapping, and you could integrate this into Premise in some way. But the Library of Congress is the host of Premise. We don't implement Premise even in our own institution because it's a complicated structure. So, but I said Premise makes me tired, but I'm a fan of Premise. But yeah.
Are there any other questions? And quick note, when you do ask a question, please stand up and state your name. It's a new rule. Yes, we do have one.
Yeah, hi, my name is Alex from the British Archives. I just wanted to make a comment regarding the audio bit depth and the sampling rate. At the British Archives, we consider those two things extremely important. We normally use 24 bits, 48 kilohertz sampling rate. That's what we use. Extremely important. We were on 16-bit, the CD format, but we decided to go to 24-bit.
Okay, let's not have an argument about that. Kate will answer all questions about that later. Thanks, Kate.
Thank you.
Okay, up next is Steve Lhomme. Please welcome Steve.
Can I just
Yeah.
can I forward it?
I would just unplug it.
Okay.
We're doing a computer switch.
Okay, so my first presentation for this morning will be to tell you about what's been going on for the last year or two in the standardization of EBML and Matroska. So who am I? I'm the guy who actually started the project from a fork from another project. And I created it on the 6th of December 2002. So the birthday is tomorrow. I did that on my free time, knowing almost nothing about audio and video, well, almost. I'm also a VLC developer, full-time for the last 5 years. I will talk about that in my next talk. The IIIF process is all happening online for free. Most of it is happening on a mailing list and also on GitHub. The main contributors are Dave, that probably all of you know, myself, Jérôme, Michael Robertson, who is actually important in getting the group focused and is not actually technically involved, but he's managing the whole group and the meetings and everything. Moritz, who is the guy who's making MKV2 NICs that many of you use. Reto Kromer, you also probably know him. Martin Bello, who is involved in chapter. Ashley. Tim Terryberry, who's from Mozilla, has been working a bit on the group, and a lot more you can find on GitHub, all the contributors. So there's a stellar work group at IIIF, so a dedicated group was created to standardize FFV1, EBML, Matroska, and FLAC for audio. So you can follow the link to find all the documents and meetings and everything. So for those of you who were not at previous No Time to Wait, Matroska was designed for long-term preservation of any kind of audio and video files, even live streams. Including metadata, for example, tags, which is not very common, at least for the files you find online, unlike for audio with ID3 for MP3, for example. It was also designed for live streaming. I was explaining yesterday the story with Og
Vorbis, we had a long argument with the people from XIF who created OG, Opus, Dala, Theora video codecs, that their container wasn't good for video. And so to prove that, because OG is very good for streaming audio, so to prove that, we also made Matroska good for live streaming to show them they really have no need to keep OG anymore. And Matroska uses EBML underneath, which is like an XML but in binary format that was designed for Matroska and for live streaming. So like I said, the project was forked in 2002. So how does the IIIF work? So it's an open group, anybody can join in, everything is online and free, documents are free, participation is free, but if you go to the IIIF meetings, which happen like every 6 months all over the world, you have to pay a fee to get inside. We did that once or twice when we were sponsored. And there's also the patent disclosure, which is very important for us. That means everybody who participates in the group, when they want something added to a document, if there's a patent related to what they're trying to add, they have to mention it, because knowing that, we might decide to reject it or not. So far, it never happened. Also, IIIF is the group, it stands for Internet Engineering Task Force, I think, and that's pretty much all the internet standards were created are happening, except for World Wide Web, but now it's moving to be completely proprietary, so IIIF is really the way to go. And in the seller group, we have 1 monthly meeting, which was not happening in the beginning, and we were just working on our own time. Now we have monthly meeting to be really focused at least once a month on getting things moving, and it's really helpful. So there's a group on GitHub, it's called seller-wg for work group. So there's a few repositories. There's the EBML one for the EBML specs, the Matroska one for the Matroska specs. There's the FLAC one, I think. And the IIIF one is on a different GitHub group. And so to give you an idea of all the work that's been done, you can see the commits and how many contributors were happening for each group. That was a snapshot from a week ago and keeps growing, and it will keep growing. The progress is now slower compared to previous No Time to Wait, where we had EU funding, so there were dedicated people working full-time on that. Now it's really happening when we have time, but it's still happening, and we actually, well, I'll talk about that later. So for EBML, we are almost done. There's only like one technical IIIF issue that we have to decide. That's pretty much done. Otherwise, the whole document is what they call ready for standard. So we're almost there. I hope it will be done in 2019, otherwise probably early 2020. That's the underlying format. It can also be, it was designed for Matroska, but can also be used for other things. For example, RAWcooked is using EBML to store the DPX metadata information. They store that in their own EBML format, which they attach at the end of the Matroska file. And there are also further development we can add to EBML. We have some ideas, but for now we're focusing on what's existing and Matroska. For Matroska, we decided to split the documents in at least 3 documents. One is the basic format part, where you need that document if you want to be able to play files. The other is codecs, because normally we designed it so that any codec could be put in Matroska. And for example, when it was created, even H.264 didn't exist, and it was added to Matroska. It actually made Matroska popular because of that. Now it's happening with AV1. For example, I created the mapping from the AV1 bit stream to Matroska. AV1 is a codec, a lossy codec that most internet companies are involved in, maybe all of them. That would be Google, Microsoft, Apple, yes, Apple in a completely open format, no patents as well. So basically I did the mapping to Matroska. It's available for free as well, but we don't want the codecs to be part of the Matroska document. It would be too big and too long to define all of them at once. Also the tagging system that Peter talked a bit about will be separate because it can be its own document and it's also not needed for playback. We're also thinking about taking chapters off the main document because it's not needed for playback and it can be its own document, especially since it has some kind of chapter codex that nobody uses yet. Well, hopefully one day people will. And so that's why we're also splitting, because there's a lot of work to be done, and we want to concentrate now on the basic playback for document for playback format. So what changed since the last No Time to Wait? We created some kind of XML schema to define EBML formats. That would be the Matroska format, the format from RAWcooked. We also heard from people that actually use EBML we had no idea about, but other people already starting using it. So now we have an XML schema that's standardized in the standard that's about to be published. So basically you can create your own elements in another document, and because of the way it's done, you could know exactly how to integrate it, for example, in Matroska. We also had some tools to verify that your XML schema is valid. From that XML schema, because it has all the information about your format, we can generate some code. We already do that, for example, in MK Validator. In lib Matroska 1 and 2, 1 is C++, 2 is C. I also did it for FFmpeg. I haven't sent the patches yet, but the code is done. So basically, when something is added or changed in the XML schema, you can generate the code, and you just have to send your code to FFmpeg to be merged. You know it matches exactly the specifications. And to do that, we use something called EBML pass, which is basically like an XPath in XML, but to define an ABML elements, including recursive one. I'm not going to the details. And so you're all welcome to come help. It's on GitHub. You can just send patches, add comments, create issues if you read the documents and you don't understand something, because we want it to be as readable as possible. The Matroska main playback is probably the one you want to focus on, because it's really the core of what you're doing every day, unlike, for example, EBML. And I think that's it.
We can take one question if there is one, or we can just move to the next speaker. Okay, I think we're going to move to the next speaker. Thank you, Steve. Up next is Andy Irving. Please welcome Andy.
Great. Here I am. Excellent. Great. So hello, I'm Andy Irving and I work at the British Library, but that doesn't matter because today I'm here to advocate hard for the International Image Interoperability Framework, which now is AV compatible. So I assume that some of you will not be familiar with this if you're not from the kind of galleries, libraries, archives and museum sector, so I will very briefly give an overview of which we usually pronounce as IIIF. And at its core, it's basically a model for presenting and annotating digital representations of objects. So things that exist in the real world that we want to digitize and make available over the internet, with lots of other benefits as well. But mostly, it's a community that develops shared APIs, so application programming interfaces, implements them in software, and exposes interoperable content. So we have a hard rule that every kind of spec feature has to have at least 2 independent implementations, which is really nice, so we don't spend time kind of describing specification that doesn't go anywhere. It's got actual deliverables at the end. And it's also a global community, so this is an out-of-date slide, but kind of shows either adopters or people who contribute to IIIF in some way across the world. It's fair to say that that's focused around the majority world, but is expanding into other areas, and hopefully into some more after today. And so why IIIF AV? Well, IIIF has been around now for almost a decade and has done some really great things for making images available through our community. One of the huge benefits for us is that you can share content without having to necessarily go and get a copy of it. Using the web to distribute things and building on top of open standards allows us to kind of do things with minimum kind of interference and boilerplate. And we thought, wouldn't it be really great if we could describe complex audiovisual works in exactly the same way and get some of the same benefits that we get from IIIF, but for our AV resources. For example, being able to annotate, translate, transcribe content, provide access restriction, provide search through the content, all through one standard way, so we can reuse our tools and workflows and give a kind of common user interface. So at the British Library, we kind of gathered a bunch of people from around the world in a room the complete opposite of this, with no windows or air conditioning, and kind of thought in early 2016, you know, is there scope for expanding this? And we all agreed that the answer was yes. So we then went on to kind of pursue how that might look. So very, very briefly, the IIIF presentation API is the most important one and the one I'm going to focus on today. And that's really about creating structure and describing works. And so basically, collection and manifest are just units of distribution, like a Matroska container. A canvas is like an abstract space, so somewhere that's got a width and a height, more or less, and a duration. You just annotate content onto that, and range can describe kind of further structure, like chapters in a DVD or something. You don't really need to know the details of the model, but that's there for reference. So this is what a canvas is. It's something that's got an abstract space, and it has a width and a height, but that's really just to set an aspect ratio so that you can annotate your content onto it. So we can annotate images onto there pretty easily, and of course we can annotate text and other things at different positions, and these are using kind of standard W3C open annotations and fragment selectors so that you can position these correctly within the space. But we can also do exactly the same thing now with time-based media. So a canvas can have a duration, an optional duration. So if you've got audio-only content, for example, you can do that without a width and a height, and you won't get anything displayed, but you will get your audio played back. And that's, I don't want to say that's the crux of the last 3 years' worth of work, but that's kind of the end goal, end result. And it means that we can now kind of implement the really simple use cases, which are, I have some audio-video that I would like to play on the internet, and we can, it's exactly as difficult as it is with images, but also we can do some really complex things, like not quite, but almost re-implement the FFmpeg concat demuxer, but kind of on the fly, which is really nice. So I'd just like to briefly then diverge to talk about the Universal Viewer. So the Universal Viewer is an open source viewing application that's IIIF compatible. It's one that has a pretty great set of features. I mean, being able to deep zoom into images isn't as relevant, but being able to provide YouTube-style embedding, create your own theme, configure it, support other document formats, as well as implement kind of other IIIF APIs like search and authentication, and it being fully internationalized are all pretty good things. And it's a project that's been it's contributed to from a bunch of great organizations, not just the British Library, across the world, and a really great group of contributors there, and I'm there, which is nice. but it's also now run as a community project through Open Collective, so it has like an actual budget, and people can donate money to it, and we can use that money to kind of prioritize community-based fixes. So traditionally in the past, it's been, well, the British Library would like to do this, so we'll spend some time and money doing this, and we'll drag it in one direction, but we're trying to kind of work more as a community around this, so we've got a common direction, and everybody's kind of more happy with it. So this is Ed Silverton. He's the lead developer of the Universal Viewer, but he's also written a really helpful tool that helps you kind of build IIIF output, basically. And I thought what I'd do is, instead of kind of talk and show some pictures, I'd kind of walk through a workflow for how you guys could get started showing your IIIF, your content in IIIF today, hopefully. So this is the tool. It's called Build IIIF, but Ed tells me you can just pronounce it BIF, which is fine. And so it's just a command line application that will, you make a folder structure, stick your MP4 or whatever in there, run your command line, and you get some output. So I thought I'd go through a few really simple scenarios. So the simplest one is that I've got a video and I don't care about any copyright or repercussions or anything. I'm just going to make it available on the internet and this should be fine. Or maybe I'm just going to make it available within my institution. So hopefully this is readable, but if not, basically it's just a directory. You can optionally include some metadata to be displayed alongside it. You need to create a directory with an underscore and put your MP4 file in there, and again you can add some additional metadata if you really want. Run the tool, and then we should get, here we go, we get some IIIF presentation API output. Great. So what does that look like? Well, that depends. Is this going to play? Let's find out. Yes. No. Yes. Not sure who that will have gone to. Maybe Dave. Oh, it went to me. Okay. Get rid of that. That's yes. Well, that's frustrating. Let's try that again. Glad I brought my phone with me. So you might have to imagine what that looks like, which is a real shame. Ooh. Oh, here we go, something's flashing. Right, okay. Oh, I'm getting several copies of it. So, I wasn't sure exactly what to demo, so I found this video on Twitter of Nicolas Cage being introduced on a British talk show, which is going to slowly load. And this is being loaded into the Universal Viewer, but one of the real benefits of IIIF is that you're not tied to any particular technology. And so one of the reasons that we're so keen on it is that at the British Library we had something like 36 different ways of viewing books and stuff that we digitized, which is crazy. I feel like this wants to play, but it just isn't. So that is a shame. Come on. Well, you're not getting the real benefit of that incredible video, but the slides are available and you can enjoy those later on. So that would just be showing the simple video. But what if you don't just want to show a simple video, right? So I showed in that earlier slide we can annotate text onto a canvas as well. Well, we can do exactly the same thing with closed captions. So if you generate web VTT files, for example, if you work certainly in the States, then you need to make sure that you make captions available for any other video content you've got going. In fact, even more relevant now that you can't see the video, you can at least get a gist of what was happening there. And this works in exactly the same way. We can put that in the same folder as the video that we've just seen, and then we can rerun the tool, and it will automatically stick them in the end there. And will get played. And oddly, this looks like it might work. Or not. Well, the demo gods are not being kind to me today, but again, slides are available and you can kind of see yourself. This isn't in the Universal Viewer, this is in a different independent client from Kanzaki Masahide in Japan, which actually is slightly better at showing where the VTT show up. So that's really nice. But obviously this isn't any better than sticking your content on YouTube or Vimeo at the moment. In fact, YouTube will generate captions for you, etc. So why is this any better? Well, one of the things that you can do then is generate kind of more complex structure for your files. And just full disclosure, this is not available in the released version of the BIF tool, but will be very soon. And if you just bang some metadata in like this using this fragment selector here, so this is in seconds, so from between say 100 and 2 seconds, we want to show this content. You can then create kind of a more complex structure. So here I've done exactly that, and I've taken another Nicolas Cage video, and we've kind of created another folder and run it and stuck them together. And this, you kind of end up here with what I've chosen to do in this instance is to create one long video here that's got both of those videos tagged together. So a bit like the FFmpeg concat demuxer. And if it would play, we could enjoy Nicolas Cage showing up in something else entirely. But you can have independent metadata displayed in each of these. It's a bit like chapters in a book or tracks on a CD or whatever. You flick between them by clicking on these two parts here, and you can scrub through the entire timeline. Or you can choose to not do that and just have them as like a playlist style. So, and again, they don't have to play in their entirety. You could, if you were some kind of masochist, splice in a second from each one interlaced and go really crazy with it. And you can do what I call go full BL, which is where we kind of take things to the extreme. So this is a real example from us where we've digitized an archival cassette, which has got recordings over both sides, and we've tried to color in here where that kind of logical structure sits. So we've got programs that start and can carry on. Obviously, we've got subsections of those radio broadcasts where there's a song performance, so there's a Touches by the Proclaimers. We've got stuff that carries on from the end of side one and carries on to the beginning of side two, and yeah, all of that, all different programs, all with complex different metadata requirements and display requirements, etc. But IIIF, and again, full disclosure, not using the BIF tool, but IIIF allows us to kind of generate this table of contents in the Universal Viewer, and we're able to navigate between them. And because we're able to kind of construct this concurrent virtual timeline, which one is it? Saturday Review program, which starts at the end of side one and carries on until side two, can be listened to in its entirety without the end user having to understand the archival nature of how this was put together. Although you can still choose to listen to side one and side two independently. So basically, you can listen to it as a logical unit, or you can listen to it as it existed on the tape, if you've got the kind of time or metadata to sit and construct all of that. And this is the example from one of our manifests here. So that's showing you where There's a Touch fits in. And here we're saying we're kind of targeting, we're annotating the last part of file number one and the first part of file number two onto the same canvas timeline. And that's what makes up this Saturday Review program. But obviously, we recognize that especially with audio-video content, rights restrictions and licensing are more of a thing than they are perhaps with, say, medieval manuscripts. And IIIF has an answer for that, and we've got a IIIF authentication API, which is a kind of complex set of rules to do with kind of what HTTP status codes you should give and what kind of responses you should give in your service documents and so on. That's not that important, but I can illustrate it instead with pictures of Ed and somebody else. So the gist is, can I see this content? And you can just say no. And that's absolutely fine. But you can also choose to show what we call like a degraded or an alternative version. So thinking in terms of image terms, it might be we give like a, I don't know, a black and white version of instead of a full color image of a famous painting. It might be that you want to give a slightly lower bitrate video version because you know, I'm not 100% sure on Canadian pop stars, but I think I would class Justin Bieber as a degraded Drake. But it also gives you the opportunity in that instance to resolve it somehow. So especially the universal viewer will kind of pop up and show you that you are looking, it makes it clear that you are looking at the degraded version. It's not the thing that you were expecting to see, and you can choose to resolve that either by moving to Canada or logging in or whatever it happens to be, accepting some terms of service and asking again, then everything is fine. So there's no kind of rules or requirements around what kind of authentication system you use. We just describe a workflow, and it therefore can integrate with whatever it is you use in your institution. And there's example implementations from a bunch of people to help you get started, but it's far too complicated to go here. But I would like to, although this is going to be difficult without working video, just demonstrate some of the other benefits of why you might want to go down this road. So everything is just an annotation. It's very powerful from that point of view. So you can take those WebVTT that we saw earlier, use a few lines of Python, or because that's very short, just do some cutting and pasting and turning those into textual annotations in the W3C web annotation model, which allows them to be directly individually referenced. One of the benefits of that is that somebody can then link to or reference that particular annotation. Perhaps somebody wants to translate your transcription, which is also a benefit. But you can then start annotating and linking other types of content together. So here is a demonstration which won't work, but is a video of a performance of a list, and annotated onto that same Canvas timeline is some music notation, some symbolic music notation in MEI, the Music Encoding Initiative. And each measure is annotated on at a specific time. And then that's rendered as a engraving here in SVG, and you can use the measures to navigate around the timeline. So unfortunately can't demonstrate it, but you would kind of click here, and we jump to here, and it gets highlighted as you go through. So what's really quite cool about that is that you don't have to have the video of the performance and the symbolic music notation. You just need to have one of them and maybe some patience. So you can make your content available this way. Somebody else can bring it together with the notation. That's quite nice. Similarly, if you've got, say, half of a recording of something and somebody else has the other half, bringing those together is always nice to do, and it means nobody has to go anywhere. Also great. A very big benefit for researchers who want to kind of view content which you may not have in its entirety and don't want to have to travel around the world just to see it. And here's another example. This was from a workshop at the BBC a while ago. This is actually the German Parliamentary Archive. Joscha Jäger, who some of you may know, worked on a project to kind of make all of this available on the internet. And during that workshop, a few of us kind of worked through how we'd make that into IIIF. So this again is fully IIIF. These are all textual annotations down the side that scroll with the video as it plays through. And you can use those for navigation. And you can see this guy in the bow tie get really excited about something not being right, which is good. And so the idea here, this interface obviously is not new, but the interoperability aspect is quite good. And so we can take this and we can share it, we could translate it if we want, or maybe we could mash it up with something that would make it look funnier than it already does. And again, just canvases and just annotations all the way down. And I'd just like to make a shout out for some ongoing work in this area. So the University of Texas and Brumfield Labs have just been awarded a grant to work on annotation tools for AV content that's available in IIIF. So if you want to make your content available in IIIF, pretty soon there'll be some tools to work with that natively to provide, say, transcription and translation and other annotation type aspects, which is pretty exciting. So, since this has gone slower because the video would not play, I hope that is at least slightly exciting, and you should definitely get involved. Join our discussion groups, join the IIIF Slack, where there's a lot of constant discussion, you can get help. Join our bi-weekly community calls, where we kind of show demos and talk through exciting things that are happening in IIIF, although I should warn you that's probably going to be a bit quiet over the upcoming holiday period. And in the UV2, please join the Slack. Think about sponsoring the project if you're flush with cash. Or if you'd just like to get involved, you don't need to be a developer to get involved. Please just log bugs or make suggestions or join in some way. Thank you.
And we're going to take some questions. Yes.
Hi, Ashley Bluer, Artifactual Systems. I think IIIF is a great initiative and it has a lot of wide adoption in the community. And I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about your model for consensus building and governance within a community-based project and how that has been so successful.
Sure. IIIF did not start as a necessarily fully open group of people. So it was started by a bunch of libraries and archives and museums who got together and started building consensus among themselves. And it's transitioned to being a fully transparent, community-driven group now. We borrow some of the governance structures from the W3C, and IIIF as well. So we believe in constructive discussion. We have kind of a group of editors who are permanent editors, but now there's a technical review committee, which is made up of people like myself, who are representatives of other institutions, and there's some people who are just from the community who get elected onto there as well to help kind of drive things in the correct direction. Probably talk about this a little bit in the panel session next, but actually we have kind of 2 face-to-face meetings every year. One of them is like a conference style, and one of them is a working group. And it's really the working group where people get together and kind of work through direction and discussion about how things should move forward. If that answers your question. Yeah.
Any other questions? Steve?
In your example video, you mentioned an MP4, and in the end it turned out to be a WebM you are trying to play. Is it always turning to WebM?
No, that was just me recording the tab from Chrome badly, yes. So, sorry, I should have mentioned that obviously when you're displaying video on the web, you've got to make sure that you target whatever the lowest common denominator is. The universal viewer itself obviously can take advantage of the whatever video codec support your browser has, but also supports HLS and MPEG- if you're making stuff available in that way.
Any other questions? Yes.
Hi, I'm Peter Bubestinger, AVRD. Very interesting, and I'm currently involved in a project where I need this. And the question would be, is it possible to have time-based annotations that actually have like a metadata syntax in terms like I want to not just have a text at a time, but really have a schema defined for scientific research?
Yes. Yes. So, yes, you can annotate anything you like. So you can annotate data on there, and the schema then is up to you how you enforce that. So if you open this in another application which does not understand that schema, then obviously we understand that it probably will ignore them, those annotations, or possibly, because it may not understand exactly what this schema means.
So would it be like I have a text, and I have the schema blob. I just select an XML blob or whatever.
Yep.
And if it doesn't understand it, could it fall back to the plain text? Or
Yes.
could it just hijack the plain text field?
Yeah, that would be sensible. It would depend exactly on how the viewing application works, but yeah, I think falling back to the thing it can play is
May I
pretty
pick your
common.
brain afterwards?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's move on to the roundtable. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Andy.
Hi. Oh, shall I just leave this gorgeous photo up? I will. All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the first roundtable. What? Okay. Called Let's Have Recommendations. Yeah, so of course we have Kate Murray from the LOC, and Irving, who you've just heard talking about IIIF from the British Library, and Yves Niederhauser from Memoriav. So we have 45 minutes. I have a bunch of questions, but I hope you have a bunch of questions too, so don't be shy. So all of our panelists have engaged in organizing, funding, and maintaining projects that produce recommendation for audiovisual preservation. So these recommendations are there to provide guidance and advice to the communities they serve, and are most often created collaboratively and through consensus, something that Ashley just addressed for IIIF. So let's just start off with, if Kate, if y'all could just talk about a little bit of your projects.
Sure, is this on? As I mentioned earlier, I organized the FAGI group, and FAGI is led by the Library of Congress, but it is a collaborative and cooperative group. And all of our funding comes from the Library of Congress, with the one exception. We had one project to build AVI meta-edit, and that came from the National Archives when I was working at the U.S. National Archives at the time. I would say FAGI is for federal agencies, by federal agencies, so participation in FAGI as an active member of FAGI is limited to employees of U.S. federal agencies, and that's just kind of a scoping thing because it makes it a little bit easier, but it also helps us to get funding if we're making projects and tools, et cetera, for federal agencies. But we are always open, and I think we're becoming more transparent and more open, especially in our newest project, which I'll just completely go off script and talk about that for a second, so we are developing, or we're testing FFV1 and Matroska for use in federal agencies, which is a huge step for the U.S. federal agencies. A lot of our FAGI participants, especially in the Smithsonian, but also National Museum of African American History and Culture and many other places, are interested in using FFV1 and Matroska. But they're looking for sort of a seal of approval from FAGI, and we are happy to take a look at it. FAGI never says use this format and not that format, but some of the things that will come out of our testing project, which is happening right now, is a formal testing protocol for FFV1 and Matroska, as well as a set of graded sample files so that other folks can use those files to do their own testing in their own institutions. So we hope to have that completed January-ish, I don't really know. What else should I say?
Well, I mean,
money. Let's talk about money.
Oh, yeah, but maybe let's just have also an introduction to Yves' work on Memoriav, where they do tell you what not to do.
Sorry?
Sometimes in the recommendations, you do tell us what not to do.
Maybe
just speak broadly about the latest recommendations.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe just first, because I think most of you do not really know Memoriav. Memoriav is a Swiss association that supports the preservation and access of Swiss audiovisual heritage. And to do so, we organize a network of stakeholders and experts around our place. And we are consulting memory institutions, we are co-funding projects, we are also organizing lots of events and conferences, stuff like this, like today. And we also have some publications we do, and one of our publication genre, if you want so, is recommendations. As our whole organization is divided into 4 divisions, media-related divisions: photo, film, sound, and video. In the last years, we published, for each of these divisions, we published recommendations. So I have some of these here. Some of them are expired, but I leave it to them if you are interested. So this is video in French and German. We always do things at least in French and German, some things in Italian and or English. For sound, the same. I only have the German ones. For photo, it's quite recent. And the new ones I talk today about, I think, is this, you may know, these recommendations on digital archive of film, of video. as the whole life cycle of audiovisual heritage, of course, since quite a time now is completely digital, this division into media-related recommendations makes less and less sense. And this was the first recommendation we did for film and video, so cross-division recommendation, and I think we should go further with this and integrate all the media types in one recommendation, because most of the maybe not technical recommendations are just cross media type recommendations.
Right, so I think that leads well into what Andy was talking about earlier, but something else you'd like to share about your work at IIIF?
Yeah, well, I think specifically around recommendations. So when writing or working on a collaborative specification, you're describing everything that could be done, right? Whereas recommendations are how you would do these specific things. And so the disconnect between those two has been quite difficult. So it's easier for somebody who has been involved in working on those specifications to say, that is how I would do that, versus somebody who's coming in from the outside and is perhaps not as familiar. So one of the things that we've focused on in this kind of last year or so in the IIIF community is working on a cookbook of specific examples. So from I'd like to display a simple video to I'd like to do an opera performance that's got 8 different angles and some of them run concurrently, and how could you possibly build that together? Well, we've started working on this cookbook that's got live examples and so on.
Okay. Your presentation talked about finances, and Kate, you were addressing how do you fund such projects? Like, what is the catalyst? Why certain projects over others? Like, what is the catalyst? What's the prioritization?
Sure. I'll just echo first what these guys were saying. It's so hard about when you're working on these sort of collaborative practices to keep them up to date. So FAGI has a SOW's statement of work for digitizing motion picture film that we put out probably 3 or 4 years ago. And I've been getting a lot of questions about it, and it desperately needs to be updated, and it's really a challenge to sort of keep those kinds of things going, because it's the same group of people that do all this work, we just wear different hats. So in my mind, there is no, it's really challenging to sort of keep that train going. But when we talk about funding, I made a joke in my talk about just 2 short years later, right, we got funding for BWF MetaEdit, which has been out for 8 years or something, which is a long time for an open source tool to be out there. And it is a great mystery to me how anything gets funded at the Library of Congress, even though I'm the one who puts that funding request in, because I would say it's persistence, what gets through and what doesn't get through. It's all about sort of the scoping of the project and who is making the case for the community to use it. And FAGI is very engaged and supportive of open source tools. And the fact that it has been downloaded, I don't know, something like, I don't have the stats in my head, but like 40,000 times, that's a lot, right? For an open source tool, for a format that's, been around a long time. So we are fortunate to be at the Library of Congress and to work for FAGI, who is supportive of this. So I was astounded to get funding for BWF MetaEdit, sort of the reboot of that, because we have not been funding it for the last, I don't know, I'm going to say 4 or 5 years, so, some significant amount of time. Jérome's been working on that out of the goodness of his own heart, until I made the library feel guilty about that and said, like, we need to step up if our name is on this. And for some of the other projects that we fund, we have the new tool Embark, which is to embed metadata and to do some conformance testing right now just for DPX, but for other things. And a lot of the drivers for the work of FAGI is because, A, the Library of Congress uses that format, even though DPX is certainly a legacy format, but there's a gajillion of them out there, but then also other FAGI members have it. So if we're able to describe the need and to have really the defined user base and say this is the folks that it help, and I can consistently nag people to make the case, then funding is, I'm not going to say I'm going to get it, but I can, and y'all could put this on Twitter, right, that I can be an incredible nag if I need to, right, and to get that money. And so that's how that all works.
Thank you.
So the British Library applied for a grant from the Andrew Mellon Foundation to help lead the IIIF AV work, which was wouldn't really recommend because we probably spent more time writing the proposal than the duration of the grant. But there's definitely funding out there in this space.
Yeah, with MemRF it's in some ways quite easy because we have government funds that we mainly use to co-fund projects. So the most of the money we receive, we give it back or away for institutions in the heritage sector. But we are tied to a performance agreement, and among a lot of other things, there is the developing and maintaining and publishing of recommendations for it. So it's quite simple. We have just this agreement, and as long as it stands, we do publish recommendations.
Right, so you get your funding, you write up your recommendations, but the first thing that you say in your recommendations is, this has an expiration date. So how long do you wait to go back to your funding and are like, we need more funding because now these are not outdated or they need to be updated? Like, how do you navigate those spaces?
There are different layers of answers now. One is that in the agreement we have the yearly review is fixed in it, so we have to look at it at least once in a year. But of course, most of the recommendations you just need to review it all the time. And as I said, we all do it. We are tiny organizations compared to the ones you represent, and all of the people who work on these recommendations do this among a lot of other things. So this is this layer of the answer as well. So we can just not always review it and work on it. We do what we can, and what we can do is try to meet 3-4 times a year, and then check what parts of the recommendations really just need work, and then we engage in the workflows we set up.
So do you see any risks regarding these expiration dates? Like by the time people are starting to look into it, understanding it, and starting to implement, then they're already obsolete or outdated. Can any of you speak to that?
Well, there's different rates of change in, say, preservation file format standards versus, how quickly web browsers change, right? So the time that you need to dedicate to these things is vastly different. So most, I'll let Kate. I was going to say something that I realized would be better if you said it.
Well, now what were we going to say? And then I'll say something.
No, that's cheating.
There's 2 mics as well, like you can just...
Yeah, okay. So, certainly there's different rates of change. And I would say once something is written down, it becomes really hard to change that. And we've certainly experienced that with some FAGI stuff that has been around for a long time, and people will come back and question me about it a couple of years later. And I think there's been a lot of chatter now about scanning motion picture film and like technical transfer characteristics in film, and sort of and some of the expanded color ranges that they're looking at now in DPX for HDR and stuff. And we just haven't had the time to go and do that. FAGI is one of many things that I do, and I actually don't spend most of my time doing FAGI work, although I would love to do so. I'll give a shout out to YASA and TC06, which is published for the first time, I think, digital first, and in an incremental fashion, because these things, especially with digital video, these things are going to change, and so it's a lot easier to make those changes when it's not sort of formalized, in like a written book or something, in a published book. I'm still wondering what Andy thinks I'm going to say, so and I'm hopeful that he's going to give me a hint there. But I would say, yeah, with all of the recommendations that sort of go out, you really have to take everything with a grain of salt, because it's all about your content, or your context rather, in your community, and what you can do, and how much money you have, and what your systems are. If you are an institution that uses a lot of open source tools, or if you're using some proprietary stuff, it really depends on what your content is, what your surroundings are, and what you're able to do, and that will hopefully help you realize, you know, what recommendations can you follow or not. I'm a big fan in good enough, right? That you don't have to reach the pinnacle of whatever the recommendations are. You do what you can do in your own institution, and you know, you do the best with what you have.
I think.
Now I'll pass it to Andy.
Oh, no, yeah, okay.
That was it, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I think maybe we are not talking all about the same, because the more specific your recommendations are, the more you have this risk of expiration date. I think what we try to do in our recommendations, as they are targeted to people who are not specialists in the field, we are trying to be quite general, and we try to, so you have these high level recommendations who just don't expire that fast. This I talk about principles, methods, terminology, and just guidance for how you should think about the stuff you do or the stuff you have to preserve. So this will not expire that fast. So the principles stay. But the more you get into details and the more practical your recommendations are, of course, then there you have all this very fast development cycle of technical things that will make your recommendations expire very fast.
I'm just gonna open to the floor if anybody has a question or comment.
We've got some questions from outside of the room.
This is from Erwin well, sorry, one second. Have you considered opening these recommendations or documents up for public comments or versioning, for example, a Git style format?
Start with IIIF. So all the IIIF documents are published in draft form and fully versioned, and then there's a kind of a process through GitHub of commenting on and extending and changing, and then those are reflected in the change log, and exactly the same for the cookbook recipes. So from that point of view, yes, absolutely, because I think we all recognize that not all of us know everything about everything we're looking at, and especially very complex technical detail-oriented things. There's so much stuff to miss that you know, we all appreciate somebody else going, you've made a mistake.
Sure, FADGI is always happy to take comments. So because the FADGI group is limited to just federal agency participation, we do have an open comment period after we publish something as a draft, in which anyone is welcome to comment on that. But and then we're happy to take comments at any time. I will say we're trying to make the FFV1 MKV exploration a little bit more open, and I should probably, I think it's on me that I haven't made it as open as it should be, because we don't have a lot of experience with FFV1 in the federal agency community. There are some folks that are super into it, like especially Blake and Namak, but we don't have a lot of wide experience. So we're trying to make that more open so that we could have a little bit more participation. But I would say we're always happy to take comments and hear feedback. It's just making the actual change to the document that slows me down.
Yeah, it's exactly the same for us. So we really welcome any feedbacks on all of our recommendations. But as document, even if they are web-published documents, they are quite erratic. So there is a long way from the document, or from a comment or feedback to something that you will find in this. And right now we are working on a new concept for the developing and editing of recommendations, and a new form for the publication. And one of the requirements is exactly this, that we find ways that people can annotate or tag or comment or whatever with the document itself. But it's not here yet. This is just what we try to work on.
Okay, I think there's another question, or, yep, Dave.
There you go.
Yeah. David Pfluger, I'm part of the team behind the Memory of Recommendations. Well, if partly already said what I was going to comment, that we are constantly working on it and updating it. For us is just a question, when is the time to go public again? Yeah. So when we are working in the form of a PDF file, print is definitely out of date. Then we need to assemble enough changes to say, okay, now it's going through the pipeline of the whole graphic design, etc., to finish it, to put it out publicly. So, and that line is not to be underestimated concerning the time it takes. And that's also why we kind of decided to try to change the whole workflow and the way of publication, so this could be become shorter.
Yeah, I was wondering when we were putting together these questions, like, when do you know that you're ready? Like, is there like a tingling feeling inside of you that's like, I'm done?
No, I think, as David says, we are really caught in kind of a rat race, because the way is that long, from the first ideas to working on it and to the publication. This way is that long that you just try to publish something that is not expired yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's one question.
I have a fundamental question. Have you tried to use in the, because we hear many things for the saving, but we haven't heard too much for the first, practically second step, restoration. Have you tried to use, and if you use what open soft for the restoration stage of the, you know, the preservation is scanning, digitizing or scanning, restoration and saving, or you know, long-term preservation. So the second step, restoration, have you tried, have you used it? Do you know the open soft things?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Are you talking about digital storage, or are you, can you try again?
Well, the overall process is digitization of the original, restoration, second step, and first step is long-term storage. Okay. And I asking about the second step, restoration. Have you tried to use some open source or some public tools for this stage of the...
Oh, okay. So I myself, we don't have experience with sort of restoration software. I don't know, does anyone else on this panel?
No, I don't.
Probably not. But we can probably put you in touch with other folks that do. There may be some presentations later. Otherwise, I can put you in touch with someone at the Library of Congress whom you can contact, and they can talk about that.
Just one remark. What we try to do in these recommendations is give a kind of a toolbox, and we are really fighting with this thing. It has not the form we like it to have, but we are assembling tools. So if you know tools, even if I don't know them, I gather them, and we try to do something that is useful for others. If you think of certain tools, questioning this.
Okay, yeah. Who? Oh, Lars.
Hi, I'm Lars Gaustad. I'll want to go back to comments, because you ask for comments, but do you get comments? Because the experience with TC06, which we put out as a draft 1.5 years ago, we never got much comments on it, which may be a good thing. But then again, I feel it's a loss.
I would say it depends on how bad your first draft is. If you get a lot of comments, the FAGI Significant Properties Project, it's super drafty, and there's lots of to comes, and I made the conscious decision just to put it out as it was and hope to solicit comments, and we have gotten comments, and we certainly do get comments about FAGI stuff that comes out, you know, even 2 or 3 years later. Someone will contact us if there's been a change, and we make an adjustment to that. TC06 was, you know, organized by Karl Fleischauer, and which is probably why you're not getting any comments, because he's telling you everything you need to know now. But I think that folks would really welcome that. But I would say whenever someone does send a comment, we're so appreciative and we respond immediately, and we sort of have discussion and make the adjudication, if it's appropriate to update or not. My other hat at the Library of Congress is that I run the Sustainability of Digital Formats website, which is a fantastic resource if you haven't taken a look at that. And we go into in-depth detail of over almost 500 formats now, and we analyze them from a preservation perspective about what are the sustainability factors and the structure of the format and what have you. And I'm amazed, and that website gets about 50,000 unique visitors a month, and I get 4, 5, 6 comments a week, people asking me super technical questions about these formats, which we go back and answer. So I would say, if you ask for comments, they will come in at some point, and then you just sort of have to decide what to do about them. But we're always grateful to get them.
Yeah, I mean, there's also different types of comments, right? So I'm lucky enough to work in a community that's extremely engaged, and so we'll get constant feedback through every change or suggestion and long discussion. But then there's also people who make really helpful comments, but that's the only comment they'll ever make, right? It's a kind of a drive-by commenting. And the problem with that, of course, is that reacting to that comment, it's difficult to go back and make sure that we've resolved whatever the issue was, That's definitely an issue. Growing the community, I think, is the only sensible suggestion, so that we've all got so many comments.
Yeah, I think we make more or less the same experience as you do with the IASA. We do have comments, but not hundreds of them. This is one reason why we try to find a better form to incite people to comment and to really interact. But I think, as you said, if you have a bad draft or if you have an erratic document, it's just not the same. So the form matters, I think, and the community, of course.
Yes, I think if I'm thinking about what Samaya, what you were presenting earlier about finding the right space, the right tools to work collaboratively, to work with other community members that are not in Europe or in North America or in other countries where not all the tools are accessible. So I think it's really important to open up that space and create a welcoming space and encouraging that. So, and be patient that, like, if people are not used to participating in that way, then, give them time, they'll come.
Right, so to lower the bar for comments
exactly.
and participation. I mean, sometimes I think that we have, like, I don't know, a web form or something on our FADU website. But if we were accessible in other ways, then I think we may get some other comments. But I do think it's important to sort of take away that mystery about how you comment, and then reply when you do get them, so that people know that you welcome them. And
Yep, David.
Just a reminder to please stand. It is for the web broadcast.
Maybe another comment, as we are publishing a document which is also geared towards beginners, I believe there's a relatively big group of readers who are actually too timid to comment or get back to us because they believe they're not up to the game to actually comment on what we are doing. But I think people should be less afraid to ask stupid questions or make comments on our documents, because these comments may be very helpful to us, for us to figure out what the actual questions are.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Well, something I was wondering about is, because we've had this experience at the CNA at my institution, is like, when you have recommendations or write recommendations, do you have sometimes a feeling that you're setting up people to fail in one way or another because they're looking at you and you're either big or like you're bigger institutions than other institutions, or you have more power or leverage or something? Like, do you sometimes get the gnawing feeling that you may be setting people up to fail who don't have the same human resources, manpower, budgets? I don't know.
so it's not a linear curve from beginner to expert, right? There is this enormous ramp up between beginner and intermediate, and then this huge gap to expert. And speaking in very general terms, all of our communities, I think, focus very heavily on the beginner side and very heavily on the expert side. And there's this enormous gap in the middle for people of, I'm saying intermediate as though it's not, I don't mean that in a derogatory way, but somebody who has more than the beginner's experience, but not as much as the experts. And I don't know what the correct answer is for how we target those people and get them better serve those in our communities, because we're going to run out of beginners eventually. So I think we'll need to kind of change how we approach those.
Even within the U.S. federal agencies, there is an enormous range of expertise. So, we'll have some of the larger agencies like the Library of Congress and the U.S. National Archives who have great, lots of resources available to them. But then you'll have other agencies that really do not. So there's a project that we did that was looking at recommendations for testing audio analog to digital converters, right? And we put out 2 sets of recommendations, one for really high-level folks that could afford to use a $25,000 piece of equipment. And then what we realized is that only the Library of Congress, not even the National Archives, but only the Library of Congress has that $25,000 piece of equipment. And there's a whole lot of folks that are interested in doing testing but can't afford to do that. So we put out another level of recommendations that thought you may not be able to test all of the different criteria, but you can do some, and some is better than none, right? So we wanted to accommodate that level. And then we also built an open source tool to help them accomplish doing those testing goals, and it's called ADC Test, and it's available right now on GitHub. And we are now about to do some augmentation of that to include it, to make it even more sort of self-contained, which will include a signal generator. So we are conscious that there is a wide range of resources and capabilities and all those kinds of things, and we want everyone to find success at the level at which they are, and we hope to be able to meet folks at where they are in their various stages. And I do think it's, which is why FADGI never says do this and not that, right? Even in the Sustainability of Digital Formats website, we never say use this format and not this format. We may hint at some issues in some formats that you should be able to think about among yourselves, but I think that there's sort of, there is no one way to do it, and we hope that whatever way that you choose to do it, that you're informed about the decisions that you're making and feel good about, what you're doing going forward, and also be able to make adjustments as you need to going down.
Thank you. We try to target more or less the whole range of all these groups, but what we also try to do is to help institutions or staff to become aware of the capacities they have. So, and I'm not just talking about infrastructure, money, also talking about know-how. So there is one, I would say, of the topics of these recommendations where we treat, should I do things in-house or should I outsource them? So this is one thing, just to help institutions in this question. And what we introduced, we had this in previous versions, but we laid more, we introduced more on this topic of minimal requirement know-how or formal education or whatever. It's a difficult thing to do, but we really think that if an institution decides to really treat digital audiovisual heritage, they just need some know-how and expertise in-house, because even if they outsource all they do, they have to check the deliverables. They have to take the responsibility for the stuff. You cannot outsource responsibility. So this is what we try to do now to help all these intermediates maybe to have more know-how after having read these recommendations.
Yeah. Wait for the mic.
Also fundamental question. There is many bodies right now that try to implement standards or recommendation like SMPTE, EBU, much more, FKTG, CST, ITU, whatever. How you position both of our guests, how you position your efforts to standardize or to make some recommendation in this big ecosystem of standards, where some of them, as I'm observed, a little bit controversial. You know, some standards just not meet each other, controversial. So, whether your institution or your efforts is positioned in that complicated ecosystem of peoples and institutions that try to impose standards for something. Thank you.
So there's always a discussion about the capital S standards organizations, and that's SMPTE and that's EBU and what have you. And the work that we do in FAGI, we're not a standards body. We produce recommendations, and so we never say something is required. We say strongly suggested. I actually am a member of the SMPTE standards community, and we sort of infiltrate from within, right, to try to open up some of these standards organizations. I also sit on the ISO groups for PDF and EPUB and some other things. So I'm very well aware of how these standards organizations work. I would say there is definitely change in those organizations. I mean, we published our MXF specification with the Creative Commons license, and that was the first time that was ever done by SMPTE. And I'll tell you the backstory on that is that I just put it on there and no one told me I couldn't, and they published it. But there is a little bit more to that in that the work that used to be known as AS07, which was eventually published as RDD, which is Registered Disclosure Document 48, was previously published with the Creative Commons license, so it had to retain that even when it went out to SMPTE. The other issue was that the work that RDD 48 was done by a US federal agency, which none of our publications can carry any copyright, right? So nothing ever has copyright. And so SMPTE could not claim copyright on that either. But I have gotten notice from SMPTE recently about other folks who are interested, or actually I haven't gotten notice from SMPTE, I've gotten notice from other folks that are interested in publishing through SMPTE with a Creative Commons license, and how does that work? And I think SMPTE is very interested in opening that up a little bit, that the whole process for that, and any sort of standards work that goes through a standards, an official standards body like SMPTE or EBU or ISO. There is no speed but slow in those organizations, right? Because there is a lot of process around it. And that's not to say that it's bad, but there's a lot of process around it. There's a lot of people involved, and these things take a long time. And so any kind of change is always going to be incremental. When we did our work with the DPX standard, in which we compared a lot of DPX files, and we realized that there was some contradictions in the SMPTE standard itself, we fed that information back to SMPTE, and it's difficult for them to make those changes in those documents for a whole variety of reasons. So I would say, to summarize it, is like, yeah, standards, making and change, like publishing a standard and then making a change to an actual standards document. I don't know that it's any different than a FAGI document or a Memoriab document. It's all about the time and the process that it takes to do that, and so they're complicated efforts.
Yeah, I think also there are as many standards as stars in the sky, right? So usually any kind of cooperation between standards bodies or individual standards is seen as a huge benefit because there's already so many individual competing ones. Certainly in the IIIF space, it's built upon other existing standards, and so we go back to the original authors of those when we make suggestions or comments or changes, and it's seen as positive that we're using that work to build something else entirely. Even pointing out that there's some flaw with Creative Commons licensing model or something, all that kind of thing all feeds back into each other. Yeah.
I think the recommendations of MemoryRAW are compared to the standards you are talking about very general. So what we try to do is to find or identify the most important points of some standards or changements in standards, introduce them in the recommendations that are in understandable language for non-technical staff. So I think this is one of the most important roles or functions of this kind of recommendation. So we tried, of course, to point to the standards that are important for the field, but I don't think that we are in any concurrence or something of that. We are on a different level with these kind of recommendations. Okay. It's not the same target group.
Okay, I guess we just have time for one last question.
One more, if there is one.
If there is one, I just have one. Just, all right. How do you measure your success or your failures?
I didn't see that coming. I would say if there's chatter about it and if people use it, and that's how we would measure success. And if there's failure, I hear about that too.
So let you know.
Yeah, so in IIIF we need 2 independent implementations of it for it to stay within, and we don't consider time spent on something that didn't end up in there as a failure because it still contributed to something somehow. But yeah, definitely getting use of the standard is the gold standard.
I would like to measure the success in improvements of preservation measures and improved access, of course, but this is very difficult. So the second most direct way for us to measure success is improved grant applications that we receive.
Okay, interesting. All right, thank you so much.
Hello, and thank you for this morning, all the presenters and roundtable discussions were very interesting. I'm your host, Zsuzsa Zádori, and I'm coming with a happy announcement that the coffee is ready. So please help yourself. Thank you.
And we start sharply at 12:15, so please be back in your seats then.
Hello, everybody. My name is Eugen Hoyos. I'm from Vienna. I'm an FFmpeg developer. I'm particularly thankful to be invited here. I always love No Time to Wait, and it's a pleasure for me to talk today. For those who were in Vienna 2 years ago, this is a very similar presentation, but I thought to myself, the audience probably is not 100% identical, so I hope you can live with that. So FFmpeg is a project that was mentioned several times today, but I wondered if everybody knows everything about it, and I can say a few words about it, I think. It was founded around 2000 by a French developer, Fabrice Bellard. He's not active in the project for a very, very long time, but he still owns the trademark and the homepage and the domain. So if we need him, he can be contacted. 15 years ago, another Austrian developer, Michael Niedermeyer, took over management of the project. He is now not the project manager anymore. There is no sole project manager, but Michael is still active, and he's still among the 2 most active developers. Nowadays, he mostly does security things, meaning that Google and others inform us of possible security problems within FFmpeg, and Michael is the first one to look at them. In the past, he has done things like the H.264 decoder. FFmpeg is, I would say, a large project. It has more than 1 million lines of code and much more than 1,000 contributors and more than 1,000 copyright holders. Per year, there are around 3,000 commits. This number is constant, at least in the last year. Contributors are going slightly down, but this is not our main problem. There's a sufficient number of contributors, but not a sufficient number of reviewers. The license is LGPL. That means the software can be used in proprietary software projects. There are optional parts that are not LGPL. And we only offer source code. There you will not find binaries or products on the FFmpeg homepage. There are independent people who provide binaries for people who don't want to compile themselves. The project offers 3 main command line utilities: FFmpeg, the transcoding tool, FFplay, a video player that I would consider more of a testing tool, so I would not use it to watch a movie, but it has some advantages like subtitle display that you maybe not find in other players. FFprobe is a program to show some properties of multimedia files. I don't use it myself, but it was already mentioned today, so obviously it has users as well. And there are some tools that are important if you deal with multimedia files, but they are not as important. The project offers 8 libraries. I will talk about libav format and libav codec later. And the other libraries are utilities that are useful, and some of them, like libpostproc, is necessary to do a specification compliant decode of MPEG videos, so they are definitely useful libraries. libswscale is a not exactly new library to do color space conversion and scaling algorithms. Some say it's not really up to date and its quality is not good enough anymore. However, it is what we have, and as always, patches may be welcome. libsw resample does the same in the audio domain, meaning it does resampling and channel layout change, similar things. So libav format is the library that we provide to read multimedia files. FFmpeg supports all the main formats, that some of them exist for very long, some are newer. I believe OGG was mentioned. That would be a format that's, some say fortunately, not as much in use anymore. But if you look at the MPEG streams, that's how broadcast is still done all over the world, and it's supported by FFmpeg. We have heard about Matroska and WebM already today. And the other are the formerly proprietary formats of the big companies. Nowadays, except for MP4, they are mostly out of date, but that doesn't mean that you don't have such files, so I believe it's quite useful that FFmpeg supports those former standard containers like AVI and ASF. But that's not the only thing. There is some MXF format. It was mentioned that it's not perfect. FFmpeg is not bug-free and not feature-complete, but at least many MXF files can be read, and it's also possible to write such files with FFmpeg. The HLS- streaming support is rather new. There's a Chinese developer who spends a lot of time on them, and I have tested many streams and it works quite well, and it can be used for both reading and writing, which is certainly an additional feature. It might not be so relevant for you, but it's still something that the users of FFmpeg apparently need. And the next three formats are mostly audio formats or streaming formats. One format was implemented within the FFmpeg project, the NUT format. It has the main advantage over all other mentioned formats that it supports raw video very, very well. And this is unfortunately not true for the other containers known to me. I cannot talk about all the formats supported by FFmpeg. This is a mostly complete list. There are some on this list that I wouldn't know exactly what they are about. I would have to look into the source code. But that I show this slide because I believe it might be useful for you to understand that we support many old and many very unusual formats for reading, and that could be the reason why FFmpeg is a very important tool for all of you. libav codec, as said, libav format is more about the file formats. There's another library, libav codec. You could say that's the main library of FFmpeg. It is used by not only many video players, but also companies like YouTube and Vimeo to decode incoming video. And the libav codec supports all the, let's call them old-fashioned codec, like MPEG-1, MPEG-2 video, like H.263 video. And when they were implemented at that time, it was still common to first write an encoder for the format to understand it better, and then later write the decoder. This has completely changed. Nowadays, decoders are considered like the beginner's task, and encoders are the hard thing. There are sadly no more new video encoders within FFmpeg, within libav codec. They are external libraries that you can use to encode things like H.264 and HEVC. VC1 is the Microsoft code that used to be the Microsoft codec that was used at the same time as H.264. It's used on Blu-ray, so while it's not in active development for a very long time, it's still very easy to find files that use VC1. This is just a list of other codecs that are mainly, some of them are quite out of business nowadays. All the predecessors of VP9, for example. VP4, by the way, is a new codec that didn't exist for which we had no decoder 2 years ago. And you see the intermediate formats that I believe you have all heard about: DNX HD, ProRes, and Cineform. All three can be decoded with FFmpeg. DNX HD and ProRes can be encoded. Sometimes people are not happy with the results of the encoding. As said, bugs happen. At least 2 video codecs were invented within the project. FFV1 is a lossless codec that you have heard about. Snow is a wavelet codec that at some point was a very interesting project because it promised nice quality at very, very low bit rates, but it's now, well, yesterday's Snow. So I didn't mention AV1. For those who do not know AV1, this is kind of the future video codec, supposed to be used in hardware, and it is already used by YouTube. And this is a royalty-free codec that is said to produce significantly higher quality than HEVC, the, let's say, newest codec for which you have to pay royalties. It is very, very slow at encoding time, but usually you encode only once, so that's not the main issue. At decoding, it is comparable to other codecs. There is no internal decoder yet, but luckily we already have 2 external decoding libraries and 2 external encoding libraries, so the choice is all yours of which one to use. Video is not the only thing in multimedia, there's also audio, and FFmpeg supports all the old codecs like MP3 and MP2 that you know from the broadcast world. It supports the Dolby codecs even for encoding. It supports AAC and DTS, including DTS HD Master. That means that you can, if you get a lossless 8-channel decoding, that FFmpeg can use it and transform it into anything you might need. Once upon a time, just as with NUT and Snow and FFV1, there was an attempt to create an audio codec within libav codec. Sadly, it failed. Sonic is not useful, sadly. Image formats, while they do not play such an important role when doing movie playback, which obviously was one of the important factors when FFmpeg was new, we still try to support all kinds of image formats. Yeah? So there was a BMP and PNG and SGI and TIFF and DPX encoder all the way back. There are 2 different lossless JPEGs format. Both are supported for reading and writing. So it was always the goal of the developers to fulfill even the most strange needs that you could not easily justify. There is also a JPEG 2000 encoder and decoder within FFmpeg. It is not feature complete, but you can create lossless video with JPEG 2000. So if you, for whatever reason, believe that FFV1 is not the right codec for you, but FFmpeg as a tool is, there is a JPEG 2000 encoder. The filter library is probably the one that sees most development. Paul Mahol, one of our most active contributors, is writing filter and filter and filter. And there are so many that it's really, really difficult, in my opinion, to keep track of what they can do. But at least all the standard things that you need every day, like scaling and cropping and overlay, are present. There are different deinterlacers. The main difference is their speed. And we have several inverse Taylor-Scene filters. And relatively new is the possibility to do frame rate interpolation. This is extremely time consuming. And I'm not sure if the result is always what one wants, but at least the possibility exists. This slide is unchanged. I just tried to find examples of formats that once upon a time were used by not necessarily PCs, but on game console in this case. All these formats are supported by libav format and libav codec and can be read by FFmpeg. I believe this is really a very important feature of FFmpeg, that it can read old formats. Not all of you might have access to such formats, but I guess archives exist that do have such files. Windows Media Video, I didn't double check, but I have a suspicion that there are some old videos made on Windows platforms with Microsoft software that you cannot play back on a vanilla Windows 10 computer. And in this case, FFmpeg obviously is a very helpful tool. It is written in C using POSIX specifications, so there is a good chance that you will be able to compile FFmpeg with future compilers. I'm not saying that all versions of FFmpeg can be compiled with all known compilers, neither that all past and present compilers can compile FFmpeg, but at least the changes that are necessary may be so small that there's really a good chance that it will be usable in the foreseeable future. Something about us, NIH is a geek's term for not invented here. So normally it is used in a negative context because you don't want to re-implement everything. Yeah? Do not re-implement the wheel, or as the C programmer said once upon a time, you can better read it than I do. We were once asked, why is everything re-implemented within FFmpeg? Why do you re-implement the wheel? And the answer was, our wheels are rounder. This is also an old slide. Software has bugs by definition, yeah? And I'm just mentioning this specific bug because it was there for a very long time. It was very difficult to find the bug, yeah? And it might affect you. Yeah? If you used FFmpeg in the past to encode an audio file in the FLAC format, note that we have a native FLAC encoder, so I'm not talking about the library that people mean when they talk about FLAC, but the FFmpeg native implementation had a bug, so without you knowing, the file that was produced was not lossless if you decoded it with another application. Such things happen, and I believe you should keep that in mind. I tried to find things that were new in the last 2 years. I asked some of my fellow developers. They were, the number of suggestions was surprisingly limited. But I looked into the changelog and I saw that Paul has implemented 8-channel Dolby Digital Plus decoding, which was a feature that was missing for a long time. As said, he has implemented so many filters that I did not want to count them. I talked already about VC1, definitely a format that is not like a complete fringe format, but on the contrary, a format that was used once upon a time. No other open source codec implementation of VC1 exists. The VC1 decoder within libav codec was known to produce visual artifacts from time to time, and kindly a developer, Jérôme Bosboom, has made our decoder bit exact, which in my opinion is a huge step in the right direction. I talked about the streaming improvements, and we have lots of hardware acceleration, meaning you don't have to wait until the library is finally finished with encoding. You can use hardware encoding on all current platforms. There was one thing that was heavily discussed within the project. We removed an external, it should be say library and not filter, sorry. The company that provided the external library and for which we provided the wrapper decided that they are unhappy with us not providing binaries. Why did we not provide binaries? Because the license of the external library was not compatible with the license of FFmpeg. So you could compile FFmpeg yourself and use this proprietary library, but you are not allowed to distribute it. When they started to distribute it, although they knew that this is not what we would like, and it's not legal, sadly, we decided to remove the external library. I'm saying this because normally we try not to remove features. In this case, I personally did not see a better solution. And my last slide is just about the regular questions from the archivists to me is, I put a file into FFmpeg, I asked it to create a lossless output file, and then I used FFmpeg to create the original file, but it isn't identical. If you're searching for zip or tar, then FFmpeg is not the answer. It is not a file archiver, not even similar to a file archiver. You can transcode audio and video, and you can make sure that the audio is bit identical, and you can make sure that the video is bit identical. But with file formats, you never get the same format again. Peter was talking about identifiers in Matroska files today, and of course, if you re-encode the Matroska file losslessly, you will not get, the idea is that you do not get the same file identifier, so you do not get the same file. Any questions?
Questions? Yes.
Hi, it's Peter Bubestinger
Yes.
again. I have to do this for the camera.
I know.
Paying for improvements. I've recently wrote you about this. Could you shortly give us an insight? Like, if I want to hire and pay someone for some improvements, what are the options?
I mentioned Paul, and I know that he is interested in implementing things and getting paid for it. There are other developers. There's no formal system at the moment. There might be one in the future. It is currently being planned, discussed, actually started to have a company in Berlin that does all this. For the moment, it is still necessary to personally contact the developer, tell him what you want, and hopefully he will answer you what he can offer. Sorry.
Any questions? I see you, yes. All right.
Some provocative question.
Please.
Did somebody in the world know the direction of development of FFmpeg?
Again, sorry, I didn't get it.
Did somebody in the world know the direction of development of FFmpeg?
The question is if the direction of development is known. Well, my provocative answer would be forward, because as I tried to explain is we normally do not remove features. We did now once for a very specific reason that I believe does not, it cannot happen very often because we normally do not, we will not accept wrappers for proprietary external libraries anymore, so there won't be a reason to remove it. No, new features are added. If new formats are invented, they are hopefully added to FFmpeg. They are not added by some kind of master plan, but on the contrary, they are mostly added because a developer is curious about how does this new format work. He tries to re-implement it. The initial try may not be successful, but it is a kind of roadmap for others then. And after sometimes in the last 20 years, all formats were added, except if they were so remote that nobody used them, because typically we are less interested in formats that nobody uses and more interested in formats that actually get some usage in the real world. So while we don't have an AV1 decoder as of now, you can decode AV1 because we have two external libraries taking care. I would expect that at some point in the future there will be a native AV1 decoder, but that may not be soon, and there's definitely no plans on when to release the next version, that's for sure.
Oh, go. Actually, I think we're going to go to the next speaker, if you don't mind. Okay, thanks, Carl.
Thank you.
Please welcome back to the stage Steve Lhomme for our final presentation before lunch.
So hello again. This time I'm going to talk about VLC 4.0. So I'm pretty sure you all know VLC. It started as a student project in a school in France. On their campus, they needed to stream video, and to get actual, to prove their school, they need network wires. They
developed a video player to show they didn't have enough bandwidth on the existing network, so the school would pay for a new network. So that's how it started. Now it's been probably 20 years since that started. Now it's developed mainly on the developer mailing list, and we're using Git. We're going to move soon to GitLab, which is an open source version of GitHub. It's also developed by a company, but we use the open source version on our own servers. So we are going to move all the Git development. The feedback is still done on forum. The issues will be just like GitHub instead of track, with a bit not very nice to use. Also, it's very slow. Sometimes it loses your login, so we're moving away from that. We also do support on Reddit, because we're cool young people. We also do continuous integration of Jenkins, and which is also moving to GitLab. So we have servers. Whenever we do a commit, we test that it builds on all the platforms we support. And we also do a test suite checks so that we don't break anything for playback or metadata or things like that, and we keep adding tests, so whenever we make a change in VLC, nothing breaks. So VLC is developed and managed by Videolan, which is a non-profit association based in France, and this is important because in France there is no software patents, and because of that we are able to distribute binaries versions of VLC, which includes FFmpeg inside, which could be done by FFmpeg, but at least we're doing for ourselves. There's at least 30 members in the association. A lot of them are French, German, English, from USA. The vice president of the association is Russian, etc. And the association relies on donations for organizing, for example, the video dev days that happened, I think, 2 weeks ago in Japan. Organize workshops when we need some people focusing on one feature we need to work on. With the people who know how, we gather people from around the world in one place to work on it. So that pays for that kind of stuff. That also helps us go around the world and talk about VLC and why people should use it, like me today here. And also we are participating in the Alliance for Open Media, which is the organization that developed AV1, which Carl talked about before. I also talked about it before, which is an open codec. That means there's no patent. The documentation is completely open, and but participating in that open process is not free. And so we had to pay the association to be participating. We had to pay to do that. So that's also where the donation monies go to. And then there's something else called Videolabs, which is an actual company. It's not a non-profit association, created by JB, who is also the president of the non-profit association. So I work there. We are about 20 people working full-time on VLC, doing all kinds of stuff. First fixing bugs, but then adding new features and even exploring other things. We actually are the company who developed VLC for iOS, for Android, and UWP, which is Universal Windows, which is used on Xbox, for example. We also developed the media library that these versions use. And so all the development and all the publishing is done by the company, because also if it's a non-profit, it's more complicated for the app stores. And we also develop libVLC Sharp, which is a wrapper in C# for VLC, which is also used in Unity. So we hope there will be games soon who are playing their videos through VLC, which is easier for them than develop their own video players. And we also do commercial partnerships. For example, this summer in Roland Garros, in the French Tennis Open, there was a demo of 8K live broadcasting. And so the decoding was done through VLC, and they didn't have any other player to show, so they picked us, and it worked. And so you see the address of the website. I'm also going to talk a bit about FF Labs. It's exactly the same thing as Video Labs does for VLC, but for FFmpeg. It's already created. I don't know exactly the date, but it's created in France and in Germany. Also in Germany, there's no software patents for the same reason we can be based there. The main people involved right now, so JB, Michael Niedermeyer that Carl talked about before, James Almer, Thilo Borgman, and Anton Kianov, and they're all very important developers in FFmpeg, probably on the top contributors, probably in the top 10 at least. So the idea is that Peter was asking if there's a way to pay for development in FFmpeg. Until there, it was complicated, but that's exactly why FF Labs was created. We kept hearing, Video Labs was created because people needed stuff in VLC and they needed faster with someone dedicated on it. And so we have Video Labs, and now we know exactly, people kept asking us for FFmpeg. We are going to do it as well. Where do I fit in? So I started working in VLC in 2003. You may remember I created Matroska in 2002. I started working on VLC because I needed to show Matroska is actually usable. I needed to show it can be used to play and store videos. And VLC was the obvious choice because it's all open source, so I could go in the code and add my stuff and make it work. Now I've been working full-time for Video Labs for almost 5 years. I mostly work on Windows platform. I'm actually the only developer of VLC working on Windows, so anything that doesn't work on Windows, it's for me. Including hardware support, which is not fun. Obviously, I also work on Matroska demuxer, which is, we have our own in VLC because the one in FFmpeg probably doesn't support stuff like link files and segments stuck together in the same file. So for now, we have our own demuxer in VLC for that kind of feature. I'm also an FFmpeg developer. Whenever I find a bug in FFmpeg, if I can fix it, I send my patches. And because I worked on hardware development on Windows, I also created the DirectX 3D11 hardware decoding part. And I was designated as the maintainer. So the VLC code is almost entirely written in C. Some of the modules, like the Matroska one, are written in C++, and there's a little bit of Lua scripting, where, for example, you can write scripts to send commands to VLC, but you can also create your own demuxer in Lua. And for example, if you play a YouTube link or Vimeo or Dailymotion or other stuff in VLC, the web page of the YouTube link is actually parsed in Lua, and then the actual video is, the link is given to VLC. And for now, nothing is written in Rust. I don't know if any of you heard of Rust, but it's a kind of new language which allows less bug to be written, so it's supposed to be safer. We're considering writing some parts in Rust. VLC has 2 different licenses. The one you download from our website is the GPL version. That means it has all the features. There's an LGPL version. That means we remove the GPL code from it, and basically that if you use that version, if you make modifications to the code, you can keep it to yourself. If you use the GPL version and you make changes or additions to VLC, then you need to publish the changes in public. So depending on your needs, you may need to use the GPL version or the LGPL version. Most of you don't even need to care about that. You just use the GPL version and you have full features. Also, the big thing in VLC is that we actually have a lot of external code that we call contribs. And I wrote 70% of it is contribs that I don't have an actual number. It might be 90%, I don't know. We have our own contrib that we maintain. So DVD read is for basic parsing of the DVD IFO files. DVD nav is on top of DVD read, but you handle menus in DVDs. DVD CSS is the encryption that was written from a guy, and then we took over the project to maintain it. We also have LibBlu-ray, who's the equivalent of DVD read, but for Blu-rays. David, which is our open source AV1 decoder that we developed with the help of all the Alliance for Open Media people. And basically, if you play an AV1 file in Chrome, now it's actually, or in Firefox, or maybe Edge, Microsoft Edge, they're all using our decoders. Because right now there's no hardware decoding, so they all use software decoding that we wrote, and which is a lot faster than the one they wrote. We also maintain H.264, which is an H.264 encoder. Again, for patent reason, it was better for the developer to go through Videolan to host it, and so we maintain it as well. There's also a small library called Bitstream that we use to parse TS and MPEG ES streams. There's the media library I talked before, which is basically the equivalent of what you have in iTunes with all the list of your video and audio with all the metadata that you can search. IRIM25, which is a Japanese encryption system that we also had to add in VLC. DCA, it's a DTS decoder, so you can find that in DVDs and Blu-rays. DVB-PSI, it's a DVD-PSI parser, I don't even know what that is. We also added recently spatial audio, which does ambisonic encoding and decoding. MicroDNS, it's MDNS, it's on your local network. When a new device comes, it advertises, hey, I'm here, I can do this and that, so we can parse that and show your devices or stream to your devices through that. That's, for example, how we can detect Chromecast on your network, and we can stream whatever you have on your Chromecast. And so these are the libraries we actually maintain ourselves. Then there's like, I counted before coming, we have actually 100 different contribs. So that's like 10 we maintain and 90 others that we don't maintain but are still integrated in VLC. FFmpeg is just one of them. And like all these things I listed are not handled properly by FFmpeg. That's why we have to rely on other libraries. There's one famous case, is Live555, which is basically RTP or TSP parsing, either as a client or as a server. And the RTSP specifications are really bad. They allow anyone to make whatever they want with it. And basically, Live 555 became the de facto standard because whenever people want to do something with RTP, they use that. So if it works with that, that means for them it works. It's not compliant at all with the standard, but it works with that. So now we're stuck with that library, which nobody maintains, but we still find bugs and fix them for them. So the motto for VLC is plays it all. That's why we have 100 libraries that we rely on, because not everything works in FFmpeg. So VLC is module-based. That means you can have your little piece of extra software in it, and it will work with the rest of the software. You can write your own, compile it on the side, and add it to VLC, and it will work. So the rest I already mentioned. We use libmatroska for the Matroska demuxing, which is the library I wrote, and that's also the library that is used for reading and writing in MKV toolnix, so MKV merge, MKV info, etc. Lua scripting I talked about. So now VLC 4.0 is the version that will be released probably not this year, hopefully early next year, which now supports Windows 7, Mac, still OS 2, Android, iPadOS, all the stuff we already support, Raspberry Pi, which is still supported. We also have now, with partnerships and through Videolan, the kind of things we can do is French ISPs all have their own set-top box where they can play all kinds of videos, and they all ask us to port VLC to their box so they can play any kind of file people come on their USB key or download from some weird places on the internet, in MKV of course. So between VLC 3.0 and 4.0, there's currently 10,000 new commits, and there's probably a few hundred coming very soon. So basically 4.0 is 3.0 plus a completely new UI, and I'm going to show you with the media library I talked before. That's a bit like iTunes. More hardware acceleration, that we're going to use the GPU a lot more. libVLC integration, that means you can take the engine of VLC without the UI and port it into your own software if you want. For example, the iOS and Android versions, they're not using VLC, they are using libVLC, and then they do their own thing on top of it. We have more support for different formats, obviously through new FFmpeg support, but also our other libraries. We got tons of bugs fixed, and there's still tons of fixes to come. We can read, of course, QuickTime files that cannot play on macOS anymore. We have AirPlay support coming. I don't know why, but when we announced that we had some kind of support, everybody went crazy. And the code still hasn't been merged. It was done from a student as a Google Summer of Code project, but it works. We also have JavaScript scripting, which was done this year also from a student for Google Summer of Code. We don't know yet if we're going to merge that because we have other ideas. Also, 4.0 is 3.0, but we removed some stuff. So the old UI you all know is gone, but I will show you what you can do about it. We don't support Windows XP and Windows Vista anymore. I don't know if that's a problem with you. Actually, the code might still be working, but we're not paying attention anymore if the changes we make will work or not. It could still work, but we're not caring anymore, since you still have 3.0 that works just fine. We removed support for macOS 10.7. Okay. To 10 and on Linux, the only requirement is that your compiler supports C++ 14. And if you don't even want C++ 14, there are some of the modules. Because the core is all written in C, you don't even need that. The user interface has been completely rewritten with the media library. Maybe I'll show you. How much time do I have left?
We have 5 minutes.
Okay. I'll do it quickly. So here, basically I'm showing you a snapshot, if it's going to load. A snapshot, but you can actually download every night. We build a snapshot from our Git. So you can download actually already VLC 4.0 and see if there's any issue, if you like it, if you have comments. So basically, this is the media library with all your files that you can use. So in your case, it may not be useful because you don't want to VLC know all the files you have on your computer or on your network when you use it. So it's possible to use it without the media library, and then you just end up with something that looks like the old VLC. So it's not completely gone. It's been rewritten from scratch. And there's still a way to just use VLC the way you used it before if you don't want the media library. Okay. Now we wait. So hardware acceleration is something I've personally worked for the past 6 months maybe. It's very important for us, and we allow us to do a lot more. Like the Roland Garros demo wouldn't have been possible without hardware decoding. We also support better 10, 12, 16-bit display. That means if your file has one of these bit depths, it will actually show in these bit depths if your screen can do it. For example, if you have an HDR screen. Of course, we support also HDR, but it was in 3.0 already. And now we support hardware decoding using the NVIDIA custom API, which allow us to do more stuff, or like OpenCL if you want to. libVLC, I talked about that. It's usable from pretty much any language you can think of because it's just DLL. If your language can load a DLL, it can load libVLC and do whatever you want. We have also added new API that you can render your video in your own OpenGL, Direct3D video, or if you have different screen, you can. That's how you use it. For example, in Unity, the games can use that feature to display their videos in whatever texture they have in their games. Basically, we just have a texture displayed from VLC. All that. Also, last thing we did, very important, was what we call common vulnerability and exposures. Basically, recently we've had people come and make what's called CVEs, and they issue publicly, oh, there's a bug in VLC, you can crash it, and then you can take ownership of the computer and do whatever if you play that file, which is not true, but because people complain a lot and say, oh, VLC is not safe, we take that very seriously. There were 2 programs sponsored by the European Commission to pay actually hackers to find holes in VLC, and then we fixed all of them, and then we actually fixed all of them and were published, and it's released. And the important thing about contribs, the 100 contribs we have in VLC, that means if a security issue is found in these contribs, we also have to fix them. Even if the contrib has 5 years, no developer is working on it anymore, we will fix the contribs anyway. So I don't think we have a lot of time for questions.
It's technically lunchtime, so people can
If
start
you-
going to lunch, or you can ask a question and stick
Otherwise,
around.
you can ask me during lunch.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve. It's a nice lunchtime. We are splitting into two groups. If you don't remember to which group you have subscribed to, please check it at the reception desk. So group number 1 is going to Empathy Cafe. It's just across the street. Empathy is written there. And if you haven't signed up for a tour, archival tour, we are meeting at 2 o'clock in the lobby. There are 6 people already, and we are organizing a tour for 15. So there are 12 more people, or how many more? 9 more people can come. Thank you. See you again at 2:30. Thank you.
about ready to start. Everyone can take their seats. My name is Genevieve Havmeyer-King. I will be your stage coordinator for the rest of the evening/afternoon. And our first presentation today is for the afternoon after lunch is Jérôme Martinez. So please give him a warm welcome while you're slowly and quietly shuffling in and finding your seats. Thank you, Jérôme.
So, hi. I will speak about the RAWcooked project. First, Mediarea, my company, is an open source software company focused on digital media analysis. So maybe you already heard about some tools like MediaInfo, MediaConch, QC tools, BWF MetaEdit, for example, AVI MetaEdit, MOV MetaEdit, DV Analyzer. So a lot of different tools for answering to the issues you may have in your work. Let's talk about some AV files you can have in your repository based on one file per frame. So TIFF or DPX, maybe you have that in your workflow. The issue with such kind of tool package, I will say, is that you have thousands or hundreds of thousands of files in for one video stream. And sometimes the workflow does not like that, and your LTO does not like that too, so you do some tar and so on. It is not playable by several players, and there are some interoperability issues. Sometimes you can play it in your own player, but someone else cannot play the same DPX with their own player, because it is not the same flavor, interoperability problems. Okay, let's try to change that to fix some of the issue we found with DPX and TIFF files in your workflow. We want to compress that with FFV1. So we talk about FFV1 a bit this morning, and so I repeat a bit what we talk about this morning. It is a lossless video compression format, so you lose no information when you compress with FFV1. It is an open source format, so everyone can fork the specification and update the specification for his needs. It is patent free, so there is no risk about patent. If you take, for example, H.264 or HEVC, you have to pay a license every time you use it officially. A bit more in the US, a bit less in Europe. Thank you, Europe. FFV1 is adopted as a native format by several archives, and it is more and more used. It is being standardized by IIIF, so we don't go through SMPTE or ISO. We use IIIF because it is more open than the other entities, and the format will be free to download, open access. The format can be also forked without having any issue to be sued because you use one part of another format. So if you try to do the same thing with HEVC and so on, you will have a couple of lawyers around you. FFV1 also permits you to divide by slice the frame. So Peter talked about that this morning. But we didn't talk about the compression. Sometimes you may want to say, oh, okay, I just have to zip the files, and it is okay. But zipping TIFF or DPX files, it is not so performant. The speed issue, so you need, for example, for 1 second of content, you need 10 seconds for the compression, and the compression is pretty bad. You can try with a more modern format like LZMA. It is even longer and a bit better for the compression, but not like FFV1. So you can see the numbers that FFV1 is faster, better compression. So we prefer to use it in the workflow compared to zip and so on. One disadvantage currently of FFV1 alone is that FFV1 is focused on the content, what you see, the visual content, not on the metadata. So if you compress your DPX and TIFF into FFV1, we keep the visual content, but we don't keep the the DPX and TIFF metadata. So it is not exactly the same thing like a zip or tar, because when you revert to DPX, for example, you have DPX or TIFF, but not exactly in the same kind of, the same flavor, a little Indian, big Indian, and so on. So sometimes we want that to be able to retrieve exactly the DPX and the TIFF, exactly as it was before the compression. And also, there is some difficulties to understand the FFmpeg command line, sometimes for compressing your DPX. So we want to help about that. And this is why RAWcooked project was born. It is a problem for archivists. They want to better compress in order to have a better storage cost, for example, but they also want to be able to revert back to DPX and TIFF, the real files. So not the same kind, not the DPX, just a DPX, but the exact same DPX. So RAWcooked help to store the content in FFv1, but also we store the metadata in Matroska attachment. We also store any other sidecar files we find in the directory, so XML files. You can have some hash files and or some subtitles, some log files. We put all of them in attachment in Matroska file. And with that, we can have reversibility. So if you write RAWcooked and your directory name, we convert it like zip in a single file, a Matroska file. And if you do RAWcooked and this Matroska file name, we revert back to the original directory with the exact same files, like a zip. It is just better compression, playable by VLC, and so on. We can also, with RAWcooked, add some easy check of integrity. So now with RAWcooked, you can check that the file is healthy. So for example, if hard drive or your LTO was a bit corrupt, you can easily check that and find where is the corruption. You can also try, before to convert DPX to Matroska, at the same time, you can do a conformance checker of DPX, because sometimes you have your DPX, but you are not sure that they are standard. So why not when we do the compression, that we also check that the DPX are conform to the specification in order to be sure that all is fine. If you just tar or zip your file, you don't know if what you have in your tar or zip file is standard. So with RAWcooked, we can help to that, and we do some basic checks. With next version, we will add also some error correction code. So if you lose a complete LTO, for example, or any other archive system, if you lose a LTO block or a couple of LTO blocks, it is not a big problem. We can retrieve the LTO block content and get it back the complete file, and we lose nothing. We will not save your file if it is too much corrupt, but if there is some small corruption, we will be able to fix that. And again, it is with very easy command. RAWcooked --check or RAWcooked --conch for conformance checker, RAWcooked --fix just for fixing the file. So let's take a use case. An archive wants to have, they have a scanner from someone else. Okay, a different supplier. Oh, the classic workflow is that your supplier do the scan and send you the DPX. So a lot of files and so on, but you don't know if the DPX is correct or not. With RAWcooked, you do RAWcooked --all. It means that all is conformance checker. We add error correction code. We do a check that all is fine in one command. And after that, you can do the transport. So the size of the package is 2 times smaller. So it is easier to transport. If you do by internet, sometimes it is 2 times faster, or you need less hard drives and so on. And when you receive the content, you can check the integrity with RAWcooked --check and the MKV. If if you do this command, it also checks that the dpx stored inside this mkv, the dpx metadata, will be correct. So you don't need to unpack the Matroska file to dpx again before checking that the dpx is correct. It is native to the tool. So the RAWcooked data check will also check that the dpx is conform to specification. You can also visually check the content. Sometimes you have your dpx and you don't know how to play it because no player like VLC or Windows Media Player or QuickTime can read it. But with this archive, the Matroska file, you can check visually what is the content. You can store this file, and it is 2 times less costly than using tarring your files, your dpx files. So in terms of cost, it is very practical. So having 2 times less cost for your content may be useful for you, I think. And if you need your dpx file or your TIFF files, it is fine. You do RAWcooked and your Matroska file name, and you have back your dpx files. For the moment, thanks to the initial sponsors, we can support nearly any kind of dpx. We support also the TIFF format. RAW format compressed is not supported. So if you have a slight compression in TIFF, it is not supported. But we can support 16-bit TIFF, so the one you can find in DCDM, for example. We also support audio. A bit about audio, we use the FLAC format for compressing the audio to a compressed format. And the FLAC has the same kind of feature than FFV1, but for audio. Our sponsor. So RAWcooked was based on what archives need. So sponsors, it is the archives. And these entities needed a way to optimize the cost of storage to check that the dpx is wealthy and so on. So this is the ones who make this tool existing. Without them, you could not have such tool. So it is thanks to the sponsors that you can have such tool for you. It is open source, so and it is made by archivists for archivists. So yeah, here it is the name, not the logo. For having some financial sustainability, we provide the open source code to sponsor without any lock, but on our website we decided to have a lock. So the binaries we provide on our website permit you to test the tool with 8 or 10-bit dpx and with 2 channels waves. If you need to test with your own files, no problem, we can provide a temporary key if you need. And after that, if you want another flavor and you need to buy a key, it is 1,000 € for the first flavor. And after that, we will ask for a maintenance fee. It is 500 €. So it is small compared to what you can have, the cost you save for your storage. Just try to compare how much you can get from the storage when you split by 2 the price and this kind of cost. The current development we have, we are improving the dpx conformance checker, and we are improving the integrated auto check. So when you do RAWcooked dash check and your directory, there is some automatic check for being sure that all is correct, and the erasure code, so we can fix a buggy file. And we will work next year on the speed improvement of FFV1. We want to try to speed up because sometimes it may be considered a bit slow. And for the moment, RAWcooked is a command line interface, and we want to provide a graphical interface so everyone can use it very easily. We have more ideas about what we could do with RAWcooked. we could add support of the DPX reels. For example, for the moment, we need a directory, and if you have reels, we consider that it is different video tracks. We detect them not as a sequential, or that it is sequential content. So if you have 10 minutes first minute and 10 other minutes in another directory, for the moment, it is just 2 video tracks and 10 minutes together. We want that the file is playable by VLC in a correct way, so that it is 10 minutes, then 10 minutes, 20 minutes. So it is the kind of development we could do. It is not done for the moment because it was not the priority of the sponsors. And again, the sponsors are the ones who decide about the priorities. So one sponsor needs something, he decides to put the money on this item, which is important for them. If you need this feature, it is easy. You just contact me or any other developer. It is open source again. It is not just me. And you say, oh, I need this feature. So we go ahead. We can also do some speed improvement through the GPU. We hope that it could be interesting to increase the speed with the GPU. We hope it will work. We could have some Bayer support, so instead of having RGB, we could try with a native format of some cameras. We could work also on the creation of an NXS file at the same time, so you don't have only your Matroska file with FFV1. It is lossless, okay, but it is big. So if you want an access file at the same time, we could try to improve our scripting and so on in order to have everything automatic. For the audio, some people have one file for all the channels in the WAV file. So it is good. We convert that to a Matroska file with one track. That's fine. But some people have one file per channel. I don't know why, but it exists. Okay, why not? For the moment, we consider that one file is one track, but some people would like to have all the channels together, because for the moment, if you play the Matroska file in VLC, you will see that you can have track 1 and you will have the left channel. If you want the right channel, you need to select track 2, but you don't have anymore the left channel. So we want to pack everything together and that you can play all the channels at the same time. It will be better, maybe. And if you have more input format, I don't know, any other kind of format, we could also implement that. So for the moment, we support the input format, the DPX BitDef, or the DPX Indianness, Little Indian, Big Indian, and so on. It is the files from our sponsors. If we don't support your files, we can update the tool. So again, the priorities is done by the sponsor. The roadmap is not definitive. We have actually no roadmap. Our roadmap is what you decide by being a sponsor. And I think I have finished. If you have some questions.
Are there any questions out there? You? Got one. Stephen, 1 second.
Stephen McConaughey from the BFI. So Jérôme, obviously we're one of the sponsors, and one of the ways people can contribute to this is through sponsorship, but there's other ways too. So I found when we started using it that the operating manual had some missing functionality that was either in the release or in the snapshots, and so one of the things I'm really keen to contribute to and ask others who are among the sponsors is to keep the documentation up to date. So I think there's other ways people can contribute, especially maybe if they're using it without the budget to be a sponsor. So just to say the documentation.
Yes, that's true. Sponsorship is not only about money. It is also open source, so you can fork our GitHub repo. You can help in providing more features also, or in providing more documentation. We are lacking of documentation. It is on our to-do list, but yeah, we lack of time, as often. And if you can help in the documentation, it will be also very great. And it will be available for everyone. So it is not for us as developer, but for the other archivists. So go ahead, and if you think that you are missing some information, you look at it, it is difficult, you can put a summary and offer the change to the project. It will be great.
Anybody else have any questions? Looks like we don't have any more questions, so we can get a head start on welcoming Alex Boix to the stage. Thanks, Jérôme.
So, hi everybody. I would like to present a recently developed workflow for the digitization of audiovisual records in the archives of social democracy, in which open source tools play a decisive role. First, let me give you a brief introduction of the context in which the workflow was developed. Then I will introduce you to the workflow and finally formulate a few perspective thoughts. The Archives of Social Democracy of the Friedrich-Ebert-Stiftung, based in Bonn in Germany, collects sources on the history of the German and in part also of the international labor movement. Besides nearly 56 kilometers of written documents, our collection also includes over 50,000 analog media objects, but unfortunately for the most part, they are not appraised, classified or catalogued. In order to counteract this deficit, since July 2017, a comprehensive evaluation of the collection was carried out as part of a 2-year project in order to optimize and standardize the relevant work processes. One of these processes, the workflow for the digitization of analog videotapes, I would like to present you in the following. In the first phase, the videotapes are inspected and photographed, and related enclosures are scanned. In addition, the analog tapes are catalogued as individual objects in our archive information system. In general, the resulting metadata, regardless of whether they document the digitization process, the content or technical aspects, are either manually entered in our archive information system or attached as a file to the corresponding record. The same applies to the resulting photos. The same applies to the resulting photos and scans, which are also attached to the record. After this preliminary phase comes the actual digitization. We work with various tape players, TBCs, measuring instruments, breakout boxes, and workstations. Regarding the limited time, I don't want to go deeper into the technical settings. For capturing, we use Adobe's Premiere and Blackmagic's Media Express. At this point, one could also use open source tools like ReRecord, but as Premiere and Media Express are available in our department anyway, this solution seemed to be more comfortable. After capturing, the first quality assurance can be done with QC tools, a very powerful tool by media area that requires a certain amount of training. So that's, to be honest, at the moment we only look out for some major issues. Next, we use FFmpeg for the conversion into the target formats. We wanted to preserve a lossless archive master, so we decided to use FFv1 because of storage density. In addition, an access copy is created in H.264. Mezzanines, we use IMX50, are only created of frequently requested movies or on demand. We use the graphical user interface FF command, which makes it easy to create batch jobs. At this point, I want to refer to FFmprovisor and Reto Chroma's FFmpeg cookbook for archivists, which have been extremely helpful. In order to assure the quality, the technical parameters such as the video and audio codec, bit rates, resolution, etc. are first checked by MediaCont using a previously defined policy. A MediaCont test report and media info metadata are exported as XML files and passed on to the archive information system. This is followed by a visual examination, which checks at least at the beginning, at the middle, and at the end of the recording various aspects such as image and sound levels, synchronicity, or the coloring. Depending on the staff resources, a complete view of the digitized document can be made, in the course of which content metadata can also be gathered. The storage and long-term preservation of the video files were initially a major challenge for us. At the Archives of Social Democracy, we are currently implementing a new interdivisional software, which should in the future basically take over the task of long-term preservation. But initially, the system is mainly designed for the handling of written documents. So the storage capacity of the digital repository is limited, and the whole system is not prepared for the large amount of data which comes up in the course of video or film digitization. Therefore, at least temporarily, an independent solution for the media archive had to be found and has been found. So basically, the backup is now done on two different storage media, LTO and HDD. The derivative copies are stored with an MD5 checksum on a RAID 5 secured NAS with a backup on LTO8. The archive masters are packed into Bagged packages using Bagger, a graphical user interface developed by the Library of Congress. The packages also include some XML files with metadata as well as the object photos taken in the first phase of this workflow and the scanned enclosures. Then the bags are copied on two LTO8 tapes and one hard disk. Since we just wanted to get started easily, we did not want to install a LTO tape library, so we just connected an LTO8 single drive to our workstation. For each LTO tape that can store a total of 12 terabytes, there's a correspondingly large hard disk that is connected to the workstation via a simple HDD docking station. The hard disk and one LTO tape are stored at different locations in our office in Bonn, while the second LTO tape is brought to our office in Berlin at a distance of over 600 kilometers. With these solutions, we follow the 3-to-1 principle by keeping a total of 3 copies on 2 different storage media and 1 copy in a geographically different location. As the title of this talk should clarify, we are just at the beginning of our digitization efforts. I am aware that the workflow in its current version has weaknesses, especially since many processes still have to be initiated manually. But above all, it was important for us to finally start in a structured manner in order to counteract the increasing degradation of analog video material. Prospectively, the workflow should be integrated into our comprehensive interdivisional concept for digital long-term preservation. Especially the storage phases should be operated by the corresponding software. Well, since I somehow underestimated the brevity of a lightning talk, please forgive me that I have not dealt with every detail of the workflow properly. But if you have any further questions after the Q&A, please ask me anytime during the coffee breaks, or feel free to contact me via email. Thank you.
We've got a few minutes for questions. Anybody have any questions for Alex? Are there any questions in the live stream chat? Nope. All right. Well, thank you, Alex.
Okay.
And I am going to be presenting as a proxy for Derek. Give me 1 second. So Derek Butenhuis is unable to be present at the conference, but he recorded this video of his presentation. He's also participating remotely via the live stream. So you can all follow him on Twitter to ask him questions during this video that will play his presentation. And also he just dumped his Twitter handle into the collaborative notes. So you can find that there as well. And it's also right there in the video. So yeah, feel free, and he'll be here tomorrow if you have any additional questions. Or he'll be participating remotely tomorrow.
Couldn't make it to Budapest this year, but hopefully you'll enjoy my disembodied voice speaking about FFE1 in Go instead. In case anyone doesn't know what FFE1 is, it's a lossless video codec, primarily used in the archival world. I'm sure most of you in the audience probably know what it is. And I've written a brand new decoder from scratch in Go and I'm going to talk a little bit about that today and why. So why did I write it? Mostly because it seemed pretty fun. It seemed interesting to try and implement something from only a spec and have no code references as really a good way to test out the spec, its robustness and clarity. But mainly, the goal was to make the spec better. The idea being that the more people who implement it, the more bugs are found in the spec, and the more people who implement it from only the spec, the more kind of weird little niggling things that maybe don't make sense outside of the context of a reference encoder would be found. I mean, it seems like a pretty good way to spend a weekend, or like 10 weekends, right? So let's see how that went. The first point is that specs aren't exactly written in a like logical order. It's not like do this, then this, then this. It's not a step-by-step guide. It's more of a reference than anything. And having a second monitor really helps, like, so you could reference back and forth between the code you're writing and the spec itself. And for example, pseudocode in one spec, say 2.1, will reference a variable from pseudocode in another part of the spec, say 3.2, but they're not necessarily in that order. So you'll have to jump around up and down quite a bit. And if you're trying to write like a logical flow in a decoder, that can get kind of disorienting. So as you may have guessed, turns out that third-party implementations are really important for the robustness of a spec. I found while implementing the FFV1 spec that there were a lot of little bits that either weren't in the spec, were wrong in the spec, or like only existed in code itself. I guess RAWcooked must have referenced the reference encoder at some points too, because I don't know how else they would have like figured some of this stuff out. But as a result of that, we improved the spec. I opened lots of bugs, sent some pull requests. So the end result is that the FFV1 spec is better than it would have been if I hadn't done this. And that was kind of the point, because a better specification is better for everyone. And these bugs ranged from anything like context size was just kind of entirely missing from the spec, which is just a constant value, or that there were some edge cases in the spec that the spec technically allowed, but that the reference encoders simply didn't allow. So this next one may or may not be a little controversial, but I think having background and context in the spec itself and not shunted in an annex somewhere or hidden in a proposal on a mailing list that's archived from 10 years ago is extremely useful. Like a lot of the implementations benefit from knowing why something is the way it is, and FFV1 has a lot of this in its spec, and it became quite useful, especially for things like slice multi-threading. Spec purists might say, oh, a spec's only supposed to be a reference, but my retort would be, the spec is meant to help people implement your thing, and if background and context is what is needed to implement this thing, it should be in the spec. So this next one should be pretty obvious, but having direct contact with the people who wrote the spec in the first place is pretty useful. I use this all the time when I work on AV1 stuff, and I had to use it a few times when working on the FFV1 decoder. You can see a little example of it here on the side of the slide, where I found a thing. I didn't know why it was that way. It was kind of missing from the spec. It was in both the encoder and the decoders, and I was wondering, well, why is it this thing? Turns out it's only like that because it was basically a speed hack to make decoding faster, but it wasn't technically fully spec compliant. So that's having that kind of access over Twitter or mailing list or IRC or whatever to the people who wrote the spec is obviously extremely useful. And obviously this isn't feasible with every spec all the time, but you'd be surprised how accessible a lot of the authors are and how happy they are to help you. So this next one is kind of specific to FFV1 in so much as FFV1 was written after the FFV1 reference encoder had been used in production and all sorts of other things for years and years. So it's was basically deriving a specification from a code base, and that leads to like all sorts of little weird intricacies and behaviors that are somewhat unexpected. Like one of the ones that I referenced in the previous slide about like that's specific to the reference encoder's behavior that the decoder was relying on. One of the ones that caught me by guard when writing this was that for 16-bit RGB mode, you actually need 17-bit buffers for prediction, which is kind of annoying since no other mode needs this. And I guess it's kind of it was kind of glossed over and not mentioned in the spec because they assumed you'd be predicting the same way you would be in the reference encoder, which is not a full buffer but just a few lines or just surrounding context. And this makes sense if you're like implementing an optimized decoder, but maybe makes less sense if you're implementing a reference or trying to write code that's very obvious. The flip side to this is that since the spec was written based off an optimized decoder, it has some parts in it that can help you optimize your decoder, such as tips on how to slice multi-thread more easily. So this was probably my biggest, let's call it issue with the FFV1 spec, but I'm not entirely sure how I should file a bug about this. So the range decoder is in the spec as basically a bunch of latex. So it's a bunch of math notation, and this is really not the greatest for actually writing code based off of. Like, yes, it has the reference to the original paper, which in itself has it's missing some constants and stuff, which are in the latex in the spec, but it's really annoying to actually implement code based off nothing but some latex math. And I'm going to be entirely truthful here. My range coder is partly based off the Wikipedia definition because throwing a bunch of latex at me is a pretty crap way to get me to actually implement something well, especially with kind of no background or context in how it works. So the Lhomme coder, for example, had pseudocode, and that was a lot easier, but I guess you don't really come away with a deeper understanding of how a Lhomme Rice coder works. I mean, I already had that, but I was less familiar with range coding. I was familiar with arithmetic coding, but not range coding. And yeah, so Wikipedia implementation. I don't know how exactly I would file a bug for this other than like, let's put some pseudocode in and remove the math bits. But I don't know, that doesn't seem particularly useful for a spec. Yeah. Anyway, on to some code notes. It is written in Go, but it's not 100% like idiomatic Go because I wanted to make it a good reference, which is almost a little more C-like, and it should stick like really close to the spec pseudocode, which is obviously based off C. Every function and variable and stuff is annotated with references to the spec sections where they're from and their titles. I did use a little bit of Perl for code generation for the 16-bit prediction stuff. Never do that. But hopefully it should be pretty easy reading even for someone who isn't necessarily familiar with Go, and that was kind of the goal here, rather than having an optimized decoder. It is pretty slow right now. I think it's like two or three times slower than FFmpeg, maybe a little more than that, but it does have slice threading. And yeah, here's some links to the implementation, its documentation, a little simple Matroska wrapper I wrote because turns out Go has really crappy really crappy Matroska packages. So I kind of just wrapped Hallie's Matroska parser and used that to get my packets out. And of course, the spec. I guess we'll open it up to questions now.
And again, if you have any questions, he's on the live stream chat. Thank you, virtual Derek. And now please welcome Zsuzsa, Zádori, Darius Kravlovsky, and Janos Dani, and Josef Bone. Sorry.
need to extend the display, sorry.
Hello, everyone. Yes, we're back once more. Yes, thank you for including us into the program. Together with three of my colleagues at OSA, Darius, János, and Josh, we are happy to present our collaborative audiovisual digital preservation project to you at No Time to Wait 4. The Open Society Archives was established in 1995, and it is part of the Central European University, CEU. This was the year, 1995, when Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty was closed down in Munich, Germany, and moved to Prague, the Czech Republic. Radio Free Europe's Research Institute's massive archive and library was deposited at OSA, and it is our first fund. It is a special Cold War and human rights in itself. As of 2019, OSA has over 200 funds, and the holdings comprise of the audiovisual holdings comprise of over 15,000 hours of time-based media. Approximately 80% of them are on analog media, film on celluloid, video and audio cassettes, and some open reel tape. I will talk about it later. OSA also has about 500,000 photo, mainly print, but also 35mm, both black and white and color negatives, 35mm negatives. OSA's video is on VHS, SVHS, HI8, Betacam SP, Mini DV, and some U-matic. The digital video is, of course, growing as we also generate and receive collections in digital format, and is getting bigger and bigger, and it is yet unconsolidated, meaning we don't have a digital video preservation project as of now running. It is scheduled as our next project for the year 2020. The audio and photo formats are less diverse. We have quarter-inch open reel tapes and audio cassettes, black and white and color prints, and 35mm negatives. And again, a growing number of digital audio and photo with various codecs and various compressions. Some of the highlights, because we are the host institution and we are also quite a young archive, I thought I will talk a little bit about our collections to you. So out of the over 70 collections, I would like to present about 10. So we have the Hungarian Interior Ministry instructional films, propaganda films, video interviews with the survivors of the Chernobyl disaster by the Nobel Prize winner Svetlana Alexievich. We also have the Hungarian amateur films, that is home videos or home movies, in multiple formats, because we received it from the donor in Super 8, 8mm, but also on Betacam SP, and then in MOV files. And actually, Peter Forgách is just here doing research today, so maybe he can hear that. There he is, and he wants us to donate his own digital video to us, and I'm trying to walk out of this negotiation. Our off-air recordings, we also have the off-air recordings of the Soviet and Russian Central Television, International Human Rights Law Institute's video archive about the wars in the former Yugoslavia. The single largest independent media groups called Fekete Doboz or Black Box, video archive relating to the regime change in Hungary. An orphan collection of Soviet propaganda films. And the Russian language broadcast archive of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, from the first year of its operation in Russia in 1953 until actually, instead of sticking to the principle that we are a Cold War archive, so we are basically collecting material until the end of communism, which is 1990, but because of the wars in the former Yugoslavia, in this particular case, we extended the range, the time range, and we have this Russian broadcast until 1995. This is a massive and beautiful collection with over 26,000 audio files, digitized in Prague by Radio Free Europe. So we got them as sort of born digital. So in our own archives, it's considered born digital. And we also have a video archive of the last weeks of the Saddam regime through off-air recordings of the Iraqi Central Television and the Physicians for Human Rights training videos and the Genocide Archive of the International Monitoring Institute, Los Angeles. By 2012, most of OSA's collections have reached a critical age. Even though OSA has an okay cold storage, an analog to digital conversion has had to be scheduled. At the AV unit, we have created a full inventory of all of our holdings, extents and formats, age of analog carriers, their copyright status, and whether or not the material was intellectually processed was determined. Combining these factors, a priority list was created for scheduled digitization. By 2016, a business case was created as a collaborative project between AV and IT, my colleagues, and the management that resulted in an institutional commitment. A budget was allocated for a long-term digital preservation, and terms of reference was phrased to invite an external expert, that is a consultant. A consultant was to assess OSA's capability for long-term digital preservation, to define standards, systems, equipment, and workflows for digitizing and managing AV content, and to develop a digital preservation strategy. The consultancy took place in 2017 in March. It was built on the understanding of the reference model for the open archival information systems, and that there is a readiness to learn and a set of skills for transcoding and using FFmpeg at OSA. Because we were considering of buying into a monolith system or rather going for microservices-based solutions, it was still not sure. But when the consultant came, and the 2-day consultancy included a training session in FFmpeg and Qtools, we were reinforced that actually we can do it ourselves. So in July 2017, a paper titled Microservices in AV Archives was ready, and actually the consultant published it because he is Dave Rice. So it was published, so this workflow, in which workflows and tools were defined and designed. I'm going to conclude with the sketch of workflow 1, that is digitization and pre-ingest, and then we'll give the floor to my colleagues to continue with the next phases. Workflow 1 is a manual part of the workflow managed by the AV archive team. It starts, all my team is here. Zoltan is shooting, Darius is the next presenter, and also our colleague, the rest of the colleagues are in the audiences. So it is managed by the AV archive team. It starts with raw materials that are the analog masters. In scenario 1, the contents is already described. So there is a full set of descriptive metadata within the finding aid module of the AMS. In scenario 2, only the container records are ready within the AMS. The contents will be described following digitization. through physical barcoding, then chipping the barcode into the AMS, digitization through virtual dub. We are digitizing that directly into FFV1. Quality control and approval, the preservation master FFV1 file is created onto an external HDD and is ready for submission to IT. Now I give the floor to Darius. Thank you.
So, yeah, hi. I'm briefly going to just speak about how we go on through with upgrading our workstations for digitization and what we have encountered during the process. It's going to be basically about hardware right now, like maybe this is something nice to have. So our old chain of equipment was quite outdated. What you can see here, that's what we had. We were digitizing in YUV 4208-bit TV, which is in 2017 was quite outdated already. But after having Dave Rice with us, we were committed to upgrade our chain of equipment for video digitization, and we started to acquire the missing pieces. And of course, we had the same thing. And no, I'm saying the obvious here. We had some VTRs and VCRs, and then we acquired some Blackmagic analog to SDI converters, then the capture cards, which is a Blackmagic Decklink Mini, and our aim was to basically digitize in YUV 422 10-bit FFV1 through virtual dub, what Zsuzsa already mentioned, and what forked we got from Peter, actually. So yeah, so the very first we've encountered the problem that the TVC, what we use, the time-based corrector, what we use for VHS, and in this chain with the Blackmagic analog to SDI converter, they don't get along well, to be honest. Like so many drop frames, so many double frames, and we never got the reports of that as well. So we had to find a professional time-based corrector for a digitization project. After almost half a year, we finally found one broadcast one, a used one, of course, a Snell and Wilcox IQH3A, a modular enclosure with 6 IQ DEC frame synchronizers, which done the job pretty well, and we finally started to do the project. Of course, we had to stop a bit as well, because, to be honest, we didn't really know that through reading the specifications and doing the research, we couldn't 100% say that we are going to have actual 10-bit at the end, like through the chain, what we are using. So we started to test our equipment. We were using QC tools and FFprobe, and then we finally started to digitize our material. We really didn't have any issues then, unless the few times we encountered some sync issues, but with updating virtual dub to version 43385, these things got remedied, hopefully, at least. After we've done anything from the cassette through digitization, and we checked manually, like the quality is okay. We checked the results that everything is good. We go to the AMS as well. We are checking that the barcode, the unique ID is matching, and if everything goes well, we are sending the HDDs to IT for further implementation. And one thing why I would like to do a little detour, to be honest, and this is basically a question and a suggestion, and maybe like at the end or at the restaurant you can tell me that it's nice to have open source software, but we should maybe start opening up our hardware as well. Like I know, like, maybe you know a platform where everybody is sharing their blueprints or service manuals or anything like that. Tell me, I will really, really be happy, because these obsolete hardwares, it's really hard to fix, and really getting through with one of the time-based corrector manufacturers, like we were constantly mailing to each other and was begging, just please tell me the list of error codes, and I never got that at the end. Like, they said, like, yeah, send it to us for $350. So if you have any suggestions for this, please send me either an email or tell it to me later on. And that's about it. Thank you.
Oh, let me prepare my presentation at the end. See it what? Okay, so hello everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zádori, and I'm currently working at OSA as a help desk assistant. And besides that, I'm involved in the project of digitizing OSA's analog audiovisual material. So my presentation title sounds fancy a bit and a bit mysterious, but basically it means that we were defined archival jobs, microservices, in an ordered manner, and used Airflow as a tool to help us execute them in an organized, supervised way. Although I'm not an expert, but I would like to show Airflow to this community. And after my brief introduction, my colleague Jérôme will show you how we use this tool in details. So as Zsuzsa previously mentioned, based on Dave Rice's recommendations, we were defined archiving processes and microservices. I'm sure most of you in the audience knows what microservices are, so I just want to highlight some core ideas behind the concept. So microservices are defined as an architectural style where your system or application built as a structure of service collections. These services are loosely coupled, independently deployable units. The consistency and the communication between components is done through transactions, and components could be scaled separately and independently. So at the time, we were looking for a tool which can orchestrate or supervise our services, and we were able to find quite a lot in the internet. There were all the well-known ones like Luigi by Spotify, but the main reason we were choosing Airflow besides other workflow management software is because Airflow uses workflow as a broader sense, has a good visual monitoring capability using a web UI, where you get visual feedback from what is going on with your tasks, what are they doing, and in what state they are currently in. So Airflow is capable of sending alerts in a form of email notifications, could show useful charts, and I will show some of them later, and has a good documentation and community behind. So at the moment they have 991 contributors, and at last but not least, it's open source. So a little bit of Airflow's history. It started as an Airbnb in October 2014, written in Python, becoming an Apache incubator project in March 2016, and this year it became a top-level software foundation project at Apache. This is the architecture of it. At the center you can see the schedule, which includes an executor. I will get back to this later, and the web server. The schedule is like an alarm clock. It schedules execution of tasks. The database stores information about the execution statuses and dates, and tasks and logs. The workers are basically nodes or machines. They are communicating with the schedule. The web UI is where you can control your operations, trigger workflows. You can see charts, reading logs, etc. So basically, most of the operations you need to do, you can do through the UI. A little bit about the schedule. The schedule executes and triggers the task instances whose dependencies have been met on an array of workers, spins up a sub-process which monitors and stays in sync with the folder for all workflow objects, and periodically, every minute or so, collects them and inspects active tasks to see whether they can be triggered or not. The scheduler starts an instance of the executor specified in your Airflow configuration file. So an executor could be a local or sequential executor. This should be chosen when a task should be executed as a sub-process, or Celery executor, or Desk or Mesos, when tasks should be executed remotely. So now let me talk about the conceptual building blocks or core ideas as how Airflow calls them. Airflow uses directed acyclic graphs, DAGs, to describe workflows. You can see a DAG evolving here. They can be written in one Python file, and DAGs can be run either on a defined schedule, hourly, on daily, or whatever, or an external event trigger. We're currently triggering our DAG with external mouse click event by hand. Joseph will tell you more details about this later. So, and operator is another conceptual building block. Operators provide that a single pipeline might contain Bash, Python, or SQL operations. So basically, we can do anything what Python could do, which is quite a lot. And with dependencies specified between them, I mean the operators, you can control or restrict the flow of your data processing. So if a task has cyclical dependency, it will never finish. That is why Airflow uses a concept called DAG for all workflow definitions. So DAGs define the logic of your workflow and the shape of your graph. A DAG isn't concerned what its constituent tasks do. So its job is to make sure that whatever they do, it happens at the right time, or in the right order, or with the right handling of any unexpected issues. So they can be played or paused, and they have starting dates. At every scheduled period between the starting date and now, the schedule will backfill past execution, so be careful, it runs as many times as it should have between these days. But if you don't want that behavior, you should set the catch-up parameter false. Operators are associated to DAGs. So operators are only loaded if they are assigned to a DAG. They are loosely coupled functions, and Airflow provides operators for many common tasks. For example, a bash operator allows you to run a bash command or a script. For calling a Python function, you can use a Python operator, and you can send email with an email operator, HTTP request with a simple HTTP operator, or executing an SQL command with MySQL operator, for example. And there is also a branch operator for branching to decide which path or way should follow your execution flow. And operators are subclasses of the base operator, so you can write your own as well. They are basically just Python classes with an execute method. So tasks, these are not building blocks, but tasks are instantiated operators, and the parameterized task became a node in a DAG. And each task has to finish its execution before its downstream task starts to running. But if they are independent from each other, they can run in the same time. That is how Airflow introduces parallelization. So in the right side, you can see a DAG assignment and dependencies and how dependencies can be defined between them. Task instances also have states, which could be running, success, failed, skipped, up for retry, etc. And the task goes through various stages from start to completion. So in Airflow's web UI, graph and tree views have these stages and they are displayed by a color representing each stage. And more of the web UI. The web UI also provides useful charts, like for example this Gantt chart. You can see how long a task was running, lets you analyze task duration and overlaps. And of course you can view logs for information about tasks or events, and you can search for errors as well. So Airflow is so much more, but I ran out of time, so in this point I would like to thank you all for your attention, and let me pass the microphone to my colleague Eugen, who will show you more details about how we use Airflow during digital preservation, and there are some useful links that you can use, and thank you very much again. Visszaminorolja.
Hello. Okay. Approximately how much time I will have left? 7. Oh, okay. I try to be. Oh, it's here now. Oh, okay. Cool. Then, okay. Hi. I try to be really short and quick, so I will tell you details about each steps what we are taking when we are using Airflow. Airflow is running on our server in Docker containers. We have a Postgres for the database. We have the Airflow itself running in a Docker container, and FFmpeg is also running in a Docker container. This is a special version because it includes CUDA drivers, because the server has an NVIDIA GX 1080 video card. So we are getting basically the hard drives from the AV department full with nice FFV1 files, and the aim is that we want to process them and send them through the workflow in a batch. So the hard drive arrives, and the first step will be that we are checking the content of the hard drive, and we are picking up the first file, and we are writing the information in a file called video file JSON. That's needed because we can't pass information between these microservices. These microservices are actually like really plain Python files. If you check our GitHub, which the address was in the opening slide, then you will see that these Python files are hooked up in the Airflow, but they can also run separately. So it's pretty easy to write these services, and it's pretty easy to test them. So we are picking up the first file. We are creating the directory structure of the archival information package. We are moving the master file to the appropriate place, which is in our case, it's a content directory, preservation, and then we are putting the files. These are actually like the barcodes, which you can find on cassettes or tapes. Then we are creating checksums for the masters with the help of Python's hashlib directory. We are creating MD5 and SHA512. Then we use ffprobe from the other Docker container. So we are reaching out from inside the Docker container to another Docker container with the help of the official Python Docker library. We are saving this information as well. Then with the request library, we are communicating with our archival management system. If there is descriptive metadata available for that object, then we are also pulling it and saving it here. Then we are pushing the technical metadata back to the archival management system. There is a flag which we are switching on. So for the colleagues who are logging into the archive management system, they can see in a digitization log when a certain task is finished. And they are also getting an email notification. Then we are making a higher quality access copy from the master file. We are putting it inside the AIP, but we are also saving it separately because we want to maybe use it further. Maybe we want to, I don't know, chop it off if we have the time code information, because now digitization happens like cassette by cassette, but it can happen that later on when a cassette includes like 3, 4, 5 different programs, we have to like cut this thing. We are generating again the checksums for the access copy as well. We are sending out an information email, and then we are checking if there are master files left. If they are still master files existing, we are re-triggering our workflow. So it goes like on and on and on until we have files left. This is our final AIP structure. Storing, we are writing them to 2 simultaneous LTO tapes, which will be kept in 2 separate locations. One will be here, another one will be, I mean, it's under negotiation, but really hope that it will be in Vienna. Then we are creating a lower quality MP4 file, and depending on its copyright, it either goes to our catalog, or it will be pushed to the SharePoint-based research cloud, so we can serve it to our researchers in-house. We discovered some errors during the procedure. Sometimes the FFmpeg created MP4 files with 0 bytes. That's not and it's not FFmpeg's fault. I think it's rather some Docker starting issue. We haven't been able to figure it out, but hopefully with the help of Airflow's feature that you can basically, if a task will have an exception, then you can set like how many times you want to rerun the task. So basically we have to set a checking rule that if the outcome of the encoding procedure is 0 byte, then it should mark the task as a failure, and we should try to run the encoding procedure once again. There are sometimes, as we all know, there can have like manual mistakes that someone forgets to chip the barcode in the AMS. In this case, we have to run certain parts of the workflow again, and of course we have a lot of place for improvement. We want to split the workflow to different smaller workflows, so we can trigger like certain sections of it. I really would like to have premise. I would like to add all the informations that we are, if we are touching the master files. And I also would like to automatize the SharePoint synchronization. And we have the workflow for DVDs and audios are still like ahead of us. So I don't know if you were at the stage 1, we are at the stage, I don't know, 0.5 in our preservation and digitization circle. But so far we made like 1,200 physical containers with this workflow. It works pretty well. We are starting it, and like the emails are continuously flowing in. So we are happy. Thank you. Questions are welcome. I will be here around. I will join to the dinner. So if you want to know more, then don't hesitate to ask. Thank you very much.
David Pfluger. What I would like to know, you apparently after Dave Rice's advice, you were able to decide that to go that way, and I would like to know how you updated software, you bought some equipment, how many new people are in your team since you started on the digitization? So obviously the workload had to be either redistributed beyond an existing team, or you had to add people. So maybe you have comments on that, which would I kind of missed on asking a previous speaker, Alexander Boix, who may also comment in his case on that. How many new people do you need for such a adventure?
We didn't have to hire anybody, so actually we are doing the thing with the same number of people. Well, actually, it was lucky because when Dave Rice was invited, just a couple of months before we had a non-paid intern, Darius. So actually the only change, or actually that is hiring. So from that on, we started to hire the intern. The question is if we are super busy, everybody, yes.
From the IT perspective, I think for us the biggest driving force to have this workflow tool was basically that we want to really minimize the manual intervention for us. So,
Julia Kim, there are questions about the MD tag JSON files and what the components are and how you graded them.
Sorry?
It was in a slide earlier, the technical metadata.
Yeah. It's like the most minimum it works on file level, so this is like really the most minimum like CRC check. And what's the question? How did we integrate it, or?
Were there tools that were feeding into creating
No, it's basically I think I mentioned it's so every step in the workflow, it's basically like it's a Python script. And it's using Python's hashlib, I think that's how it's called, hashlib library. I hope it answers the question.
Hello, Stephen from the BFI. This is amazing. I love the look of Airflow. And I'll definitely ask you 1,000 questions tonight, if that's okay. But just briefly, it seems like you can call Python scripts and Bash scripts in the same workflow. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. Yeah. There are different types of how is it called, operators.
Operators.
Yeah, so there are like there is Bash, there is Python, there is SQL. Yeah, there is like Celery if you want like asynchronous calls.
Thank you. I have 1,000 questions, but I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Anybody else have a question? Peter.
Okay. Hi, I'm Peter. One question is, you had MD5 files and SHA files.
Yeah.
Why both?
I was thinking about the same. Because of the No, it's not because of the. I think it was, I don't know, simply a weird decision that we made. We just wanted to have like 2 different types of checksum. I don't know why. Really, I don't have like a specific answer. Like I can't really tell you. I mean, I don't know. I was reading about MD5 that it can be like, how to say, like
broken,
back traced. I don't know. I mean not back traced, but like
there's a security flaw in MD5. Yeah. Okay, I was expecting this.
But maybe it's just, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's just a waste of time. I can't say that I think that we are doing everything perfectly. This is a weird thing that we do.
Thank you. And that's about all the time we have for this session.
Oh, thank you very much.
Give them a round of applause. And while Ashley is setting up her computer, we're just going to slowly introduce her. This is Ashley Bluer from Artifactual.
Hi.
If anybody has any additional questions while she's setting up, maybe for our previous speakers. Nope.
You never know. Do this. All right. Hey, that's not where it should be though.
actually, where's the mouse? Okay. All right, cool. Hi, yeah, that's true. I'm Ashley. I hope people, I'm going to try to speak slowly. I often speak too fast. So let's see how it goes. This is part 0, the introduction of this talk. I always like to provide some context as to where I'm coming from when giving a talk, especially at one that's at such an interdisciplinary conference such as this one. So for this talk, I'm going to be speaking by way of my experience as a researcher of early 2000s web-based artworks, and also as an educator in technical concepts to a non-experienced audience, and 3 in my capacity as a systems archivist at Artifactual Systems. I work primarily on the Archivematica project. So I'm not necessarily representing Artifactual in this talk, but it's for context as to the work that I do, where I work with major art museums and large universities and archives that handle miscellaneous video materials. So I guess this is a little bit to say that this isn't my full-time job, but that some of my jobs and hobbies, which maybe add up to a full-time job, have me interacting with weird files and helping others make decisions on what to do with them. And as a brief point of this talk, I realize this talk is targeting an audience that is mostly new to working not just with FFmpeg, but on the command line or even in a technical capacity at all. Maybe like if you are a digital archivist, oftentimes you get, suddenly you have to do different work that you didn't know how to do before. So that's sort of the audience that I have here. So, and I know that there's FFmpeg developers in the audience, so I've supplemented my talk with cartoons for entertainment for them. So first of all, what is FFmpeg? Sorry, please watch another talk on that. The one earlier today from Carl is a good example. And that's it. So we made it past part 0, which is the metadata header part of this talk. So now on to part 1, which is understanding video. So what is video? I don't think this question is easy to answer. That's also totally not the scope of this talk either. Video means a lot of different things to different people. It can be an audiovisual format that is not film. It could be a broadcast. It could be a VHS tape. It could be electromagnetic waves that are flowing through the ether, you know, et cetera. For what I'm describing in this talk, it's important to think about video in the same way that FFmpeg thinks about video. So in this context, we should conceptualize video as being made up of streams. Basically, the streams are, in a simple way, video, audio, text, and data. Those are the common ways we work with how video works. And this image is I tried to make these as big as possible, but this image is gonna come up a few more times. So FFmpeg follows this pattern as outlined in the official documentation. You can also see it if you type man FFmpeg. So you take one or more media objects, you split each of those into the appropriate streams, you split each of those into the appropriate frames according to the encoding, you put the frames back together in a new way, and then you put the streams back together. It's demuxing, decoding, encoding, and muxing. So demuxing is separating the streams, decoding is separating the bits of a stream, encoding is putting the bits together again, and muxing is putting the streams together again. So you're unwrapping the Christmas package, you're making the Legos, you're arranging them in a different way, and you're putting the package back together. So understanding this concept alone, I think, helps a lot in deciphering FFmpeg logs. And we'll see some examples of that. So we're gonna break things down and go through just an example of what happens when things go well. So this is the complete uncut console output of what it looks like when things go well, which is why it's very small. There's a lot to decipher here. FFmpeg, I think, is a bit chatty compared to other command line tools, and it can be intimidating to see so much text on the screen, even when there's nothing wrong. So we'll walk through all of these. So here's the command that was pasted in. I pulled this from FFmprovisor. And as a side note, I think this is a weird, very unnatural command. It was one of the first scripts to be added to FFmprovisor, which is sort of a resource/cookbook for FFmpeg scripts. FFmpeg is meant to be a tool for learning, so it's a bit difficult intentionally. It's meant to be what Marshall McLuhan considers a cool media to stimulate active thinking, like forcing you to sort of think about something because it's hard for you to intake. But inevitably I end up thoughtlessly copy and pasting this in, and I end up with GIFs that don't loop forever, and I'm like, what the hell? So it's not really acting quite as a stimulating active thinking as maybe I want it to. But that's the example that I'm using here. So going back up to this long bit of text and breaking it down bit by bit, first FFmpeg introduces itself. Hello. This is the version. This is the version of the C compiler that puts FFmpeg together. And then it's the configuration. You can see one, that this was installed with Linux Brew, which I don't actually recommend. I don't know why I did that. And then the large bit that often starts with this like -- enable something, you know, -- enable version 3. That's part of the configuration, so you know what you have and don't have. And then below that is the versions of each of the libraries. FFmpeg is the library, but it's composed up of other sublibraries. And those are the versions of each. So then the first thing FFmpeg does after its introduction is it tells you what it knows about your input. It starts at 0, like computers do. Input 0 is the first input. And then it tells you some general information about the wrapper or container, such as what's the encoder that was used, what's the creation time, what's the duration, what's the bit rate. Next, FFmpeg tells you what it knows about your first stream. So again, it starts at 0. Information about the video stream, encoding information. It's using the VP8 codec. Color space is YUV. It's got a 420 bit depth. Progressive scan. 640 by 480 pixel dimensions. The storage aspect ratio is 1:1. I think it's whatever. The SAR is 1:1. The DAR is 4:3. 30 frames per second. And then something that was new to me doing this was the last couple lines, which was the TBN is the container's time base, the TBC is the codec's time base, and then the TBR is what the assumed frame rate is. So it's like looking at both of those and what are we gonna do? So that's what it's telling you. I think that this is not crucial to debugging per se, but understanding these concepts individually are gonna help you better understand what's wrong when things do go wrong. And there may be expectations that you had about your file that was incorrect, and FFmpeg is telling you what it thinks it knows about your file. So then FFmpeg tells you what it knows about the next stream it sees in that one video that was input. So this is often the audio stream. It's usually, although in many cases not, there's a video stream and then there's an audio stream. So it's stream 01 because it's the first input file, and then it's the second stream. So counting from 0 is something that I'm used to as a developer, but it takes a while to get comfortable thinking in that way. An analogy I try to use is thinking about how we're in the 21st century. It's 2019. You know, the first century was the hundreds. And still identifying and describing this screen, even though we're making a GIF in this. So in this context, it's going to throw out that, it's going to get thrown out as part of the process because we're making a GIF which doesn't have an audio track, but still identifying it and letting you know that it's there and information about it. FFmpeg then, after it's identified these streams and described them to you, it lets you know that it has a plan for these, that you've given it. So it's mapping the first stream of the first input, 00, to the first stream of the first output file, 00, VP8 to GIF. FFmpeg then also lets you know that it's not too late. It's about to kick this party off, but you can always escape if you want to. Q to stop, question for help. Then FFmpeg tells you what kind of output file it's going to create. It's making a GIF. FFmpeg tells you the stats of the file it's creating. This is very similar to the slide a few slides back where FFmpeg is describing the input file. It's also describing the output file. These expectations, what you're expecting as well when you're making something using FFmpeg. So here again, it's a reminder of how this works. It follows this pattern of demuxing, decoding, encoding, and then muxing. So this brings us to part 2. So we started at 0. This is the third part, understanding logs. So I'm just going to jump through some different ways to help you read the FFmpeg output. So part of being a developer is learning how to read logs. Mistakes are sort of constantly happening when you're in this development process. So the first thing to do is to stay calm. It's normal for things to go wrong when you're testing out a new script, testing new parameters for a script, or you're working with unusual files or files that are full of edge cases, which is pretty much everything. So first advice is read from the bottom up. The problem is very often the last thing that was printed to the screen. So you start there and you can save yourself some time rather than moving to the top and reading down like a book. You should read from the bottom up. The next one is, this sounds obvious, and it is obvious, is look for the word error. But people who are writing these code libraries are trying to follow particular patterns, such as declaring the error by name or using the word warning when something is not ideal, but it's not quite enough to warrant the shutting down of the process. Colors work as clues. FFmpeg is helpful in that it will, when possible, display errors or warnings or informational messages in different colors to get your attention. This is too hard for you to read, but it's somewhat easy to pinpoint exactly where the error might be. It might be a little difficult as well because I use a light text editor, and then on a black text editor, maybe it's a little more obvious, but there's a red in there. So the next, take a look at what you wrote. The error is very often in the command. I think we use this phrase called like, the problem is between like the keyboard and the chair, meaning like you're the problem, and not a problem with FFmpeg. But I'll give you an example of what that does look like in a minute. So take a deeper look at your command. Are you telling FFmpeg everything that it needs to know about this? And also, it's important to use your resources. If the error doesn't make sense to you, paste it into your favorite internet search provider, like DuckDuckGo, because someone has almost definitely had this problem, and you'll probably be guided towards either a Stack Overflow post or the FFmpeg user forum, where someone else has already given an answer to this problem. And finally, remember that the error messages are written by humans. And FFmpeg is an open source library, so you can search the source code for that particular phrase. So even if you're brand new at looking at technical things, you've never like read source code before, you may still be able to decipher what's causing the error messages to pop up just using basic if-else logic and some elementary math skills, condition, division, greater than or less than. And you can see it usually right above where the error is being raised. Okay, so let's see what happens when, we saw what happens when a simple file conversion goes well. So let's see what it looks like when some things go wrong. So part 3, understanding errors. So I'm gonna step through some examples of common errors that I've run into, other people have run into, and how they can be deciphered. So we'll start it off with an easy one. Maybe I shouldn't call it easy. I think it's easy to read, but it's not necessarily easy to understand. But all the information that is wrong with the file is available in this one line. I'm also really surprised at how often this has come up in my career because it's a bit strange. But the issue is the height is not divisible by 2. The dimensions of the original file that, in this case, this client was working with was 1920 by 1013. And 1013 is an odd number, and also like odd in the sense of it being unusual, but also it is an odd number. FFmpeg is then, it's trying to run the libx 264 encoder, because you can see that on the top left, and it's trying to encode the video stream of this file into H.264. So H.264, like many other codecs, they break things into chunks for encoding, and the assumption is that all video files would be an even number for width and height, because the way things are chunked up, they're chunked up into 8 or 16 or 4 or whatever. So that's an easy error log to read because the information is in front of you. Next, no such filter draw text. This happens if you have compiled a basic version of FFmpeg, so it didn't include the draw text filter. To correct this, you have to reinstall FFmpeg, which can take some time. You use the filter --enable/libfreetype. Something to note here is that sometimes these things change. So what the default settings are depends on your FFmpeg version, and it depends on the way you are installing things. whether it's through Homebrew or compiling it on your own, whether you're using the -- enable flags or not. And sometimes those names themselves change. So when you're looking for what you need to correct this, it's important to make sure that the information is relatively recent, relatively on board with the FFmpeg version you're working with, especially if it's a major version. It wasn't too long ago where FFmpeg went from a 3x to 4x, which usually means there's potentially some breaking changes. Next one, unknown encoder. If you're looking to encode something, you can check FFmpeg-codecs, and you can see a list of all the encoders that exist that you have in your compiled version of FFmpeg. So you may have also just typed the name wrong, and you need to double check, and you can check that there. I think something common is maybe you want a PCM audio, so you type PCM instead of what FFmpeg's expecting, which is PCM_S16 LE, Little Indian. Okay, next. Output file 0 does not contain any stream. I wouldn't call that particularly descriptive, but oftentimes when I see this, it's the result of a typo, and I forgot to put -i before my input file. I work with a lot of other command line tools, and not all of them. Sometimes the input file is implicit variable, so you don't have to do a -i, but FFmpeg you do. Okay, and here's a bigger one. It's hard to read. It's a bit more complex. So it's we're working with MP4 here. And the description is, could not find tag for codec PCM S16 LE in stream number 1. Codec's not currently supported in the container. Could not write header for output 0. Incorrect codec parameters. Invalid argument. So it's kind of like frantic. It's like, this is terrible. I see this often because oftentimes this is trying to make an MP4, which is hinted at by the first part of the error message that you see, but it's copying the existing codecs that you're working with. So this error, this is when this usually happens, and it's when you're trying to use the codec that MP4 doesn't like. MP4 is a bit particular, and it's happy with codecs like H.264 or AAC, but it's not happy with codecs like FFV1 or PCM. So in this example, it's trying to force the PCM audio into the stream when MP4 really only wants AAC, hence the problem being in stream number 1, which, as a reminder, is the second stream. And that's really the first line of the error, and then the second part is because the error happened during the second encoding. So it's helpful to refer back to this diagram, FFmpeg's. Work with the input file, it demuxes it, it sees 2 streams, it's like, okay, H.264, got it, gonna encode this, and then it's like, what's next? Oh, I got another stream. That stream is PCM. Ugh. Like, I don't want this. And so then it's like, blah. So then this error, the could not write header for output file 0, which we saw a little bit ago, incorrect codec parameters, is saying that something happened in the codec part of this diagram to emphasize that it couldn't put this back together because there was a problem, but it had already done some work. I think it's also when you end up with a file that's empty, which is something, when we work with FFmpeg within Archivematica, we check to see if a file's been created, but it's also empty, which means that it probably didn't work the way someone expected it to. Next one, I'm hoping Julia Kim talks about this a bit more tomorrow. A move atom not found. Sounds important. The move atom is the index of the file, so it's going to give you important context for things like the timescale, the duration, the display data, et cetera, et cetera. So not having it is pretty bad. You can see this error occurs for a lot of different kinds of formats, MOV, MP4, M4A, et cetera. And for some formats, the move atom is added to the end of the file. So this is sometimes an indication that the file is corrupted or it's interrupted during a transmission. So it's as if the file was uploaded to a server and that upload link was broken at some point in time, which is what happens, I think, with this file set that I happen to be working with. We'll have lost that piece of the video file. So this next one also requires like a little bit of context clues to figure out where to go and how to dig in. And it's, this is an example too of it's not always at the end. It kept going, but there's an error like up there at the top. So here it is in bigger sizes. For this, you could see the clue again is the SVQ3, which I had to look up. It's the source N3 codec, which rose and fell in popularity in the early 2000s. It was sort of compared to H.264. Obviously, H.264 took off and Sorensen did not. And so this one I actually dug into the code for this error message of slice after bitstream ends. And essentially, the stream is getting cut off in the middle. So it's another example of the one that was missing the move atom. I think it was likely from being a disrupted transmission, but it could also be from data loss based on being on the server and some sort of data corruption. But it ran out of data to read unexpectedly. So you can see it's like slice bytes times blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah is bigger than that. Like, oh, that sucks. Like, so it's expecting more data. It's not receiving it. So slice after bitstream in. Okay, I think we have a little bit, like 4 minutes. Okay, I'll just do these last two. They're very quick that I have examples of, and then I will end my talk. With this one, I think what we could tell about this file, giving these errors, is that both the audio and the video tracks are disrupted. Because we're working as multiple frames in the packet, invalid PCM packets, data size 2, data 4 was expected, invalid data, invalid data. And then this one, again, like FFmpeg is reaching for the next chunk of data that it's expecting to find and work with, and it comes up empty, and EOI in this sentence is standing for end of image, so it has to figure out the rest on its own. So that's why it says emulating, it's filling in the gaps so that it can get to the next image. So that's it. There's a couple links on this, which is now posted on the internet. I will tweet out a link and put it in the collaborative notes. So you can see this FFmpeg wiki page for some errors that happen and what they mean. The documentation, I didn't go into this during this talk, but you can do -log level if you want more verbose error messages, and then also FFmprovisor. So thank you for listening. I'll take any questions. If you tell me a Simpsons joke, I probably won't get it because I don't actually watch The Simpsons. Put this back together.
Any questions out there? All right.
Heavy. I'm going to work out with this laptop.
One and then.
You decoded, but have you decoded this long hex number after the name of the codec mostly, after the @ sign? Like in email sign, there is a long hex number. Have you decoded what this means? Because it's not explained.
So you have like maybe MP4 @ something? That's like...
No, it's, let's say the codec, you too early drop down the presentation. So this is the hex that is after the name of the codec or after the something else, a long hex number. Have you decoded what this means? Because I haven't heard.
I don't think I understand what you're referencing.
It's exactly what you said, actually. You understood it correctly.
Oh, yeah. It's like the part at point in memory, right? In which something is...
It's a memory pointer that is appropriate for the user.
Yeah, that's why I didn't bring it up. It's not really of any interest to the user itself. But if you're writing a decoder encoder, I find it potentially useful. But it's just memory. Well, if you're really into C, maybe it helps with memory management.
I think we've got time for one more question. There was a question over here.
Thank you.
Hi, my question is, do you think this is a quest of an archivist? Because I'm asking, for example, in Switzerland, there's this really small percentage of archivists who can do that. And if you think this is a job of an archivist, do you think we have to change the studies of archivism? Because also this is really not part of the studies, even if you made MRS or whatever in Switzerland.
I do think it's an important part of being an archivist, yeah. And I think that we do need to update our curriculum and how people are training. And then Ben Turgis in front of you mentioned he would love to do a 12-week course on teaching FFmpeg, just because I think it's a really great way to understand video, and it's so much is based on digital video that it's really meaningful. Yeah, I don't think it's taught often enough or thoroughly enough. Wow. This might come up in our panel that I think we'll be rolling into in a moment.
Yep, right now, actually. I'm going to welcome Joanna White to the stage to begin the panel, roundtable, rather.
Welcome to the Supporting Archival Practitioners Roundtable. Can you hear me? Yeah, so I'll hold it a bit closer. You join us for a conversation in which we hope to discuss what good support looks like to a growing community of archivists needing to expand their digital preservation expertise.
We're having our Today Show. Kathy Lee and Hoda moment.
Morning.
Make sure you get the audio of that. This has to be on the live stream, we insist.
I don't think I've ever seen the Today Show. Yeah, I don't know what that's referring to actually. Okay, I'll start again. You join us for a conversation in which we hope to discuss what good support looks like to a growing community of archivists needing to expand their digital preservation expertise. And we hope to compare approaches and methods of knowledge sharing between vendors, educators, and communities. I feel very privileged to be sat amongst this talented group of people. My name is Joanna White. I've been working 6 years until last week for the Media Archive of Central England as a digital technician. It's a small independent charity archive with 8 full and part-time employees in a reasonably large collection comprising mostly of regional television news archives from the 50s to the 80s. My role included post-production and grading film scans, and as a sort of sideline preservation kind of activities for SD video and film workflows. Prior to this, I was self-employed as a video producer, so I have no experience in archiving at all. And entering an archival institution presented me with a lot of very sudden steep learning curves. So since No Time To Wait 3 last year, I've been very busy throwing myself into open source solutions and creating workflows within the archive at Mace in a way that costs us very little cash but brings us up to some good standards. So I would say I'm a fangirl of knowledge sharing within the open source community, really, to wind up mine.
Sure. Hi everyone, my name is Bryce Rowe. I'm here from Andover, Massachusetts, where I work as the director of audio preservation at a conservation center called NEDCC. So we're a nonprofit conservation and preservation center. Within my institution, we do book and paper conservation, digital imaging, as well as audio preservation, which is the department that I direct. And we also do a lot of outreach, continuing education, consultations, collection assessments, things like that through a preservation services department that is meant to provide accessible information for preservation. And then some of those more complicated projects that can't be done in-house come to us. I'm trained as an archivist and previously worked as an archivist, and now I'm in a service provider role where I'm largely consulting with archivists at small to mid-sized institutions. In large part, understanding of audiovisual formats was not part of their training as archivists often, and so leading up to the work that we do, a lot of my work involves helping our clients identify their formats even, or prepare an inventory, or prioritize, and so it's also highly educational, as it needs to be, and I'm excited to talk about that today.
I'm Ashley, you just met me, or maybe you already knew me. So I already explained a bit of what I do. I don't want to repeat it too much. I've been working this semester as an adjunct professor at the Pratt Institute, so I am teaching graduate level libraries, archives, and museums, as well as data visualization and UX students on information technologies, sort of a foundational class that covers a wide variety of topics. And as I mentioned earlier, I work at Artifactual Systems. My title is AV Preservation Specialist, so I work fundamentally as a systems archivist on Archivematica, which is a microservice-based open source workflow management change for digital preservation, getting things prepared for long-term digital preservation storage. And in that role, I think a lot of what I do is I interact with a lot of archivists at different institutions of all different sizes, and I work primarily sort of interfacing with them, helping them use the software, supporting the use of our software, and of course fixing any technical issues that arise, or finding someone who can. Yeah, that's me, I think.
My turn. Hi, everyone. My name is Ben Turkis. I'm a late joiner to this panel, but thank you for including me. I think it's a great topic. And while I was hesitant to join, general nerves getting up in front of the crowd, I remembered last year when we had a panel on open source sponsorship, the open source hustle. At the last minute, I begged Kieran O'Leary to join us, and he graciously did. So I felt like in the spirit of no time to wait, pay it forward, that I should answer the call. In terms of some biographical stuff, I currently work at New York Public Library, where I manage our in-house audio and video digitization team of 6 to 7 people. And I also teach at night one semester, the fall semester, video preservation class at New York University's Moving Image Archiving and Preservation program, where I also graduated from. So I think I can speak to both sides of being a student, but also being an educator. And before working at New York Public Library, I worked at the Bay Area Video Coalition, where I managed our preservation projects. Hello to everyone from BAVAC, I love you. And BAVAC, for those who don't know it, is very similar to any DCC in that it's a smaller, not-for-profit video digitization vendor. So I can also hopefully speak to the vendor side of this as well.
Thank you very much, Ben. We really appreciate you joining us today. So we'll get started with the first question. What complications have you encountered when attempting to train archivists with variable skill levels and differing fields of knowledge? And as specific areas of knowledge threaten to become obsolete as technicians retire, how do you encourage knowledge transfer, particularly when job security or vendor income is aligned to this expertise? Who'd like to go first? We can break that question down.
I can jump on. Yeah. I mean, this is a big question, and I think there are a number of pieces to it. But one thing that I really felt kind of hit in the face with when I started working at BAVAC was my lack of knowledge when it came to VCR repair and maintenance. And while the programs that are out there, the one that I graduated from, provide as much training as I think they can in some of these things, it's really not engineering school, and that's not the kind of expertise that they're really supposed to be providing. It is very much a disappearing knowledge base. I'm excited to hear Brianna talk about this tomorrow. I worked really hard to try to create grant programs in which retiring video engineers could train archivists in some of these skills, but I was unsuccessful, and I feel a little bit now like maybe it was a fool's errand on some level. I think certainly we want to encourage people to hack and learn some of these skills on their own, but also there is possibly a limit to some of what may be possible. I'm not sure if that's something that people will disagree with.
Yeah, so at NEDCC, I manage a small team of audio engineers and archivists or students who are training to become more audio preservation specialists. but I do think that there's a lot of value in having a team of both archivists and engineers, and just valuing each individual's skill set that they bring. And so I'm not trained as an audio engineer. I rely very much on my audio engineers to do troubleshooting. But they also, being trained as audio engineers, were entering a preservation field that brought a lot of new kind of thinking to the work that they do, where for audio engineers, they tend to kind of hold their methods like very close at hand, and there's not a lot of knowledge sharing, and bringing them into a preservation community where it was like, you need to document everything that you do ever and share it, was kind of hard to hire for. So I think one of the challenges is collaborating with those kinds of experts that are filling a gap in your own knowledge, but kind of indoctrinating them, for lack of a better word, into a preservation mindset. But we still definitely rely very much on experts outside of our institution if our machines break, and it just becomes about developing those relationships. Like I think you kind of can't learn everything. You need to collaborate with others. Does that answer the question?
I'd say, speaking in the context of an instructor, I'm around people who are learning either for a full day workshop, a half day workshop, or in the case of at a graduate program, 3 hours every week. And there's only so much you can do in terms of being able to convey that knowledge. I think the students themselves are incredibly eager to learn, like they really want hands-on experience and training, but then they go back to their institutions and they don't have that space and capacity to grow and play and learn. And I think it's something that for me, it's difficult because I don't have any control over that. So I think it's up to the institution to be able to support emerging archivists with that work, either it's an internship or if it's their first job, or maybe they've been working for several years and are just switching into this kind of work, you know. And I don't know, that's what I thought of.
I'd agree with that completely. Having had 6 years just sort of thrown into an archivist role, I really would have loved it if somebody had sat me down in that first year and given me an overview of archival standards, metadata, fixity, you know, formats, codecs, and just an introduction to the terminology as well. Terms like normalize, I would never have really, it took me till year 5 to really understand what that meant in truth. But I didn't always know what the type of training was that I needed, because I wasn't aware of my lack of knowledge, I suppose, until I hit an error or an omission in my workflows, which was either introduced to me through some kind person saying what's going on there, or it tripped me up physically, you know, like your FFmpeg logs, that kind of thing.
I think it's especially, I think, challenging because archivists in particular have had so many different things thrown at them. There really is not the capacity for doing a lot of deep learning on different materials, because you have to cover such a wide range of tasks and tools, and there's so much to know, and you can come to a conference like this and think, oh, I want to investigate all of that stuff, but it's just hard to find the time to really do that work and to specialize into something.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, I find there's real value in struggling and fumbling through some of the challenges, whether they're analog or digital. So whether it was starting to work at BAVAC and not really feeling totally equipped to transfer all of the video formats that we were responsible for, and dealing with signal path issues and weird deck problems and things of that nature, or whether it's working with FFmpeg and trying to figure out what it's telling me and learn from the problems that are mostly human error. And so I think more important than anything is the desire to want to learn and the desire to never stop striving for better, you know, and maybe not also insisting on best, as Dave said.
I think in the meantime, it's important. I think things that are more technical or engineering focused, there's this preconceived notion that's incorrect that everything is done instantly and that it's not like a struggle and it doesn't take time to learn. And so I think, that's also, I think, anyone coming into something new for the first time, maybe they're well trained in archives and standards and other things, and then they get to they know a lot about that, and then they get to something that's more maybe technical or deck cleaning or something like that, and then they don't figure it out right away. And that's just the truth of learning. And I think as adults we forget that's what it takes, that it takes time to be able to understand things, get a lot of things wrong over and over and over, and keep going at it.
Yeah, I think ideally as a manager of people, I like to just hire smart people and then not get in their way so that they can continue to learn and grow and do what I hired them to do. And I think where that gets really hard as a service provider, but I can imagine that this happens in our own institutions also, is just the pressure to be really productive. Certainly as a vendor, that's how we earn our income. That's how my staff is going to get the raise they deserve. And so you want to say, take time today to research this thing that you discovered, this challenge that you encountered, and kind of balance that with we have a project deadline and the work has to get done. So I find that to be a challenge, but I think as much as you can just hire people who have the right mindset and then cultivate an environment where as much as you can kind of not stand in their way to excel. That's pretty rewarding.
I think that's very important. Yeah, I feel really lucky to be at a place that there's just a lot of trust across. I mean, we're a small organization, 29 people. There's a lot of trust across all of the people working there, and they just let you go and do it. Like, they trust you to do the work. Yeah.
Okay, that's our gatekeepers of knowledge, preventing archival practitioners gaining access to information that would inform better practices, such as archive and IT support disconnects, management with blind acceptance of vendor technical support, or archival managers reluctant to share toolkits developed in-house at great personal costs to their own institutions. Is that something you've come across?
I feel like I thought about this earlier when I was presented with this question, but I forgot immediately what I was going to say. I would say yes, it's a problem.
I would say yes, it's definitely a problem, but seeing things like No Time to Wait grow and evolve and spread, the idea of the No Time to Wait effect, and the people in this room who have done so much to encourage others to break down some of those barriers or resist them entirely and say we're going to go our own direction and we're going to work together and learn from one another and support each other has been so inspiring to me. And I've seen such a transformation in this field in just the short time that I've been in it since like 2012. When we were in school studying video preservation, there were none of the tools that are available to us now. And there's just so much more that can be done, and it doesn't require the kinds of knowledge and expertise that were always deemed to be like essentials, right? And there's this sense that we can do it on our own, and I'm seeing it, and we're living it, I guess.
Yeah, I appreciate the Dave Rice's talk earlier and Dave's entire ethos and way of being, making tools for archivists, making tools by archivists, and doing that work. I think with the gatekeeping thing, I think there's a lot of ego in the space. Oftentimes, it's not necessarily an ego of a person, but an ego of an institution that will sort of block things from happening. So there's also a lot of, I think, fear also coming from the institution, unless the individuals at times, the institution doesn't want to be wrong, they don't want to present as wrong, they want everyone to think that they're the best. So it's a mix of that kind of thing that I think keeps things locked down at times, or not being able to share as much as an individual would want to do.
And not even deliberately. I mean, sometimes I think accidentally institutions can sort of enforce gatekeeping on their own preservation practices. Myself only having been 2.5 days a week was a real problem for me to be able to develop preservation practices. But it's nobody's fault. They're a charity. They don't have the cash flow. So there's, that was certainly an issue for me, and it slowed down a good deal of progress. And it's not just about, I don't think it works being a part-time preservation technician when the role is a solo role or it's not clearly defined. So I was called a digital technician, which had so much scope. I really was overwhelmed by the amount of things that I could possibly be influencing in the workspace. And also, if there's insufficient training or support provided as well, that's real problems. And I think that's an area your company really works well with, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's so surprising to me that we would be worried about other people learning how to do our jobs, because there's no shortage of work to be done. Though I understand that in terms of job security and things like that, it doesn't mean just because there's no shortage of work to be done that there aren't a shortage of positions available to do that work. But specifically from a service provider perspective, I think I understood that to be the sort of the business model to keep your clients in the dark so that they continue to rely on you. And it's very much not what we do at NEDCC for a couple reasons. One being that it actually doesn't support our business model. The work doesn't get done unless people know how to proceed with a project. If they're just sort of crippled, then they're not going to take any action. So being really educational and informative about what they need in order to get a project off the ground, and in a way that helps them make informed decisions is actually really important to us getting work. It's also just part of our mission, so there's no real conflict there. But I do find it surprising that it would be the case elsewhere, because again, the more people know, the more likely they are to take action to do preservation work.
I think that's very true, and I think I think we're almost like outliers in the sense that we do work for companies or organizations that are supporting other companies, but at Artifactual sort of exists to support Archivematica and support access to memory, which is the different other software project that I work on, Archival Finding Aid platform. And in a lot of ways, the ethos behind Artifactual is that you do want to sort of write your way out of the job. That's a lot of developers' goals, is to write your way out of a job, and then you can move on to a better job, more interesting job. And I think with Archivematica, one of the service offerings that are Artifactual is like a support contract for a year, which is common for other vendors as well. And sometimes we get people, it's an open source software, so you don't need to have support. You could run the software on your own just fine. A lot of people sort of buy the support for a year, not a lot, but some buy the support for a year and they don't plan on continuing. They want to just be able to get set up the right way and be confident about their ability to run the project on their own, but they don't want to admit that. But I've like coaxed people into, I was like, I'm not in charge of the budget, so I honestly don't care. But also I think as a company, we do enjoy that, but we would rather be spending money working on feature development or writing code or doing things rather than doing support. We'd rather have people be autonomous. So it is to educate people as much as we can while they have us for a year, I think has really been a goal of mine. I have 2 clients that are in that situation right now, I think. And sometimes people also do continue because they get a lot out of that support. But we try to emphasize that we're not here to trap you into something. You can leave at any time. I think the open source ethos is so key to the work I do, and I don't think I could work in any other way. We don't have any salespeople. We only have archivists, so not great at sales either.
I'll add one small thing to that. I mean, so all of that being said, I still feel often that like even from our clients, that there's just a lot of like blind faith in what I'm going to do for them, and that alone makes me uncomfortable. I'm like, no, like interrogate me. Let me tell you exactly how we're going to do this, because I know what that means for them. I know what it means for their collection, but it also means that potentially that's the kind of relationship that they have to service providers in general. And I definitely see that, and sometimes I have to be the one to say, have you thought about what you're going to do with these files when you get them back? Do you have a plan?
Yeah, it's almost supporting them to get out of this Stockholm syndrome that they developed from other vendors.
Yeah,
It's okay to talk to me honestly, because I'd rather help you now.
Right.
And yeah, I find that the clients that are in that sort of situation where they want to become autonomous is the most rewarding work for me too, because I get the most out of it, because they're asking really difficult, interesting questions, rather than being like, something's broken, fix this.
Right. Is there a way, do you think, that we can encourage other vendors to think a bit more interactively about the archival life of their products? Whether or not we can encourage them to be educators, more like you guys are? Is there a greater potential for them to engage in planning with preservation organisations, do you think, that could include greater dialogue and training in archival communities, within archival communities?
You can interrogate your vendor. They're there to serve you, so. You can do that.
I was struck by Avanthia's talk last year about interviewing visual effects agencies to find out about their practices, studying and encouraging them to think about project legacies, so to speak, and whether they could adopt more archival standards within their work practices. So I was kind of interested if that's something that maybe as a community we could all come together and encourage vendors to do a bit more often. What kind of approaches we might be able to make towards them for that?
I think some of the kind of like mass audiovisual digitization vendors obviously have so much knowledge about the work, and whether or not they choose to share it, I guess, is ultimately up to them. Having served as a vendor and as a client in a mass digitization situation, I feel like I have some sympathy for the challenges that they're also facing, because I think in this work, everyone feels squeezed and everyone feels undervalued and struggling for enough financial support to do the work. So, you know, it's hard when you're charging not very much for a tape when that tape could be very problematic to get transferred, and there might be a lot of hidden work that they're doing in just getting you some sort of result, and I think it's very easy to be on the client side with no awareness whatsoever of all of that challenge and just critique, you know, small mistakes here or there. So I think whether or not they're responsible for sharing what they've learned along the way, I guess is an open question to me, but I would encourage us all to be a little bit more sympathetic towards people who work in any of this, in any type of zone.
I wonder, Joanne, are you speaking of vendors that are not archival specific?
Yeah, potentially as well, yes. Because I mean, a lot of the workflows at Mace were dictated by kind of production workflows. And an awful lot of the material that's given to us has come through production workflows, so yeah, I would say.
I feel like I've been lucky to work under Dave and Jérôme, who are just like, well, we'll make our own. So I don't know if I have that much to add. I know there's been some advocacy begging Blackmagic for the importance of keeping an open software development kit, which has been crucial to creating software that is more targeted towards archivists. But I don't know in detail how that's going, other than tweeting at them and maybe approaching them at a vendor booth.
I mean, I think just transparency can go a long way in this effort. Like, you don't have to necessarily give every client like a video tour of your place and show them exactly how you did everything, but you can be transparent about the methods that you're using, because that's a preservation-oriented effort in and of itself. What was done to your materials will inform future preservation decisions, and that can be, you know, educational in and of itself. Also, just to be transparent about the documentation that you do have about your workflows and things like that.
I think for Archivematica, I set up a GitHub repository that was the Archivematica-case-studies, which I collected anytime anyone has talked about that workflow. And I do try to encourage people to do that. I understand it's a lot of work to document it and release publicly, and sometimes you have to get permissions. But I find that me having that resource to share out when people are interested and wanting to know more is sort of helpful in pushing others to also be open and transparent. I think that's a great point, Bryce.
And also removal of fees for that knowledge as well. Because in a perfect world, there'd be a great opportunity for education for beginners like myself. Something you said actually has made me think. What happens when you create opportunities for education, but those opportunities aren't taken up, or there's sort of like a resistance, general interest to follow through, but for some reason you don't get bums on seats, perhaps. How do you deal with that kind of issue?
I feel like I'll ask in general, then I'll ask someone specifically, and then I'll wait, and then I'll ask someone specifically again. So it's a lot of nudging and being like, you can do this, we can set up a call if you want to go through this together, whatever it takes to sort of get someone over that initial barrier of being afraid, which is like, I have to applaud you, Joanna. You don't have it. You managed to just dive right in, and it's amazing, and I wish more people were like you to be able to just jump right in, but I do understand it can be quite intimidating or quite scary to make that first jump. So I nag people, honestly.
Do you think imposter syndrome might be a problem? I hear it an awful lot amongst archivists, people believing that they have imposter syndrome, feeling like they don't know enough about their subject matter. Is that?
Certainly,
yeah. Yeah, I think so. I feel like the imposter syndrome oftentimes is, well, not justified. It's not like they are, but rather, I mean, the risk of being bullied in some internet spaces is quite high. So I understand why people would be afraid to reach out. So trying to foster an environment where they don't feel that way is what is the best I think that we can do. I don't know if other people have other ideas.
I mean, I think doing this work, we all feel totally ill-equipped from time to time. You know, I mean, I just think it goes with the territory. And yeah, again, to echo Ashley, I think just trying to encourage others to put out there the problems that they're facing, like that's something that I've always really struggled with, is just not even vocalizing problems, but just putting myself out there enough and just saying, this is what I'm thinking about with this work, or this is what problems I'm facing. I think I've just gotten a lot out of seeing others like live so out loud in that way with everything that they're doing, whether it's, you know, educational stuff or blog posts, things of that nature. And so I think the more that we can all do that, the more we all benefit from it.
Yeah, do you think talking about ways in which you have failed? Julia Kim, for example, has really started like an initiative where that's a conference talk topic, and others as well, but Julia happens to be at this conference right now. So I often try, and when I am teaching one-on-one, like people will be like visibly very frustrated, and I'm able to sort of say, like, I didn't know this either at the time, like it took me a long time to understand this, or maybe I give examples in which. And so I think personally being vulnerable helps other people feel less scared and less vulnerable, to be able to admit that that's also the same for me.
I agree completely. I think I don't know, the people in this field who I admire and who I count on for resources to have them share something they don't know, or to even ask a question, I find great comfort in that. But also in my role, my favorite questions are like when I get a phone call from somebody and they're like, hey, so I found this tape. You know, it's like small historical society, and they're like, I found this tape and it's bigger than a VHS and it's smaller than a bread box. What is it? And like, it's like, okay, we're starting here. I love you. Thank you. You're not afraid to ask. And that actually makes my job so much easier, instead of somebody taking a really long time to put together an inventory for a bunch of formats we don't work on. So I agree, making yourself vulnerable and encouraging that in others goes a long way.
I'd also say from the educator perspective, if students are struggling with the resources that you're putting out there, it could be a failure in the design of the resources. And so this is something I co-teach with Kelly Hayden, who I also worked with at the Bay Area Video Coalition, video preservation, and we've also done some workshops and such, and we will get into these endless debates about how deep and how technical the information should be, and I always have operated under the assumption that I want to provide educational resources that were not there for me when I was struggling through some of these things, so I want it to be as technical as I can possibly make it, but that may not actually be in the best interest of the students, and so I'm trying to think of new ways and maybe just study educational methods more broadly so that I can try to convey that information in a more digestible way. And just recently, I taught a workshop with another coworker, Nick Krabenhoft, and he was very insistent that the Python for AV class that we were teaching be taught in the library carpentry method. And he sent me some great videos. I don't remember where they are, but it was the guy who started library carpentry, and he recommended this book whose name escapes me, but it's in my Amazon shopping cart, just all about education, like how to teach people. And this was something that I will find and tweet about afterwards, but I think that's something that we could all work on.
Was that the teach the process, not the tool? Was that the meme that was running amongst you all the time? I think that's really valuable. Myself, having done the blogs I've done, they are about the steps that I've taken to implement certain open source tools in a way that it's the only way I can express it, to be honest, because I don't know the tools that well yet. But it's easier for me, I think, to map my own needs against other people's experiences and workflows than it is to just sit down and look at a standards website and sort of to get anything from it. So
I think it's so important to, I think, give and then teach when you're at that level of having just learned something. And I think that's when people are most afraid to talk about what they know, because they know enough. It's the like Dunning-Kruger or whatever. They know enough to know that they don't really know anything, but they know enough to get other people started. It's the intermediary ramp up that we were talking about earlier. And I think it's so important to teach at that level. And I think that as soon as you know a little bit more, you should know just only a little bit more than the people you are teaching. And sometimes when you are like really an expert on something, you're not a good teacher. You're right. Like, I mean, you are a good teacher and an expert. But I do think it can be difficult because there's such a gap in between like what you assume to be easy because it was so long ago when you found that out.
Yeah, you take that for granted. I think you can also empower people to just like start by using the tools and the skills that they do have. It's like, I think I find myself working with archivists who are, again, maybe know nothing about AV, and that makes them really nervous. And it's like, well, you're still an archivist. Like, think about what you do with your paper formats. There are some similarities here. Like, you can apply some of the same thinking and encourage people to utilize the skills and the training that they do have and make them feel like, all right, this isn't such a stretch to learn something new. And use the skills that I have. I'm like, can you make an inventory? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, that's really important for the preservation of your audiovisual formats. You can do that. So I find that helpful for encouraging people also.
Yeah, I think meeting people where they're at and having just a lot of empathy for where they are at that time and context is just crucial to being able to just be a good teacher.
Yeah, and don't be frightened to make a fool of yourself, as I regularly do on Twitter. Just go for it. I'm just mindful of the time, guys. It's like 7 minutes to, and there's a gentleman there who's had his hand up for some time. Do we have a microphone? Is it this one?
This one, yeah.
So I'd like to open up to any questions. Thank you very much.
Finally, it was time to give the voice to the public. Better later than never. This is in between a comment and a question. I have an impression with every day that passes in such conference that audiovisual archivist is some self-enough, closed community that doesn't know what's happening outside them. And for that reason, consider many problems unresolved or try to resolve problems by their own forces. When I escaped from this closed domain, and keep an eye on a recent scientific approach, recent scientific achievements, I observed that science outside have already a solution for all of our problems. Just we need to escape from our self-enough and to keep an eye what's happening in photonic, quantum optic, bioimaging, chemistry, and some similar. I was in many congress of scientific congress, and when I asked the big scientists about our big problems, they say, "Wow, it's a long time resolved. What is your problem?" So you just need to explain. So for my opinion, current archivists should escape from that idea and be, multidisciplinary scientists, real scientists. And then you will see how the progress of the digitization restoration and socialization, which is the third component, we haven't discussed it, but it's very important also. We will speed up very quickly, but as for now, I practically don't know somebody that is let's say multidisciplinary archivist. Everybody is closed in this circuit and can say, like, wow, what big problems we have, what unresolvable problems we have. But they are resolvable because real big serious science resolve problems much more complicated than our small problems. So I wanted to have an opinion. Whenever I do my presentation, I finish them with more science in our domain. Just shortly, I make a presentation picking up the jazz singers. You may know what is that, the first sound film. Which then with the current tools that come from the big science, we can do it holographic in immersive sound. It's another story if we need to do that.
Comment on some of the things you've said. I actually work really closely with scientists, physicists who are very much outside of the archival profession, and I find their thinking to be very different. There's a very different approach to the work that they do in a way that can be inspiring at times, like you said, but I think it's similar in that I'm still kind of, well, so context, I work also with an experimental piece of technology, an optical scanning technology used to digitize broken and damaged grooved audio formats, and it's very much in development still. We're problem solving every day. We work very closely with the scientists who developed it, who are particle physicists. They are not archivists. This was a side project. And they definitely don't have all the solutions. They've come up with some really amazing solutions, but it is very much a collaborative effort between us to make the work preservation oriented. And documented and shareable and understandable.
I think this conference is such a wonderful testament to being able to do a multidisciplinary event, and I just think that there should be more no time to waits in the world, where we really are connecting archivists with developers, with standards authors, with other technologists in other realms, and I do think that archivists do need to do more in terms of bridging that gap with other people, some archivists, but I think that's the ethos of this entire conference.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I mean, for me, one of the best parts of this conference is getting to share a table with people like Steve and Carl and actually just learn from them, but also hear them bring a different perspective to AV archiving and the things that we fixate on. And
I'd say, yeah. At Artifactual, my company, we're 29 people, and then I think a third of us are archivists, a third of us are systems administrators, and a third of us are developers. And so I think we're constantly working in an interdisciplinary fashion.
We have a question from the live stream. So this is from Samaya Langley, and she is really asking about invisible labor that folks do. So how much volunteer work do you each do, including the tasks that you need to do for your job but you're not paid for? And how much time do you spend dedicating trying to learn some new things like that are outside of your given tasks to improve work for later?
I'd say at Artifactual this year, I can't really fully speak on this, but my boss, Kelly Stewart, could. I think we've really been working towards how do we talk about and emphasize, because we are a company that's purely based on supporting open source projects, 2 of them, and as I think a lot of people know in this room, that's quite difficult work. It's a lot of invisible labor and a lot of time and care. And so one, we're working at trying to get better at engaging the community and reviewing pull requests and getting community contributions, but at the same time acknowledging that it takes a lot of time and labor, and that's money that is often unfunded. And so Artifactual sort of has to fund itself. Like a lot of when you buy an hour of service at Artifactual, half of that hour is just going into like free labor to support the product itself, and we're sort of thinking about better ways to do that. But I feel like I'm ill-equipped to actually speak on how we're doing that yet.
But suffice to say, it's more than zero, right? That you spend more time than zero.
I would say about half of my time is like that I get paid for because I work there, but like is considered like non-billable work.
I just wanted to mention it's 5 o'clock, but if there's more.
Well, I would just add that for the 3 days I was employed at Mace, I think probably 1.5 to 2 days during my workflow period was definitely spent working privately in my home environment, working on these things, and learning Python as well. But unfortunately I had to take a second job for 6 months this year, and the Python just had to stop because I couldn't do it in my spare time. So yeah, I definitely would say that there's an awful lot of background work that goes on for me anyway as a part-timer.
I think that might be all the time we have before dinner starts, but we can surely continue this conversation over dinner, and I hope we will. I'm just going to hand it off to Zsuzsa to make a couple announcements before we break.
Thank you. So, thank you very much for your day. And we are going to have the social dinner at the place called Kőleves, which means stone soup in Hungarian. Hopefully we are getting somewhat better than stone soup. So it is in the 7th district, about 1 kilometer distance from here. And I think it's enough to gather here those who would like to come with us together to meet in the lobby at 5:30. Is that okay?
Yeah, just say if they... Sorry, we had a dinner sign up. We have a few extra spaces, so if you would like to join the dinner and you haven't reserved a space, please see us at the registration table.
So this is the way we will go. Okay, there is one central place in downtown Budapest called Deák tér, Deák Square, which is somewhere here where the evangelical church is. So, and then from here just straight. And it's really a nice place, and I hope to see. We have 80, right? 80 people. So please come with us. Thank you.